Chapter 39 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 39, Brer Rabbit Gets the Provisions. The next time the little boy called on Uncle Remus, a bright fire was blazing on the hearth. He could see the light shining under the door before he went into the cabin, and he knew by that sign that the old man had company. In fact, Daddy Jack had returned and was dozing in his accustomed corner. Aunt Tempy was sitting bolt upright, nursing her contempt, and Uncle Remus was making a curious-looking box. None of the negroes paid any attention to the little boy when he entered, but somehow he felt that they were waiting for him. After a while Uncle Remus finished his curious-looking box and laid it upon the floor. Then he lifted his spectacles from his nose to the top of his head and remarked, "Now den, folks, dar she is, and it's been so long since I have made one of 'em that she make me sweat. Yasser, she did dat. Howsomever, it make no diff'ence wid me. Promise is a promise, dough you make it in de dark er de moon. Long time ago, I tuck'n promise one er my passin' acquaintance dat some er dese lonesome days de ole nigger 'ud whirl in en make 'im a rabbit trap if he des be so good as to quit de devilment en larn his behavishness." "Is that my rabbit trap, Uncle Remus?" exclaimed the child. He would have picked it up for the purpose of examining it, but Uncle Remus waved him off with a dignified gesture. "Don't you dast to tech dat there trap, honey, 'kaze if you does, dat spiles all. I'll des have to go to work en make it bran new, en de Lord knows I ain't got no time fer to do dat." "Well, Uncle Remus, you've had your hands on it." "To be sho' I is, to be sho' I is. En w'at's mo'n dat, I bin had my hands in tar water." "I year talk er dat," remarked Aunt Tempy with an approving nod. "Yasser, in de nat'al tar water," continued Uncle Remus. "You put yo' han' in a pa'tridge nes', en he'll quit dem premises dough he done got 11 dozen eggs in dar. Same wid a rabbit. Dey ain't got sense lak de ole time rabbit, but I let you know dey ain't gwine in no trap whar dey smell folks' hands. Dat dey ain't. Dat w'at make I say w'at I does. Don't put yo' han' on it, don't tech it, don't look at it skacely." The little boy subsided, but he continued to cast longing looks at the trap, seeing which Uncle Remus sought to change the current of his thoughts. "She bin a mighty heap er trouble, mon, yet I'm mighty glad I tuck'n make dat there trap. She's a solid un, sho', en ef dey wuz to be any skaceness er vittles, I lay dat there trap 'ud help us all out." "De Lord knows," exclaimed Aunt Tempy, rubbing her fat hands together. "I hope dey ain't gwine ter be no famishing 'roun' yer 'mongs' we all." "Likely not," said Uncle Remus. "Yet de time might come w'en a big swamp rabbit cotchin' dat there trap would go a mighty long ways in a family no bigger dan w'at mine is." "Mo' speshually," remarked Aunt Tempy, "ef you put dat wid w'at de neighbors might send in." "Eh! Uncle Remus exclaimed. "Don't you put no 'pen'ance in dem neighbors, don't you do it. W'en famine time come, one man ain't no better dan no other man, 'cep'n he be souples, en he got ter be mighty soople at dat." The old man paused and glanced at the little boy. The child was still looking longingly at the trap, and Uncle Remus leaned forward and touched him lightly on the shoulder. It was a familiar gesture, gentle and yet rough, a token of affection, and yet a command to attention. For the venerable darkey could be imperious enough when surrendering to the whims of his little partner. "All dish yer talk 'bout folks perishin' out," Uncle Remus went on with an indifferent air, "put me in min' er de times w'en de creeturs tuck'n got up a famine 'mongs' deyse'f. It come about dat one time vittles was monsters scarce and high, and money mighty slack. Long as dey was any vittles gwine roun', Brer Rabbit he 'uz bound to git his share un um, but bimeby hit come to dat pass dat Brer Rabbit's stomach 'gun to pinch him. En w'iles he's gittin' hongry, de yuther creeturs dey's gittin' hongry deyse'f. Hit went on dis way twel one day Brer Rabbit en Brer Wolf meet up wid one another in de big road, en atter dey holler howdy, dey sat down, dey did, en make a bargain. They tuck'n agree wid one another dat dey sell der mammy en take de money en get sump'n' another to eat. Brer Wolf he 'low, he did, dat bein' hit's like he de hongriest creetur on de face er de yeth, dat he sell his mammy fus', en den, atter de vittles give out, Brer Rabbit he kin sell his own mammy en git some mo' grub. Ole Brer Rabbit he chipped in en agreed, he did, en Brer Wolf he tuck'n hitch up his team en put his mammy in de waggin, en den him en Brer Rabbit druv off. Man come along. "Where you goin'?" "Goin' 'long down to town wid a bag of corn fer ter sell. We ain't got time fer ter stop en talk, yet we wish you mighty well." "Did they talk poetry that way, Uncle Remus?" the little boy inquired. "Shoo! Lots wuss'n dat, honey. Dey wuz constant a gwine on a dat a way, en ef I wa'n't gittin' so mighty weak-kneed in my 'membunce, I'd bust a loose yer en I'd fair wake you up wid de goin's on in dem dar creeturs. Now den, dey tuck'n kyar Brer Wolf's mammy to town en sell 'er, en dey start back wid a waggin load of vittles. De day wuz a wadin' den en de sun wuz a settin'. De win' tuck'n blow up sorter stiff en de sun look red w'en she settin'. Dey druv on en druv on. De win' blow en de sun shine red. Bimeby Brer Wolf scrooch up en shiver en 'low, "Brer Rabbit, I'm a gittin' mighty cole." Brer Rabbit, he laugh en 'low, "I'm gittin' sorter creepy myse'f, Brer Wolf." Dey druv on en druv on. Win' blow keen, sun shine red. Brer Wolf scrooch up in a little knot. Bimeby he sing out, "Brer Rabbit, I'm freezin'. I'm dat cole I dunner w'at to do." Brer Rabbit, he point to de settin' sun en say, "You see dat great big fire 'cross dar in de woods, Brer Wolf? Well, dey ain't nothin' to hinder you from goin' dar en warmin' yo'se'f, en I'll wait yer fer you. Gimme de lines, Brer Wolf, en you go warm yo'se'f all over." Wid dat, Brer Wolf, he put out des as hard as he kin fer ter see ef he kin find de fire, en w'iles he wuz gone, bless goodness, w'at should Brer Rabbit do but cut off de hosses' tails en stick um down deep in de mud. "Let 'im alone now, des let 'im alone!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy in an ecstasy of admiration. "He stick de hosses' tails down in de mud," continued Uncle Remus, "en den he tuck'n druv de waggin way off in de swamp en hide it. Den he tuck'n come back, ole Brer Rabbit did, fer ter wait fer Brer Wolf. Atter so long a time, sho' nuff, yer come Brer Wolf des a gallopin' up back. Brer Wolf he hail 'im. "Is yo' warm yo'se'f, Brer Wolf?" "Brer Rabbit don't talk. Dat de mos' deceitful fire w'at I had any speunce un. I run en I run en I run, en de mo' w'at I run de furder de fire git. De nigher you come to dat fire, de furder it's off." Brer Rabbit, he sorter scratch hisse'f behime de shoulder blade, en 'low, "Nummine 'bout de fire, Brer Wolf. I got sump'n' yer dat'll warm you up. Ef you ain't never bin warm befo', I lay you'll git warm dis time." Dis make Brer Wolf sorter look 'roun', en w'en he see Brer Rabbit hol' on to two hoss tails, he up en squall out, he did, "Lord a mussy, Brer Rabbit, whar my vittles? Whar my waggin? Whar my hosses?" "Dey er right yer, Brer Wolf. Dey er all right yer.
I stayed dar whar you lef' me twel de hosses 'gun to get restless. Den I cluck at um, en bless gracious, dey start off en lan' in a quicksand. W'en dey 'gun to mire, I des tuck en tu'n eve'ything loose en grab de hosses by de tail, en I bin stannin' here wishin' fer you, Brer Wolf, twel I done gone gray in de min'. I 'low to myse'f dat I'd hang on to deze yer hoss tails ef it kilt every cow in de island. Come help me, Brer Wolf, en I lay we'll des nat'ally pull de groun' out but w'at we'll get deze creeturs out."
Wid dat, Brer Wolf, he kotch hold of one hoss tail, en Brer Rabbit, he kotch hold of de yuther, en w'en dey pull, co'se de tails come out er de mud. Dey stood dar, dey did, en dey look at de tails, en dey look at one another. Bimeby, Brer Rabbit 'low,
"Well, Sir Brer Wolf, we pull so hard twel we pull de tails plumb out."
Ole Brer Wolf, he dunno w'at to do, but it 'gun to get dark, en 't wa'n't long 'fo' he tell Brer Rabbit good bye, en off he put fer home. Dat there Brer Rabbit, Uncle Remus went on, he des tuck'n wait twel Brer Wolf git out he hearin'. Den he went into de swamp en druv de hosses home en git all de vittles, en he ain't have to sell his ole mammy neither. Dat he ain't. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 40. Cutta Cord-La. To all appearances, Daddy Jack had taken no interest in Uncle Remus's story of the horses' tails, and yet, as soon as the little boy and Aunt Tempy were through laughing at a somewhat familiar climax, the old African began to twist and fidget in his chair, and mumble to himself in a lingo which might have been understood on the Guinea coast, but which sounded out of place in Uncle Remus's Middle Georgia cabin. Presently, however, his uneasiness took tangible shape. He turned around and exclaimed impatiently, "Shush! When you start for tell a dem tale, when you no tell 'em lak dey stan'? It berry bad for twist dem tail roun' en roun'. Why you no talk 'em straight?" "Well, Brer Jack," said Uncle Remus, smiling good humoredly upon the queer little old man, "ef we done gone en got dat there tail all twist up, de way fer you to do is to whirl in en ontwist it, en we all folks'll set up yer en help you out plum twel Mars John comes a hollerin' en a bawlin' atter dish yer baby. En atter he done gone ter bed, den me en Sis Tempy yer, we'll set up wid you plum twel de chickens crow fer day. Dem's de kinder folk we all is up yer. We ain't got many swimps en crabs up yer in Putmon County, but w'en it come ter settin' up wid comp'ny en hangin' 'roun' atter dark fer ter make de time pass away, we are mighty rank. Now den, Brer Jack, I done called a roll wid my eye, en we er all yer, 'ceppin' dat there 'Tildy gal, en 't won't be long 'fo' she'll be a drappin' in. Run over in yo' min', en where my tail is wrong, des whirl in en put 'er to rights."
"Shuh, shuh!" exclaimed the old African. "Una no git dem tails straight. I hear dem whar me live. E soun' like dis. One time, de bittle bin get berry scarce. De rice crop mek nottin', de fish swim low, de bud fly high. Hard times bin come dey day. E so hard, dem creeturs do get hongry fer true. Brer Rabbit und Brer Wolf, dey come pit boil der head togedder. Dey is make talk how hongry dey is way down in de belly. Bimeby, Brer Rabbit, he shed his eye. He say he mus' kill de gran'mammy. Brer Wolf say he make his eye come watery for hear da talk lak dat. Brer Rabbit say, 'Keep, Brer Wolf, da water come in yo' eye w'en you is bin hongry. Me eye bin done come a watery so long time before I bin talking wit you 'bout me gran'mammy.' Brer Wolf, he do keep on cryin'. he wipe his eye upon his coat sleeve. Brer Rabbit, he bin say, "If you is been take it so hard like dis, Brer Wolf, it berry good for kill yo' grandmammy fus, so you is kin come glad agin." Brer Wolf, he go dry his eye en kill his grandmammy, en dey is been take him grandmammy off to sell him fer bittle. Den dey is been eat de bittle day en night, till he all done gone. W'en a time come fer Brer Rabbit fer to kill his grandmammy, Brer Wolf, he go visitin' him. He say, "Brer Rabbit, I is been feel hongry true en true. Less we kill you grandmammy." Brer Rabbit lif' up his head high, he laugh, he shake he one ear, he shet one eye. He say, "Eh, Brer Wolf, you t'ink I gwine kill me grandmammy? Oh no, Brer Wolf, me no kin do dat." Dis make Brer Wolf wuss mad dan he is been before. He a fair tear de earth wid he claw, he yowl sim like Injun mans. He say he gwine make Brer Rabbit kill he grandmammy nohow. Brer Rabbit say he gwine see 'im 'bout dis. He take his grandmammy by de han', he lead 'im way off in de woods, en hide 'im in de top of one big cocoanut tree. He tell 'im to stay there.
The mention of a coconut tree caused the little boy to glance incredulously at Uncle Remus, who made prompt and characteristic reply: "Dat's it, honey, dat's it sho'. In dem days en in dem countries dey was plenty of cocoanut trees. Less we all sit back yer en give Brer Jack a livin' chance."
"He hide he grandmammy in top a cocoanut tree," continued Daddy Jack, "en he give 'im a lily basket with cord tie on 'em. In de day mawnin', Brer Rabbit, he is been go to de foot of de tree. He make he voice fine, he holler: "'Granny, Granny, oh Granny, Cutta Cord-La.' W'en he granny hear dis, he let basket down wit' de cord, en Brer Rabbit he fill 'im wit' victual en somet'ing to eat. Ebry day dey is bin a go dis t'ing. Ebry day Brer Rabbit is come ter feed his granny. Brer Wolf, he watch, he lissen, he sneak up, he creep up, he do lissen. Bimeby, he do year Brer Rabbit call, he see de basket swing down, en see 'im go back. W'en Brer Rabbit bin a go away fum dey, Brer Wolf, he come by de root er de tree. He holler, he do say, "'Granny, Granny, oh Granny, Cutta Cord-La.' De ole Granny Rabbit lissen, he bin lissen well. He say, "'Ki, how come dis? Me son is no talky like dis. He no shoot at da cord like dat." W'en Brer Rabbit come back, de Granny is bin a tell 'im 'bout somet'ing come a holler Cutta Cord-La, en Brer Rabbit, he laugh till he kin laugh no more. Brer Wolf, he hidin' close, he year'd Brer Rabbit crackin' his joke, en he is a get berry mad. W'en Brer Rabbit is gone way, Brer Wolf bin a come back. He stan' by de tree root, he holler: "'Granny, Granny, oh Granny, Cutta Cord-La.' Granny Rabbit hol' he head 'pon one side. He lissen good. He say: "'I berry sorry, me son, you bin hab so bad cole. You vice bin sound rough, me son.' Dun Granny Rabbit is bin peep down. He bin say: "'Ha! Brer Wolf, go 'way fum dey. You know is bin foolin' me like dis. Go 'way, Brer Wolf.' Brer Wolf, he come berry mad. He grin till he tush bin shinin'. He go in de swamp. He scratch his head. He tink. Bimeby he go visitin' one blacksmith, en he ax 'im how kin he do fer make his voice confine like Brer Rabbit voice. De blacksmith, he say: "'Come, Brer Wolf, I run dis red hot poker in your throat. It make you talk easy.' Brer Wolf say: 'Well, I like you for makin' my voice fine.' Den de blacksmith run de red hot poker in Brer Wolf throat, en he hurt 'im so bad, 'tis a bin long time befo' Brer Wolf kin talky de long walk by de cocoanut tree. By he get so he kin come by, en w'en he get dey he holler, "Granny, Granny, oh Granny, Cutta Cord-La." Da voice soun' so nice en fine, de Granny Rabbit is bin t'ink he Brer Rabbit voice, en he is bin a let de basket down. Brer Wolf, he shakin' de cord lak he is put some bittle in de basket, en done he is bin git in hisse'f. Brer Wolf, he keep still. Da Granny Rabbit pull on de cord. He do say, "Ki, he come heavy fer true. Me son, he love he granny heaps." Brer Wolf, he do grin, he grin en keep still. De Granny Rabbit pull, he do hard. He pull till he git to Brer Wolf mos' by de top, en done he stop fer de res'. Brer Wolf look down, he's head swim. He look up, he's mouf water. He look down again, he see Brer Rabbit. He git skeer, he jerk on de rope. Brer Rabbit, he do holler, "Granny, Granny, oh Granny, cut de cord-la." Da Granny Rabbit cut de cord, en Brer Rufus fall down en broke his neck.
End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 41. Aunt Tempy's Story. The little boy observed that Aunt Tempy was very much interested in Daddy Jack's story. She made no remarks while the old African was telling it, but she was busily engaged in measuring imaginary quilt patterns on her apron with her thumb and forefinger, a sure sign that her interest had been aroused. When Daddy Jack had concluded, when, with a swift, sweeping gesture of his wrinkled hand, he cut the cord and allowed Brother Wolf to perish ignominiously, Aunt Tempy drew a long breath and said, "Dat ar tale come 'cross me des like a dream. It put me in 'er min' of one w'at I hear w'en I wuz a little bit a gal. Look like I kin see myse'f right now, sittin' flat down on de h'ath listenin' at ole Unk Monk. You knowed ole Unk Monk, Brer Remus. You bleedz ter knowed 'im. Up dar in Ferginny. I 'clare to goodness, it make me feel right foolish. Brer Remus, I des know you knowed Unk Monk." For the first time in many a day, the little boy saw Uncle Remus in a serious mood. He leaned forward in his chair, shook his head sadly, as he gazed into the fire. "Ah, Lord, Sis Tempy!" he exclaimed sorrowfully. "Don't less we all go foolin' 'roun' 'mongs' dem old times. De best kinder bread gits sour. W'at's yistiddy wid us wuz befo' de worl' begun wid dish yer chile. Dat's de way I looks at it." "Dat's de Lord's trufe, Brer Remus," exclaimed Aunt Tempy with unction, "en I'm mighty glad you call me to myse'f. Little mo' en I'd 'a' sot right yer en 'a' gone way back ter Ferginny, en all on account er dat there tale w'at I year long time ago." "What tale was that, Aunt Tempy?" asked the little boy. "Eh, honey," replied Aunt Tempy, with a display of genuine bashfulness. "Eh, honey, I 'fraid you'll all set up dar en laugh me outer de house. I ain't dast to tell no tale 'longside of Brer Remus en Daddy Jack yer. I 'fraid I git it all mixed up." The child manifested such genuine disappointment that Aunt Tempy relented a little. "If you all laugh now," she said, with a threatening air, "I'm des gwine ter pick up en git right out er dish yer place. Der ain't to be no laughin', 'kaze de tale w'at I year in Ferginny ain't no laughin' tale." With this understanding, Aunt Tempy adjusted her head handkerchief, looked round rather sheepishly, as Uncle Remus declared afterwards in confidence to the little boy, and began. "Well, den, in de times w'en Brer Rabbit en Brer Fox live in de same settlement wid one another,
De seasons tuck come wrong. De weather got hot, en den a long dry drouth set in, en it seem like dat de nat'ral leaf on de trees was gwine to turn to powder." Aunt Tempy emphasized her statements by little backward and forward movements of her head, and the little boy would have laughed, but a warning glance from Uncle Remus prevented him. "De leaf on de trees look like dey gwine to turn to powder, en de groun' look like it done bin cooked. All de truck w'at de creeturs plant was all parched up, en dey wa'n't no crops made nowheres. Dey dunno w'at to do. Dey run dis a way, dey run dat a way, yit w'en dey quit runnin', dey dunno whar de bread comin' from. Dis de way it look to Brer Fox, en so one day w'en he got a mighty hankerin' atter sump'n' sorter juicy, he meet Brer Rabbit in de lane, en he ax 'im, sezee, 'Brer Rabbit, wharbouts our bread comin' from?' Brer Rabbit, he bow, he did, en answer, sezee, 'Look lak it mought be comin' from nowhar,' sezee." "You see dat, honey?" exclaimed Uncle Remus, condescending to give the story the benefit of his patronage. "You see dat? Brer Rabbit was allus a waitin' a chance fer to crack his jokes." "Yes, Lord!" Aunt Tempy continued, with considerable more animation. "He joke en joke, en bimeby he ain't feel like no mo' jokin', en den he up'n say, sezee, dat him en Brer Fox better stout out en take der fammerlies wid um ter town en swap um off fer some fresh groun' meal. En Brer Fox say, sezee, dat dat look mighty fair en square, en den dey tuck'n make dey 'greements. Brer Fox wuz ter supply de waggin en team, en he promise dat he gwine ter catch he fammerly en tie um hard en fas' wid a red twine string. Brer Rabbit, he say, sezee, dat he gwine ter catch he fammerly en tie um all, en meet Brer Fox at de fork er de road. Sho' nuff, soon in de mornin', w'en Brer Fox draw up wid he waggin, he hollered, 'Whoa!' en Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n holler back, 'Whoa yo'se'f!' en den Brer Fox know dey 'uz all dar. Brer Fox, he tuck'n sot up on de seat, en all er he fammerly, dey wuz a layin' under de seat. Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n put all he fammerly in de behime seat er de waggin, en he say, sezee, dat he speck he better set back dar twel dey git sorter usen ter dey surroundin's. En den Brer Fox crack he whip, en off dey went to'rds town. Brer Fox, he holler eve'y once in a w'ile, sezee, 'No noddin' back dar, Brer Rabbit.' Brer Rabbit, he holler back, sezee, 'Brer Fox, you miss de ruts en de rocks, en I'll miss de noddin'.' But all dat time, bless yo' soul, Brer Rabbit wuz settin' dar ontyin' de ole 'oman en de children, w'ich dey wuz 7 un um. W'en he git um all untie, Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n h'ist hisse'f on de seat 'long er Brer Fox, en dey sot dar en talk en laugh 'bout all sorts er times dey gwine ter have w'en dey git de corn meal. Brer Fox sezee, he gwine ter bake hoe cake. Brer Rabbit sezee, he gwine ter make ash cake. Des 'bout dis time, one er Brer Rabbit's children raise hisse'f up easy en hop outer de waggin. Miss Fox, she sing out, 'One fun 7 don't leave 'lev'm.' Brer Fox hunch his ole 'oman wid de foot fer ter make 'er keep still. Bimeby, n'er little Rabbit pop up en hop out. Miss Fox say she, 'One fum 6 leaves me less kicks.' Brer Fox go on talkin' ter Brer Rabbit, en Brer Rabbit go on talkin' ter Brer Fox, en 't wa'n't so mighty long 'fo' all Brer Rabbit fammerly done pop up en dive outer de waggin, en eve'y time one un 'ud go, Miss Fox see ter fit it like she did de yuthers." "What did she say, Aunt Tempy?" asked the little boy, who was interested in the rhymes. "Just let me see. 1 from 5 leaves 4 alive. 1 from 4 leaves thee no more. One from 3 leaves 2 fer to go free. One from 1, we all done gone." "What did Brother Rabbit do then?" inquired the little boy. "Better ax what Brer Fox do," replied Aunt Tempy, pleased with the effect of her rhymes. "Brer Fox look 'roun' atter w'ile, en w'en he see dat all Brer Rabbit fammerly done gone, he lean back en holler, 'Whoa!' en den he say, sezee, 'In de name er goodness, Brer Rabbit, whar all yo' folks?' Brer Rabbit look 'roun', en den he make lak he cryin'. He des fairly boo-hooed, en he say, sezee, 'Dar now, Brer Fox, I des know'd dat ef I put my po' little childruns in dar wid yo' folks, dey'd git et up. I des know'd it.' Ole Miss Fox, she des vow she ain't totch Brer Rabbit fammerly, but Brer Fox he bin a wantin' a piece un um all de way, en he begrudge um so dat he git mighty mad wid he ole 'oman en de childruns, en he say, sezee, 'You kin des make de most er dat, 'kaze I'm a gwine ter bid you good riddance dis ve'y day.' En, sho' nuff, Brer Fox tuck his whole fambly ter town en trade um off fer co'n. Brer Rabbit wuz wid um, des as big as life en twice as natchul. Dey start back, dey did, en w'en dey git 4 or 5 mile out er town, hit come 'cross Brer Fox min' dat he done come away en lef' a plug er terbacker in de sto', en he say he bleedz ter go back atter it. Brer Rabbit, he say, sezee, dat he'll stay en take keer er de waggin, w'ile Brer Fox kin run back en git his terbacker. Soon ez Brer Fox git out er sight, Brer Rabbit lay de hosses under line en lash, en drove de waggin home, en put de hosses in his own stable, en de co'n in his smoke house, en de waggin in his barn, en den he put some co'n in his pocket, en cut de hosses tails off, en went back up de road twel he come to a quagmire, en in dat he stuck de tails en wait fer Brer Fox. Atter w'ile, yer he come, en den Brer Rabbit 'gun to holler en pull at de tails. He say, sezee, 'Run yer, Brer Fox, run yer! Youer des in time ef you ain't too late. Run yer, Brer Fox, run yer!' Brer Fox, he'd run en jerk Brer Rabbit away, en say, sezee, 'Git outer de way, Brer Rabbit! You too little. Git outer de way en let a man ketch holt.' Brer Fox took holt," continued Aunt Tempy, endeavoring to keep from laughing, "en he fetch one big pull, en I let you know dat 'uz de onliest pull he make, 'kaze de tails come out en he tu'n a back summerset. He jump up, he did, en 'gun to grabble in de quagmire des as hard as he kin. Brer Rabbit, he stan' by en drap some co'n in unbeknowns to Brer Fox, en dis make 'im grabble wuss en wuss, en he grabble so hard, en he grabble so long dat 't wa'n't long 'fo' he fall down dead, en so dat 'uz de las' er de ole Brer Fox in dat day en time." As Aunt Tempy paused, Uncle Remus adjusted his spectacles and looked at her admiringly. Then he laughed heartily. "I declare, Sis Tempy," he said after a while, "you gives tongue same as a lawyer. You have to join in wid us some mo'." Aunt Tempy closed her eyes and dropped her head on one side. "Don't get me started, Brer Remus," she said after a pause, "'kaze ef you does, you'll have to set up yer long past yo' bedtime." "I b'leeve you, Sis Tempy, dat I does!" exclaimed the old man, with the air of one who has made a pleasing discovery. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 42, The Fire Test.
We er sorter been a waitin' fer Sis Tempy," Uncle Remus remarked when the little boy made his appearance the next night, "but somehow er n'er look like she fear'd she have ter up en tell some mo' tales. En yit, maybe she bin strucken down wid some kinder ailment. Dey ain't no countin' on deze yer fat folks. Dey er up one minute en down de nex', en w'at make it dat a way I be bless ef I know, 'kaze w'en folks is big en fat, look like dey oughter be weller dan deze yer long, hungry kinder folks. Yit all de same, Brer Jack done come," continued Uncle Remus, "en we'll des slam de do' shet, en ef Sis Tempy come she'll des hatter hol' 'er han's 'fo' 'er face en holler out: "'Lucky de linktum, chucky de chin, open de do' en let me in.'" "Oh, you kin laugh ef you wanter, but I boun' you ef Sis Tempy wuz ter come dar en say de wuds w'at I say, de button on dat ar do' 'ud des nat'ally twis' itse'f off but w'at it would let 'er in. Now I boun' you dat." Whatever doubts the child may have had he kept to himself, for experience had taught him that it was useless to irritate the old man by disputing with him. What effect the child's silence may have had in this instance it is impossible to say, for just then Aunt Tempy came in laughing. "You all can des say w'at you please," she exclaimed as she took her seat, "but dat there shucky cordy in de tale w'at Daddy Jack done tole bin runnin' 'roun' in my min' en zoonin' in my years all de time." "Yer too!" exclaimed Uncle Remus, with emphasis. "Dat's me up en down. Look like dat there cricket over dar in de cornder done tuck it up, en now he gwine, 'Shucky cordy, shucky cordy.'" "Shuh shuh!" exclaimed Daddy Jack, with vehement contempt. "He Cutta Cord-La. He no shucky cordy not 't all." "Well, well, Brer Jack," said Uncle Remus, soothingly, "in deze low grounds er sorrer, you des gotter lean back en make 'lowances fer all sorts er folks. You got ter 'low fer dem dat knows too much same ez dem w'at knows too little. A heap er sayin's en a heap er doin's in dis roun' worl' got ter be took on trus'. You got yo' sayin's, I got mine. You got yo' knowin's en I got mine. Man come 'long en ax me how does de worm get in de scaly bark. I tell 'im right up en down, I dunno, sir. N'er man come 'long en ax me who raise de row 'twix' de Buzzard en de bee martin. I tell 'im I dunno, sir. Yet, 'kaze I dunno," continued Uncle Remus, "dat don't hinder um. Dar dey is, spite er dat, worm in de scaly bark, bee martin atter de Buzzard." "Dat's so!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy. "Dat's de Lord's truth." "Dat dar pullin' at de string," Uncle Remus went on, "en dat dar hollerin' 'bout shucky cordy—" "Cutta Cord-La!" said Daddy Jack, fiercely. "'Bout de w'at's his name," said Uncle Remus, with a lenient and forgiving smile, "all dish yer hollerin' en gwine on 'bout de w'at's his name put me in min' er one time w'en Brer Rabbit wuz gwine off fum home fer ter git a mess er green truck. W'en Brer Rabbit git ready fer ter go, he call all his chilluns up, en he tell um dat w'en he go out dey mus' fasten de do' on de inside, en dey mustn't turn nobody in nohow, 'kaze Brer Fox en Brer Wolf bin layin' 'roun' wait a chance fer ter nab um, en he tuck'n tole um dat w'en he come back, he'd rap at de do' en sing, 'I'll stay w'en you away, 'kaze no gol' will pay toll.' De little Rabs, dey hilt up der han's en promise dat dey won't open de do' fer nobody 'ceppin' dey daddy, en wid dat, Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n put out, he did, at a hang gallop, huntin' sump'n' n'er ter eat. But all dis time, Brer Wolf bin hidin' out behime de house, en he year every word dat pass, en ole Brer Rabbit wa'n't mo'n out er sight 'fo' Brer Wolf went ter de do' en he knock, he did, blip, blip, blip. Little Rabbit holler out, "Who dat?" Brer Wolf, he sing, "I'll stay w'en you away, 'kaze no go will pay toll." De little Rabs, dey laugh fit to kill deyse'f, en dey up en 'low,
Go way, Mr. Wolf, go way. You ain't none of we all daddy.
Ole Brer Wolf, he slunk off, he did, but every time he thunk of dem plump little Rabs, he des git mo' hungry dan befo', en 'twa'n't long 'fo' he 'uz back at de door. Blap, blap, blap. Little Rab holler,
Who dat?
Brer Wolf, he up en sing, "I'll stay w'en you away, 'kaze no gull will pay toll." De little Rabs, dey laugh en roll on de flo', en dey up en 'low,
Go way, Mr. Wolf. We all daddy ain't got no bad cold like dat.
Brer Wolf slunk off, but bimeby he come back, en dis time he try mighty hard fer ter talk fine. He knock at de door, blam, blam, blam. Little Rab holler,
Who dat?
Brer Wolf turn loose en sing, "I'll stay w'en you away, 'kaze no gull will pay toll." Little Rab holler back, he did,
Go way, Mr. Wolf, go way. We all daddy can sing lots puttier than dat. Go way, Mr. Wolf, go way.
Brer Wolf, he slunk off, he did, en he go way out in de woods, en he sing en sing twel he kin sing fine ez de nex' man. Den he go back en knock at de door, en w'en de little Rabs ax who dat, he sing dem de song, en he sing so nice, en he sing so fine, dat dey undo de door, en ole Brer Wolf walk in en gobble um all up, fum de fus to de las'. W'en ole Brer Rabbit git back home, he fine de door standin' wide open en all de chilluns gone. Dey wa'n't no sign er no tussle, de h'ath 'uz all swep' clean, en eve'ything wuz all ter rights, but right over in de cornder he see a pile er bones, en den he know in reason dat some er de yuther creeturs bin done dar en make hash out'n his chilluns. Den he go 'roun' en ax um 'bout it, but dey all deny it. Dey all deny it ter de las', en Brer Wolf, he deny it wuss'n all un um. Den Brer Rabbit tuck'n lay de case 'fo' Brer Terrapin. Ole Brer Terrapin was a mighty man in dem days," continued Uncle Remus, with something like a sigh. "A mighty man, en no sooner is he year de state er de condition dan he up en call all de creeturs tergedder. He call um tergedder, he did, en den he up en tell um 'bout how somebody done tuck'n 'stroy all er Brer Rabbit chillun, en he 'low dat de man w'at do dat bleedz ter be kotch, 'kaze ef he ain't, dey ain't no tellin' how long it'll be 'fo' de same somebody'll come 'long en 'stroy all de chillun in de settlement. Brer B'ar, he up en ax how dey gwine fin' 'im. Brer Terrapin say dey er allus away. Den he 'low,
Let's dig a deep pit.
"I'll dig de pit," said Brer Wolf, sezee. Atter de pit done dug, Brer Terrapin say,
Let's fill de pit up wid lighter knots er brush.
"I'll fill de pit," says Brer Wolf, sezee. Atter de pit done fill up, Brer Terrapin say,
Now den, let's set it afire.
"I'll kindle de fire," says Brer Wolf, sezee. W'en de fire 'gun to blaze up, Brer Terrapin 'low dat de creeturs mus' jump 'cross dat, en de man w'at 'stroy Brer Rabbit chilluns will drap in en git bunt up. Brer Wolf bin so uppity 'bout diggin' en fillin' en kindlin' dat dey all 'spected 'im fer ter make de fus trial, but bless yo' soul en body, Brer Wolf look like he got some yuther business fer ter 'ten' ter. De pit look so deep, en de fire burn so high, dat dey mos' all fear'd fer ter make de trial, but atter w'ile, Brer Mink 'low dat he ain't hunted none er Brer Rabbit chilluns, en wid dat, he tuck a runnin' start en lipt across. Den Brer Coon say he ain't hunted um, en over he sailed. Brer B'ar say he feel mo' heavy dan he ever is befo' in all his born days, but he ain't hunted none er Brer Rabbit po' little chilluns, en wid dat away he went 'cross de fire. Dey all jump, twel bimeby hit come Brer Wolf time. Den he 'gun ter git skeer'd, en he mighty sorry 'kaze he dig dat pit so deep en wide, en kindled dat fier so high. He tuck sech a long runnin' start, dat time he git to de jumpin' place, he is done wo teetotally out, en he lip up, he did, en fetch de squall en drapt right spang in de middle er de fier.
Uncle Remus, said the little boy, after a while, did Brother Terrapin jump over the fire?
"W'at Brer Terrapin gwine jump fer?" responded Uncle Remus, "w'en everybody know Terrapins ain't eat rabbits."
Well, you said everything was different then, said the child.
"Look yer, Brer Jack!" exclaimed Uncle Remus. "Ef you got any tale on yo' min', des let 'er come. Dish yer youngster gittin' too long headed fer me, dat he is."
End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 43, The Cunning Snake. Daddy Jack, thus appealed to, turned half round in his seat, winked his bright little eyes very rapidly, and said with great animation, "Ho! Me bin yeddy one sing tale. Me yeddy so long time go. One time, der bin one ole Africa woman. A call 'e name Coomba. She go walkie through de woods. E walkie through de field. By she's come 'pon one snake nest filled with egg. Snake, big snake. Egg, big egg. Africa womans is bin a wanted dem egg so bad, she afraid fer to take um. She gone home, she is see dem egg in her dream, she want um so bad. When de next day morning come, de Africa woman say she bleeds to have dem egg. She go away, she bin a see de snake nest, she is git de egg, she fetch um at her own house, he cook um for her breakfast. By de snake bin a come by her nest. Egg done gone. She put her nose upon de ground. She is track de Africa womans by her own house. Snake come by de Africa woman's house. He ax about de egg. Africa woman say she no hab been see no egg. Snake see de skin what been upon de egg. She ask what is dis? Africa womans no say nothing at all. Snake, she say, "Wait for you come break up me nest or take me egg." Africa woman, she no say nothing at all. She toss her head and make like she no hear the snake voice. It go 'bout her work. Snake, she say, "Woman, you is been hear me voice when me cry out. You been taking me egg. You been destroy me children. Take care your own. Take care your own." Snake gone way. She slick out her tongue and slide away. By de Africa womans, she hab one purty little pickaninny. She lub 'em hard all over. She is mind what the snake say. She is tote the pickaninny round upon her back. She call 'em Nuncy and tote 'em fur and lub 'em hard. Snake, she been a stay in de bush side. She watch all day, and wait all night. She gets hungry for de pickaninny. She want 'em so bad. She been slick out de tongue. She been slide through de grass. She been hanker for de pickaninny. By, de Africa womans toted de Nancy till she get tire. She puff, she blow, she work a gill same like a catfish. Aunt Tempy burst into loud laughter at this remarkable statement. "Who ever is here to beat a dat?" she exclaimed. "Daddy Jack, you goes on owdacious 'bout de wimmen, dat you does." He puff, she blow, she pant. She say, "Da pickaninny, she do get a big like one bag of rice. She get it so heavy, yet me yent most know what for to do. Me yent can tote 'em no more." The Africa womans is bin a put the pickaninny down upon the ground. She make up one sing on the head, and she learn the little gal for answer the sing. She do show 'em how for to pull out the peg in the door. Snake, she is been lay coil up in the bush. She say nothin' at all. Africa woman's learn the pickaninny for answer the sing, and when she start for to go off, she say, "Put the peg in the door, and you no open it for anyone 'cept you is hear me sing." Lil gal, she say, "Yas'm," and the Africa woman's gone off. Snake stay still. She coil up and he coil, and yet move the tail. By and by, towards night time, the Africa woman's come back where she live. He stand by the door, she talk this sing. "Walla walla witto me Nancy, walla walla witto me Nancy, walla walla witto me Nancy." She voice come finer towards the last tell, it get loud for true. The little gal, she do make answer like this: "Anduli, anduli, andolo." She know her mammy's voice, and she been pull out the peg quick. She run to her mammy, and mammy there hung 'em up. Next day, she does same ting, 2, 3, 7 day, and the same ting. Africa woman's holler de sing, the little gal make answer pon t'other side of the door. Snake, she like coil up in the bush. She watch de night and listen de day. She try fer to learn de song. She no say nothin' at all. By and by, one time when Africa woman's been gone away, Snake, she wait till most time for womans to come back. She gone by the door and open her mouth and say, "Wolla wolla widow me Nancy, wolla wolla widow me Nancy, wolla wolla widow me Nancy." She try for to make the voice come fine like the little girl mammy, and there had one rough place in the throat, and the voice come big. Little gal no make answer. She no open the door. She say, "Go away from Day Day. Me mammy no holler to sing like dat." Snake, she try 1, 2, 3 time, and yet no use. Little gal no open the door. E no make answer. Snake, she slick out her tongue and slide away. She say she must learn to sing sho nuff. By and by, the Africa woman's come back. She holler to sing, "Walla walla witto me Nancy, walla walla witto me Nancy, walla walla witto me Nancy." Lily gal say, "Dammy, mommy." She answer to sing, "Anduli, anduli, andolo." Snake, she coil up in the chimmerly corner. She hold her breath fer to listen, and she learn to sing. Next day mornin' the Africa woman's been a gone way and left the lily gal all by herself. All the day long the Snake she think about the song. She say 'em in her mind. She say 'em forward, she say 'em backward. By and by, most towards sundown, she come at the door. She come, she holler to sing. "Walla walla witto me Nancy, walla walla witto me Nancy, walla walla witto me Nancy." The little gal, she think of the Snake bin her mammy. She is answer to sing, "Anduli, anduli, andolo." She make answer like dat, and she open the door quick. She run upon the Snake before she see 'im. Snake, she bin a hug de lily gal more sem dan her mammy. She is twist de tail round her. She is ketch 'im in her coil. Lily gal, she holler, she squall, she squall, she holler. Nobody bin a come fer to year 'em. Snake, she squeeze 'em tight. She no let go. And she squeeze 'em tight. She swaller 'em whole. She break no bone. She take a da lilly gal like she stan'. By and by, de little mammy come home at 'e house. She holler to sing. She get a no answer. She come skeerd. Her voice shake, her body trimple. She listen and no hear no fuss. She push de door open. She see nothin' at all. Da lilly gal gone. De woman she holler, she cry. She ax where de lilly gal been gone. She no git no answer. She look all 'roun', and she see where de snake been across de road. She holler, "Oh, me Lord! De snake bin come swaller me lil nonsie gal. I gwine hunt him up. I gwine foller de snake past de een' er de yeth." She go in de swamp. She cut 'im one cane. She come back. She find de snake track, and she do foller 'long where it lead. Snake she so full wit de lilly gal she no walk fas'. Lil gal's mommy, she bin mad. She go straight 'long. Snake she so full wit de lilly gal, she come sleepy. She lay down, she shet her eye. She open um no more," continued Daddy Jack, moving his head slowly from side to side and looking as solemn as he could. "Da woman come 'pon de snake w'en she bin lay there asleep. She come 'pon 'im. She take a cane en break her head en mash 'im flat. She cut de snake open en find de lilly gal same like she bin asleep. She take 'im home, she wash 'im off. By and by de lil gal open her eye. As soon as she see her mammy, she answer de sing. She say, "Andoli, andolai, andolo." "Well, well, well!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy, sympathetically. "And the poor little creature was alive?" "Enty!" exclaimed Daddy Jack. No reply could possibly have been more prompt, more emphatic, or more convincing. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 44. How Brer Fox Was Too Smart. "Uncle Remus," said the little boy, one night when he found the old man alone, "I don't like these stories where somebody has to stand at the door and sing, do you? They don't sound funny to me." Uncle Remus crossed his legs, took off his spectacles and laid them carefully on the floor under his chair, and made a great pretense of arguing the matter with the child. "Now den, honey, which tale is it what you ain't like de mos'?" The little boy reflected a moment and then replied: "About the snake swallowing the little girl. I don't see any fun in that. Papa says they have snakes in Africa as big around as his body, and goodness knows I hope they won't get after me." "How dey gwine git after you, honey, w'en you settin' up yer 'longside er me en de snakes way across dar in Africa?" "Well, Daddy Jack, he came, and the snakes might come too." Uncle Remus laughed, more to reassure the child than to ridicule his argument.
"Dem ar snakes ain't no water moccasin, not as I knows of. Brer Jack bin yer mighty long time, en dey ain't no snake foller atter him yet."
"Now, Uncle Remus, Papa says they have them in shows."
"I 'speck dey is, honey, but who's afeard er snakes stuffed wid meal bran? Not none er ole Miss Gran'chillun, sho'."
"Well, the stories don't sound funny to me."
"Dat mought be. Yit deyer funny to Brer Jack, en dey do mighty well fer ter pass de time. Atter w'ile you'll be gwine 'roun' runnin' down ole Brer Rabbit en de yuther creeturs, en somehow er n'er you'll take'n git ole Remus mix up wid dem twel you won't know w'ich one un um you er runnin' down, en let 'lone dat, you won't keer needer. Shoo, honey! You ain't de fust chap w'at I done tole deze yer tales ter." "Why, Uncle Remus!" exclaimed the little boy in a horrified tone. "I wouldn't! You know I wouldn't!"
"Don't tell me," insisted the old man. "You er outgrowin' me, en you er outgrowin' de tales. Des like Miss Sally changed de link er yo' britches, des dat a way I got to do w'ence I whirl in en pursue atter de creeturs. Time wuz w'en you'd er set down yer by dish yer h'ath, en you'd take'n holler en laugh en clap yo' han's w'en ole Brer Rabbit 'ud kick outen all of his tanglements, but dese times you sits dar wid yo' eyes wide open, en you don't crack a smile. I say it," Uncle Remus exclaimed, changing his tone and attitude, as if addressing some third person concealed in the room. "I say it. Stidder jinin' in wid de fun, he'll take en lean back dar en 'spute 'long wid you, des like growed up folks. I'll stick it out dis season, but w'en Chris'mus come, I be bless ef I ain't gwine ter ax Miss Sally fer my removin's papers, en I'm gwine ter hang my bundle on my walkin' cane en see w'at kinder dirt dey is at de fur end er dis big road."
"Yes," exclaimed the little boy, triumphantly. "And if you do, the patrollers will get you."
"Well," replied the old man, with a curious air of resignation, "ef dey does, I ain't gwine ter do like Brer Fox did w'en Brer Rabbit showed 'im de tracks in de big road."
"How did Brother Fox do, Uncle Remus?"
"Watch out now, dish yer one er de tales w'at ain't got no fun in it."
"Uncle Remus, please tell it."
"Hol' on dar. Dey might be a snake somewheres in it, one er deze yer meal-brand snakes."
"Please, Uncle Remus, tell it." The old man never allowed himself to resist the artful pleadings of the little boy, so he recovered his specs from under the chair, looked up the chimney for luck, as he explained to his little partner, and proceeded.
"One day w'en Brer Fox went callin' on Miss Meadows en Miss Motts en de yuther gals, who should he find settin' up dar but ole Brer Rabbit. Yasser, dar he wuz, des as sociable ez you please. He 'uz gwine on wid de gals, en w'en Brer Fox drapt in dey look like dey wuz mighty tickled 'bout sump'n' 'n'er Brer Rabbit bin sayin'. Brer Fox, he look sorter jubious, he did, des like folks does w'en dey walks up in a crowd whar de yuthers er all a gigglin'. He tuck'n kotch de dry gins terreckly, but dey all howdied, en Miss Meadows, she up'n say:
"You des have ter 'scuse us, Brer Fox, on de 'count er dish yer gigglement. To be sho', it monst'us disperlite fer we all fer ter be gwine on dat a way, but I'm mighty glad you come, en I says to de gals, say I, 'Fo' de Lord, gals, dar come Brer Fox, en yer we is a gigglin' en a gwine on scan'lous. Yet it done come ter mighty funny pass,' says I, 'ef you can't run on en laugh 'fo' home folks,' says I. Dat des 'zackly w'at I say, en I leave it ter ole Brer Rabbit en de gals yer ef it ain't."
De gals, dey tuck'n jine in, dey did, en dey make ole Brer Fox feel right splimmy splammy, en dey all sot dar en run on 'bout der neighbors des like folks does deze days. Dey sot dar, dey did, twel atter w'ile Brer Rabbit look out todes sundown, en 'low:
"Now den, folks en frien's, I bleedz ter say good bye. Cloud comin' up out yonder, en mos' 'fo' we know it de rain'll be a po'in' en de grass'll be a growin'." "Why, that's poetry, Uncle Remus," interrupted the little boy.
"Tooby sho' 'tis, honey, tooby sho' 'tis. I'll des let you know Brer Rabbit wuz a mighty man in dem days. Brer Fox, he see de cloud comin' up, en he up'n 'low he 'speck he better be gittin' along hisse'f, 'kaze he ain't wanter git his Sunday go ter meetin' cloze wet. Miss Meadows en Miss Motts, en de gals, they want 'im ter stay,
But both of dem there creatures is mighty feared of getting their foots wet, and after a while dey put out. While dey's is gwine down de big road, jawin' at one another, Brer Fox, he tuck'n stop right quick, en 'low, "Run yer, Brer Rabbit, run yer. If my eye ain't 'ceive me, yer de signs whar Mr. Dog bin along, en mo'n dat, dey er right fresh." Brer Rabbit, he sidle up en look. Den he 'low, "Dat ar track ain't never fit Mr. Dog's foot in de roun' worl'. W'at make it mo' bindin'," sezee, "I done gone en bin acquainted wid de man w'at make dat track. Too long 'go ter talk 'bout," sezee. "Brer Rabbit, please, sir, tell me his name." Brer Rabbit, he laugh like he makin' light er sump'n' or n'er. "Ef I ain't make no mistakes, Brer Fox, de po' creetur w'at made dat track is Cousin Wildcat, no mo' en no less." "How big is he, Brer Rabbit?" "He des 'bout yo' heft, Brer Fox." Den Brer Rabbit make lak he talkin' wid hisse'f. "Tut, tut, tut! Hit mighty funny dat I should run up on Cousin Wildcat in dis part er de worl'. Tooby sho', many en many's de time I see my ole granddaddy kick en cuff Cousin Wildcat twel I git sorry 'bout 'im. Ef you want any fun, Brer Fox, right now de time ter git it." Brer Fox up en ax, he did, how he gwine have any fun. Brer Rabbit, he 'low, "Easy 'nuff, des go en tackle ole Cousin Wildcat en lam 'im 'roun'." Brer Fox, he sorter scratch his year, en 'low, "Eh, Brer Rabbit, I fear'd. He track too much like Mr. Dog." Brer Rabbit des set right flat down in de road, en holler en laugh. He 'low, sezee, "Shoo, Brer Fox, who'd 'a thunk you is so skeery? Des look at dish yer track right close. Is dey any sign er claw anywheres?" Brer Fox bleedz to agree dat der wa'n't no sign er no claw. Brer Rabbit say, "Well, den, ef he ain't got no claw, how he gwine ter hurt you, Brer Fox?" "What gone wid his toofs, Brer Rabbit?" "Shoo, Brer Fox, creeturs w'at barks de trees ain't gwine bite." Brer Fox tuck 'n'er good look at de tracks, en den him en Brer Rabbit put out fer ter follow um up. Dey went up de road, en down de lane, en 'cross de turnip patch, en down a drain, en up a big gully. Brer Rabbit, he done de trackin', en eve'y time he fin' one, he up en holler, "Yer n'er track, en no claw dar! Yer n'er track, en no claw dar!" Dey kep' on en dey kep' on, twel bimeby dey run up wid de creetur. Brer Rabbit, he holler out mighty biggity, "Heyo dar! W'at you doin'?" De creetur look 'roun', but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit 'low, "Oh, you needn't look so sullen. We'll make you talk 'fo' we er done 'long with you. Come now, w'at you doin' out dar?" De creetur rub hisse'f agin a tree des like you see deze yer house cats rub agin a cheer, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit holler, "W'at you come pesterin' 'long with us fer, w'en we ain't bin a pesterin' you? You got de consate dat I dunno who you is, but I does. You er de same ole Cousin Wildcat w'at my granddaddy use ter kick en cuff w'en you refuse ter 'spon'. I let you know I got a better man yer dan w'at my granddaddy ever is bin, en I boun' you he'll make you talk. Dat's w'at I boun' you." De creetur lean mo' harder agin de tree, en sorter ruffle up his bristle, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit, he 'low, "Go up dar, Brer Fox, en ef he refuse ter 'spon', slap 'im down. Dat de way my granddaddy done. You go up dar, Brer Fox, en ef he dast ter try ter run, I'll des whirl in en ketch 'im." Brer Fox, he sorter jubious, but he start todes de creetur. Ole Cousin Wildcat walk all 'roun' de tree, rubbin' hisse'f, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit, he holler, "Des walk right up en slap 'im down, Brer Fox.
Hey, the audacious villain! Just hit him a surbinder, and if he das to run, I bound you I'll ketch him."
Brer Fox, he went up a little nigher. Cousin Wildcat stopped rubbing on de tree and sot up on his behind legs wid his front paws in de air, and he balanced hisse'f by leanin' agin de tree, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit, he squall out, he did.
"Oh, you needn't to put up yo' hands and try to beg off. Dat de way you fool my ole granddaddy, but you can't fool we all. All yo' settin' up en beggin' ain't gwine to help you. Ef you're so humble as all dat, w'at make you come pesterin' along we all? Hit 'im a clip, Brer Fox. Ef he run, I'll ketch 'im."
Brer Fox see de creature look so mighty humble, sittin' up dar like he beggin' off, en he sorter take heart. He sidled up towards him, he did, and des as he 'uz makin' ready fer to slap 'im, ole Cousin Wildcat drawed back en fotch Brer Fox a wipe 'cross de stomach. Uncle Remus paused here a moment, as if to discover some term strong enough to do complete justice to the catastrophe. Presently he went on. "Dat there Cousin Wildcat creature fotch Brer Fox a wipe across de stomach, en you might a yeard 'im squall from yer to Harmony Grove. Little mo', en de creature would 'a' tore Brer Fox in two. W'ence de creature made a pass at 'im, Brer Rabbit knew w'at gwine ter happen, yit all de same he tuck'n holler,
"Hit 'im ag'in, Brer Fox! Hit 'im ag'in! I'm a backin' you, Brer Fox. Ef he das to run, I'll in about cripple 'im. Dat I will. Hit 'im ag'in!"
All dis time w'iles Brer Rabbit gwine on dis a way, Brer Fox, he 'uz squattin' down holdin' his stomach wid bofe hands en des a moanin', "I'm ruint, Brer Rabbit, I'm ruint. Run fetch de doctor. I'm teetotally ruint." 'Bout dat time, Cousin Wildcat, he tuck a walk. Brer Rabbit, he make like he 'stonished dat Brer Fox is hurted. He tuck'n 'zamine de place, he did, en he up'n 'low,
"Hit look like to me, Brer Fox, dat audacious villain tuck'n struck you wid a reapin' hook."
Wid dat, Brer Rabbit lit out fer home, en w'en he get out er sight, he tuck'n shuck de hands des like a cat does w'en he git water on 'er foots, en he tuck'n laugh en laugh twel it make 'im sick fer to laugh. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 45. Brer Wolf Gets in a Warm Place. The little boy thought that the story of how the Wildcat scratched Brother Fox was one of the best stories he had ever heard, and he didn't hesitate to say so. His hearty endorsement increased Uncle Remus's good humor, and the old man, with a broad grin upon his features and something of enthusiasm in his tone, continued to narrate the adventures of Brother Rabbit. "After Brer Fox get hurted so bad," said Uncle Remus, putting an edge upon his axe with a whetstone held in his hand, "it was a mighty long time 'fo' he could ramble 'roun' en worry ole Brer Rabbit. De time Cousin Wildcat fetched 'im dat wipe across de stomach, he tuck'n lay de blame on Brer Rabbit, en w'en he git well, he des tuck'n juggle wid de yuther creeturs, en dey all 'gree dat dem en Brer Rabbit can't drink outer de same branch, nor walk de same road, nor live in de same settlement, ner go in washin' in de same wash hole. To be sho', Brer Rabbit bleedz ter take notice er all dish yer kinder jugglements is gwine on, en he des tuck'n strengthen his house, in de neighborhoods er de winders, en den he put 'im up a steeple on top er dat. Yasser, a sho' 'nuff steeple, en he rise up so high dat folks gwine 'long de big road stop en say, 'Hey, w'at kinder meetin' house dat?'" The little boy laughed loudly at Uncle Remus's graphic delineation of the astonishment and admiration of the passers-by. The old man raised his head, stretched his eyes, and seemed to be looking over his spectacles right at Brother Rabbit's steeple. "Folks 'ud stop and ax, but Brer Rabbit ain't got time fer to make no answer. He hammered, he nailed, he knocked, he lammed. Folks go by, he ain't look up. Creeturs come stand and watch 'im, he ain't look 'roun'. Work, 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 from sun up to sundown, twel dat ar steeple git done. Den ole Brer Rabbit tuck'n draw long breff, en wipe his forehead, en 'lowed dat ef dem udder creeturs w'at been atter 'im so long is got any advantage of 'im, de time done come fer 'em fer to show it. Wid dat he went en got 'im a snack er sump'n to eat, en a long piece er plow line, en he tole his ole 'oman fer to put a kettle er water on de fire, en stan' 'roun' close by, en everything he tell 'er not ter do, dat de ve'y thing she sho'ly mus' do. Den ole Brer Rabbit sot down in his rockin' cheer en lookt out fum de steeple fer to see how de lan' lay. 'Twa'n't long 'fo' all de creeturs year talk dat Brer Rabbit done stop wuk, en dey 'gun ter come 'roun' fer to see w'at he gwine do nex'. But Brer Rabbit, he got up dar, he did, en smoke his seegyar, en chaw his terbacker, en let his min' run on. Brer Wolf, he stan' en look up at de steeple, Brer Fox, he stan' en look up at it, en all de yuther creeturs dey done de same. Nex' time you see a crowd of folks lookin' at sump'n right hard, you des watch um, honey. Dey'll walk 'roun' one er n'er en swap places, en dey'll be constant on de move. Dat des de way de creeturs done. Dey walk 'roun' en punch one another en swap places, en look en look. Ole Brer Rabbit, he sot up dar, he did, en chaw his terbacker en smoke his seegyar, en let his min' run on. Bimeby ole Brer Terrapin come 'long, en ole Brer Terrapin bin in cahoots wid Brer Rabbit so long dat he des nat'ally knowed dey wuz gwine ter be fun er plenty 'roun' in dem neighborhoods 'fo' de sun go down. He laugh way down under de roof er he house, ole Brer Terrapin did, en den he hail Brer Rabbit. "Hey o, Brer Rabbit, w'at you doin' way up dar in de elements like dat?" "I'm a sojournin' up yer fer to rest myse'f, Brer Terrapin. Drap up en see me." "'Twix' you en me, Brer Rabbit, de drappin's all one way. S'posen you tu'n loose en come. Man live dat high up dar bleedz ter have wings. I ain't no high flyer myse'f. I fear'd to shake hands wid you so fur off, Brer Rabbit." "Not so, Brer Terrapin, not so. My staircase is a mighty limbersome one, en I'll des let it down ter you." Wid dat, Brer Rabbit let down de plow line. "Des ketch holt er dat, Brer Terrapin," says Brer Rabbit, sezee, "en up you comes, linktum sinktum binktum boo," sezee. "What was that, Uncle Remus?" said the little boy, taking a serious view of the statement. "Creetur talk, honey, des creetur talk. Bless your soul, chile," the old man went on, with a laughable assumption of dignity. "Ef you think I got time fer to stop right short off en stribbit out all I knows, you er mighty much mistaken, mighty much mistaken. Ole Brer Terrapin know mighty well dat Brer Rabbit ain't got nothin' agin 'im, yet he got sech a habit er lookin' out fer hisse'f dat he tuck'n catch de plow line in his mouf, he did, en try de strengt of it. Ole Brer Rabbit, he holler, 'Swing on, Brer Terrapin!' En Brer Terrapin, he tuck'n swung on, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' he 'uz settin' up dar side er Brer Rabbit. But I wish to goodness you'd er bin dar," continued Uncle Remus, very gracefully leaving it to be inferred that he was there. "I wish to goodness you'd er bin dar so you could er seed ole Brer Terrapin w'iles Brer Rabbit wuz a haulin' 'im up, wid his tail a wigglin' en his legs all spraddled out, en him a whirlin' 'roun' en 'roun' en lookin' skeer'd. De yuther creeturs dey see Brer Terrapin go up safe en soun', en dey see de vittles passin' 'roun', en dey 'gun to feel like dey wanter see de inside er Brer Rabbit steeple. Den Brer Wolf, he hail 'im. "Heyo dar, Brer Rabbit! You're lookin' mighty scrumptious way up dar. How you come on?" Brer Rabbit, he look down, he did, en see who it is a hollerin', en he 'spon':
"Po'ly, mighty po'ly, but I thank de Lord I'm able to eat my 'lowance. Won't you drap up, Brer Wolf?"
"Hit's a mighty clumsy journey fer ter make, Brer Rabbit, yet I don't keer ef I does." Wid dat, Brer Rabbit let down de plow line, en Brer Wolf kotch hold, en dey 'gun to haul 'im up. Dey haul en dey haul, en w'en Brer Wolf git mos' ter de top, he year Brer Rabbit holler out:
"Stir 'roun', ole 'oman, en set de table, but befo' you do dat, fetch de kittle fer ter make de coffee."
Dey haul en dey haul on de plow line, en Brer Wolf year Brer Rabbit squall out:
"Watch out dar, ole 'oman, you'll spill dat boilin' water on Brer Wolf."
"En bless yo' soul," continued Uncle Remus, turning half around in his chair to face his enthusiastic audience of one, "dat 'uz about all Brer Wolf did year, 'kaze de nex' minute down come de scaldin' water, en Brer Wolf des fetch one squall en turn hisse'f a loose, en w'en he struck de groun', he bounce des de same ez one er deze yer injin rubber balls w'at you use ter play wid 'long in dem times 'fo' you tuck'n broke yo' mammy's lookin' glass. Ole Brer Rabbit, he lean fum out de steeple en 'pologized ez best he kin, but no 'pology ain't gwine ter make ha'r grow back whar de boilin' water hit."
"Did they spill the hot water on purpose, Uncle Remus?" the little boy inquired.
"Now den, honey, you're crowdin' me. Dem ar creeturs wuz mighty kuse, mos' speshly Brer Rabbit. W'en it come down ter dat," said Uncle Remus, lowering his voice and looking very grave, "I 'speck ef you'd er sarch de country fum hen roost to river bank, you won't find a no mo' kuser man dan Brer Rabbit. All I knows is dat Brer Rabbit en Brer Terrapin had a mighty laughin' spell des 'bout de time Brer Wolf hit de groun'."
End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 46. Brer Wolf Still in Trouble.
"En still we er by ourse'fs," exclaimed Uncle Remus as the little boy ran into his cabin the night after he had heard the story of how Brother Rabbit scalded Brother Wolf. "We er by ourse'fs, en time's a passin'. Dem ar folks dunno w'at dey er missin'. We er des gittin' to dat point whar we kin keep de run er creeturs, en it keeps us dat busy we ain't got time fer to bolt our vittles skacely. I done tell you 'bout Brer Rabbit makin' 'im a steeple, but I ain't tell you 'bout how Brer Rabbit got ole Brer Wolf out'n a mighty bad fix."
"No," said the little boy, "you haven't, and that's just what I have come for now." Uncle Remus looked at the rafters, then at the little boy, and finally broke into a loud laugh.
"I 'clar' to goodness," he exclaimed,
addressing the imaginary third person to whom he related the most of his grievances,
"I 'clar' to goodness dat ef dat there chile ain't gittin' so dat he's every whit ez up en spoken ez w'at ole Miss ever bin, dat he is."
The old man paused long enough to give the little boy some uneasiness, and then continued:
"Atter ole Brer Wolf git de nat'al hide tuck off 'er him on account er Brer Rabbit's kittle, co'se he hatter go way off by hisse'f fer ter let de ha'r grow out. He's gone so long dat Brer Rabbit sorter 'lowed to hisse'f dat he 'speck he kin come down out'n his steeple en sorter rack 'roun' 'mungs de yuther creeturs. He sorter primp up, Brer Rabbit did, en den he start out 'pun his journeys hither en yon. He took and went to de crossroads, en dar he stop en choose 'im a road. He choose 'im a road, he did, en den he put out des like he bin sent fer in a hurry. Brer Rabbit gallop on, he did, talkin' en laughin' wid hisse'f, en eve'y time he pass folks, he tu'n it off en make like he singin'. He 'uz gwine on dis a way, w'en fus' news you know, he tuck'n year sump'n'. He stop talkin' en 'gun to hum a chune, but he ain't meet nobody. Den he stop en lissen, en he year sump'n' holler, "Oh, Lordy, Lordy, won't somebody come help me?" The accent of grief and despair and suffering that Uncle Remus managed to throw into this supplication was really harrowing. Brer Rabbit year dis, en he stop en lissen. 'Twa'n't long 'fo' sump'n' n'er holler out, "Oh, Lordy, Lordy, please somebody come en help me." Brer Rabbit, he h'ist up his years, he did, en make answer back, "Who is you, nohow, en what de name of goodness de matter?" "Please somebody do run yer." Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n stan' on 3 legs fer ter make sho' er gittin' a good start ef dey's any needs of it, en he holler back, "Whereabouts is you, en how come you dar?" "Do please somebody run yer en help a po' miser'ble creetur. I'm down yer in de big gully under dish yer great big rock." Ole Brer Rabbit bleedz ter be mighty partickler in dem days, en he crope down to de big gully en look in, en who de name of goodness you speck he seed down dar? Uncle Remus paused and gave the little boy a look of triumph, and then proceeded without waiting for a reply. "Nobody in de roun' world but dat there ole Brer Wolf w'at Brer Rabbit done bin scalted de week 'fo' dat. He is layin' down dar in de big gully, en bless gracious! 'Pon top un 'im wuz a great big rock, en ef you want ter know de reason dat ar great big rock ain't teetotally kilt Brer Wolf, den you'll hatter ax some one w'at know mo' 'bout it dan w'at I does, 'kaze it look like ter me dat it des oughter mash 'im flat. Yet dar he wuz, en let 'lone bein' kilt, he got strenk nuff lef' fer ter make folks year 'im holler a mile off, en he holler so lonesome dat it make Brer Rabbit feel mighty sorry, en no sooner is he feel sorry dan he hol' de coat tails out de way en slid down de bank fer ter see w'at he kin do. W'en he git down dar, Brer Wolf ax 'im, please, sir, kin he help 'im wid de removance er dat there rock, en Brer Rabbit 'low he speck he can. En wid dat Brer Wolf holler en tell 'im fer mussy sake won't he whirl in en do it, w'ich Brer Rabbit tuck'n catch holt er de rock en hump hisse'f, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' he gits a purchase on it, en bless yo' soul, he lif' 'er up des like a nigger at de log rollin'. Hit tu'n out dat Brer Wolf ain't hurt it much, en w'en he finds dish out, he tuck a notion dat ef he ever gwine git his revengeance out er Brer Rabbit, right den wuz de time, en no sooner does dat come 'cross his min' dan he tuck'n grab Brer Rabbit by de nap er de neck en de small er de back. Brer Rabbit he kick en squeal, but 'tain't do no manner er good, 'kaze de mo' w'at he kick, de mo' tighter Brer Wolf clamp 'im, w'ich he squoze 'im so hard dat Brer Rabbit wuz fear'd he 'uz gwine ter git cut off his breff. Brer Rabbit, he 'low, "Well, den, Brer Wolf, is dish yer de way you thanks folks fer savin' yo' life?" Brer Wolf grin big, en den he up en 'low, "I'll thank you, Brer Rabbit, en den I'll make fresh meat out'n you." Brer Rabbit 'low, he did, "Ef you talk dat a way, Brer Wolf, I never is to do yer n'er good turn w'iles I live." Brer Wolf, he grin some mo', en 'low, "Dat you won't, Brer Rabbit, dat you won't. You won't do me no mo' good till you er done dead." Brer Rabbit, he sorter study to hisse'f, he did, en den he 'low, "Whar I come from, Brer Wolf,
Hit's agin de law fer folks fer to kill dem w'at done um a good turn, en I 'speck hit's de law right 'roun' yer."
Brer Wolf say he ain't so mighty sho' 'bout dat. Brer Rabbit say he willin' fer to leaf de whole case wid Brer Terrapin, en Brer Wolf say he 'greeable. Wid dat dey put out, dey did, en make der way to whar ole Brer Terrapin stay, en w'en dey git dar, Brer Wolf he tuck'n tell his side, en den Brer Rabbit he tuck'n tell his side. Ole Brer Terrapin put on de specks en clear up his throat, en den he 'low: "Dere's a mighty heap er mixedness in dish yer 'spute, en 'fo' I kin take any sides, you'll des have ter kyar me fer ter see de place wharbouts Brer Wolf wuz w'en Brer Rabbit foun' 'im," sezee. Sho' nuff, dey tuck'n kyar'd ole Brer Terrapin down de big road twel dey come ter de big gully, en den dey tuck 'im ter whar Brer Wolf got cotch under de big rock. Ole Brer Terrapin, he walk 'roun', he did, en poke at de place wid de een' of his cane. Bimeby he shuck his head, he did, en 'low: "I hates mightily fer ter put you all gents to so much trouble, yit dey ain't no two ways. I'll hatter see des how Brer Wolf was cotch, en des how de rock was layin' 'pon top un 'im," sezee. "De older folks gits, de mo' trouble dey is," sezee, "en I ain't denyin' but w'at I'm a ripenin' mo' samer dan a 'simmon w'at's bin strucken wid de frost," sezee. Den Brer Wolf, he tuck'n lay down whar he wuz w'en Brer Rabbit foun' 'im, en de yuthers dey up en roll de rock 'pun top un 'im. Dey roll de rock 'pun 'im," continued Uncle Remus, looking over his spectacles to see what effect the statement had on the little boy, "en dar he wuz. Brer Terrapin, he walk all 'roun' en 'roun' en look at 'im. Den he sot down, he did, en make marks in de san' wid he cane lak he studyin' 'bout sump'n' n'er. Bimeby Brer Wolf, he open up: "'Ow, Brer Terrapin, dish yer rock gittin' mighty heavy.' Brer Terrapin, he mark in de san' en study en study. Brer Wolf holler: "'Ow, Brer Terrapin, dish yer rock mashin' de breff out'n me.' Brer Terrapin, he r'ar back, he did, en he 'low, sezee: "'Brer Rabbit, you wuz in de wrong. You ain't had no business fer ter come bodderin' 'longer Brer Wolf w'en he ain't bodderin' 'longer you. He 'uz a 'tendin' to he own business, en you oughter bin a 'tendin' to yo'n." Dis make Brer Rabbit look ashame of hisse'f, but Brer Terrapin talk 'er right 'long: "W'en you 'uz gwine down dish yer road dis mawnin', you sho'ly mus' be a gwine some'rs, en ef you wuz gwine some'rs, you better be gwine on. Brer Wolf, he wa'n't gwine nowhars den, en he ain't gwine nowhars now. You foun' 'im under dat dar rock, en under dat dar rock you lef' 'im." "En bless gracious!" exclaimed Uncle Remus, "dem ar creeturs racked off fum dar en lef' ole Brer Wolf under dat dar rock." End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 47, Brer Rabbit lays in his beef supply. "I wonder where Daddy Jack is," said the little boy, one night after he had been waiting for some time for Uncle Remus to get leisure to tell him a story. Uncle Remus, who was delightfully human in his hypocrisy as well as in other directions, leaned back in his chair, looked at the little boy with an air of grieved resignation, and said: "I boun' you does, honey, I boun' you does. Ole Brer Jack look mighty weaselly ter de naked eye, but I lay he's a lot mo' likely a nigger dan w'at ole Remus is. De time done gone by w'en a po' ole no 'count nigger like me kin hol' de han' wid a bran new nigger man like Brer Jack." The child stared at Uncle Remus with open-eyed astonishment.
Now, Uncle Remus, I didn't mean that. You know I didn't," he exclaimed.
Bless your heart, honey. Hit don't pester me. I done got de 'sperience of it. Dat I is. Plow hoss don't squeal en kick w'en dey put anudder hoss in his place. Brer Jack got de age on him, but he new to you. Ole or young, folks is folks, en no longer in day 'fo' yistiddy. I year you braggin' 'bout how de vittle w'at dey feeds you on up at de big house ain't good as de vittles w'at yuther children gits. Never mind ole Remus, honey. You en Brer Jack des go right along, en I'll be much 'blige ef you des lemme set in de cornder yer en chunk de fire. Sho'ly I ain't past doin' dat."
The child was troubled to think that Uncle Remus should find it necessary to depreciate himself, and he made haste to explain his position. "I thought that if Daddy Jack was here, he could tell me a story while you were working, so you wouldn't be bothered." A broad grin of appreciation spread over Uncle Remus's face. He adjusted his spectacles, looked around and behind him, and then, seeing no one but the child, addressed himself to the rafters and cobwebs.
Well, well, well. If dish yer don't beat all. Gentermens, dish yer little chap yer, he puny in de legs, yet he mighty strong in de head."
He paused, as if reflecting over the whole matter, and then turned to the child.
"Is dat w'at make you hone atter Daddy Jack, honey? Des 'kaze you wanter set back dar en listen at a tale? Now den, if you hadn't 'a' got me off'n de track, you'd 'a' been sittin' yer lis'nin' at one un um des dis blessed minute, 'kaze dis time I year talk dat Mars John gwine ter have dat dar longhorned steer kilt fer beef, it come 'cross my min' 'bout de time w'ence Brer Rabbit en Brer Fox joined in wid one another en kilt a cow."
"Killed a cow, Uncle Remus?"
"Des as sho' as youer settin' dar," replied the old man with emphasis. "Look lak dey wa'n't no kinder doin's w'at dem ar creeturs wa'n't up to, mo' speshually ole Brer Rabbit. Day in en day out, fum mawnin' twel night, en fum night twel mawnin', he 'uz constant a studyin' up some bran new kinder contraption fer ter let de yuther creeturs know he is somewheres in de neighborhoods. Come down to that, you kin believe me or not believe me, des as you er mind ter. You kin take yo' choosement. But ole Brer Rabbit en ole Brer Fox, spite er dey fallin' out, dey tuck'n go inter cahoots en kilt a cow. Seem lak I disremember who de cow b'long ter," continued the old man, frowning thoughtfully, and thus by a single stroke imparting an air of reality to the story. "But she sho'ly b'longs ter some er de neighbors, 'kaze you kin des put it down, right pine blank, dat Brer Rabbit ain't gwine ter kill he own cow, en needer is Brer Fox. Well, den, dey tuck'n kilt a cow, en it wa'n't dey own cow, en atter dey done skunt 'er, Brer Rabbit he up'n 'low, he did, dat ef Brer Fox wanter git de good er de game, he better run home en fetch a tray er sump'n fer ter put de jiblets in."
"Giblets, Uncle Remus?"
"Tooby sho', honey. Dat's w'at we all calls de liver, de lights, de heart, en de melt. Some calls um jiblets, en some calls um hazlets, but ef you'll lemme take um en carry um home, you kin des up en call um mos' by any name w'at creep inter yo' min'. You do de namin'," the old man went on, smacking his lips suggestively, "en I'll do de eatin', en ef I'm de loser, I'll boun' you won't year no complaints from me. But law bless me, w'at is I a doin'? De time's a passin', en I ain't skacely got start on de tale. Dey kilt de cow, dey did, en Brer Rabbit tell Brer Fox 'bout de jiblets. En w'iles Brer Fox gwine on home atter de bucket fer ter put um in,
He say to hisself dat Brer Rabbit ain't as bad as he cracked up to be. But no sooner is Brer Fox outer sight than Brer Rabbit cut out de giblets, he did, and carried 'em off and hide 'em. Den he come back and tuck a piece of de meat and drap blood way off de udder way. Bimeby, yer come Brer Fox wid he bucket, en w'en he git dar, Brer Rabbit wuz settin' down cryin'. Mon, he 'uz des a boo-hooin'. Brer Fox, he 'low, "Name er goodness, Brer Rabbit, what de matter?" "Nuff de matter, nuff de matter. I wish you'd 'a' stayed yer w'iles you were yer. Dat I does, Brer Fox." "How come, Brer Rabbit, how come?" "Man come, Brer Fox, en stole all yo' nice giblets. I bin a runnin' after him, Brer Fox, but he outrun me." "Which way he go, Brer Rabbit?" "Yer de way he went, Brer Fox. Yer whar he drap de blood. Ef you be right peart, Brer Fox, you'll ketch 'im." Brer Fox, he drapped de bucket, he did, en put out atter de man w'at took de giblets, en he wa'n't out'n sight good 'fo' ole Brer Rabbit sail in en cut out all de fat en taller, en carry it off en hide it. Atter w'ile, yer comes Brer Fox back des a puffin' en a pantin'. He ain't seen no man. Brer Rabbit, he hail 'im. "You ain't come a minute too soon, Brer Fox, dat you ain't. W'iles you bin gone, 'n'er man come along en kyar'd off all de taller en fat. He went right off dat way, Brer Fox, en ef you'll be right peart, you'll ketch 'im." Brer Fox, he tuck'n put out, he did, en run, yet he ain't see no man. W'iles he done gone, Brer Rabbit kyar off one er de behime quarters. Brer Fox come back, he ain't see no man. Brer Rabbit holler en tell 'im dat 'n'er man done come en got a behime quarter en runned off wid it. Brer Fox sorter study 'bout dis, 'kaze it look like nobody ever see de like er men's folks passin' by dat one lonesome cow. He make out he gwine ter run atter de man w'at steal de behime quarter, but he ain't git fur 'fo' he tuck'n tu'n 'roun' en crope back, en he is des in time fer ter see Brer Rabbit makin' off wid de yuther behime quarter. Brer Fox mighty tired wid runnin' hither en yon, en backards en forwards, but he git so mad w'en he see Brer Rabbit gwine off dat way dat he dash up en ax 'im whar is he gwine wid dat dar beef. Brer Rabbit lay de beef down, he did, en look like his feelin's hurted. He look at Brer Fox like he feel mighty sorry fer folks w'at kin ax foolish questions like dat. He shake his head, he did, en 'low, "Well, well, well, who'd 'a' thunk dat Brer Fox would 'a' come axin' me 'bout dish yer beef, w'ich anybody would 'a' knowed I 'uz kyar'n off fer ter save fer him, so nobody couldn't git it?" But dish yer kinder talk don't suit Brer Fox, en he tuck make a motion ez if to catch Brer Rabbit, but Brer Rabbit he got 'im leg bail, en dar dey had it thoo de woods twel Brer Rabbit come 'pon a holler tree, en inter dat he went, des like one er deze streaked lizards goes inter a hole in de sand.
"And then," said the little boy, as Uncle Remus paused, "along came Brother Buzzard, and Brother Fox set him to watch the hole, and Brother Rabbit said he had found a fat squirrel which he would run out on the other side, and then he came out and ran home." This was the climax of a story that Uncle Remus had told a long time before, and he looked at his little partner with astonishment not unmixed with admiration.
"I 'clar' to gracious, honey," he exclaimed, "ef you hol's on ter yo' prayers like you does to deze yer tales, you'll do mighty well. But don't you try to hol' Brer Rabbit down to one trick. You won't never keep up wid 'im in de roun' worl', dat you won't. Ole Brer Buzzard wuz dar, en Brer Fox ax 'im fer to watch de hole, but he ain't bin dar long 'fo' Brer Rabbit sing out: "I got de 'vantage er you, dat's w'at, Brer Buzzard, I sho'ly is." "How dat, Brer Rabbit?" "'Kaze I kin see you, en you can't see me." Wid dat, Brer Buzzard stuck his head in de hole en look up, en no sooner is he do dis dan Brer Rabbit fill his eyes full of sand, en w'iles he's gone to de branch fer to wash it out, Brer Rabbit he come down out de holler en went back to where de cow was, en mo' dan dat, Brer Rabbit got de balance of de beef. End of chapter 47.
Chapter 48 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 48. Brer Rabbit and Mr. Wildcat.
Uncle Remus, said the little boy after a pause, where did Brother Rabbit go when he got out of the hollow tree?
"Well, sir," exclaimed Uncle Remus, "you ain't gwine to believe me skacely, but dat owdacious creature ain't no sooner git out of dat there tree dan he go en git hisse'f mix up wid some mo' trouble, which he git mighty near skeered outer his skin. W'en Brer Rabbit git outer de holler tree, he tuck'n fling some sass back at ole Brer Buzzard, he did, en den he put out down de big road, 'stid er gwine 'long back home en see 'bout his family. He 'uz gwine 'long, lickety clickety, clickety lickety, w'en fus news you know, he feel somethin' or n'er drop down upon 'im, en dar he was. Bless yo' soul, w'en Brer Rabbit kin git his 'membunce terge'er, he feel ole Mr. Wildcat a huggin' 'im fum behime, en whisperin' in his ear.
What did he whisper, Uncle Remus?
Asked the little boy.
Dis, dat, en de udder, one thing en anudder.
But what did he say?
De way of it was dis,
said Uncle Remus, ignoring the child's question.
Brer Rabbit, he is gallin' up and down de road, en ole Mr. Wildcat, he is layin' stretch out takin' a nap on a tree limb hangin' across de road. He year Brer Rabbit come a lickety-clicketin' down de road, en he des sorter fix hisse'f, en w'en Brer Rabbit come a dancin' under de limb, all Mr. Wildcat got to do is to drap right down on 'im, en dar he was. Mr. Wildcat hug 'im right up at 'im, en laugh en whisper in his ear.
Well, Uncle Remus, what did he say? Persisted the little boy.
The old man made a sweeping gesture with his left hand that might mean everything or nothing, and proceeded to tell the story in his own way.
Ole Mr. Wildcat hug Brer Rabbit up close en whisper in his ear. Brer Rabbit, he kick, he squall. Bimeby he ketch his breff en 'low, "Oh, Lordy, Lordy, what I done gone en done now?" Mr. Wildcat, he rub his wet nose on Brer Rabbit's year, en make cold chill run up his back. Bimeby he say, "Oh, Brer Rabbit, I des nat'ally loves you. You been a foolin' all of my cousins en all of my kinfolks, en dey ain't been so mighty long since you set Cousin Fox on me, en little mo' en I'd a tore 'im in two. Oh, Brer Rabbit, I des nat'ally loves you," sezee. Den he laugh, en he toof straight together right close to Brer Rabbit's year. Brer Rabbit, he 'low, he did, "Law, Mr. Wildcat, I thunk maybe you might like to have Brer Fox for supper, en dat de reason I sent him up to where you is. Hit done come to mighty purty pass when folks can't be friends, ceppin' sump'n' or n'er step in 'twixt en between um, en if dat de case, I ain't gwine to be friends no more. Dat I ain't." Mr. Wildcat wipe his nose on Brer Rabbit's year, en he do sorter like he's studyin'. Brer Rabbit, he keep on talkin'. He 'low, "Endurin' all this time, is I ever pester 'long wid you, Mr. Wildcat?" "No, Brer Rabbit, I can't say as you is." "No, Mr. Wildcat, dat I ain't. Let alone dat, I done my level best fer to help you out. En dough you done jump on me en skeer me scanless, yet I'm willin' to do you another good turn. I year some wild turkeys yelpin' out yonder, en if you'll des let me off dis time, I'll go out there and call 'em up, and you can make like you dead, and they'll come up and stretch their neck over you, and you can jump up and kill a whole passel of 'em 'fo' they can get out of the way."
Mr. Wildcat stop and study, 'cause if there one kind of meat w'at he like, dat meat is turkey meat. Den he tuck and ax Brer Rabbit, is he jokin'? Brer Rabbit say if he is settin' off somewheres by his own lone self, he might be jokin', but how in de name of goodness is he kin joke when Mr. Wildcat got him hug up so tight? Dis look so pleasy-plazy dat 'twa'n't long 'fo' Mr. Wildcat 'low dat he's mighty willin' if Brer Rabbit mean w'at he say, en atter w'ile, bless yo' soul, if you'd 'a' come along dar, you'd 'a' seed ole Mr. Wildcat layin' stretch out on de groun', lookin' fer all de worl' des like he done bin dead a month, en you'd 'a' yeard ole Brer Rabbit a yelpin' out in de bushes des like a sho' 'nuff turkey hen. The little boy was always anxious for a practical demonstration, and he asked Uncle Remus how Brother Rabbit could yelp like a turkey hen. For reply, Uncle Remus searched upon his rude mantelpiece until he found a reed, which he intended to use as a pipe stem. One end of this he placed in his mouth, enclosing the other in his hands. By sucking the air through the reed with his mouth, and regulating the tone and volume by opening or closing his hands, the old man was able to produce a marvelous imitation of the call of the turkey hen, much to the delight and astonishment of the little boy. "Ah, Lord!" exclaimed Uncle Remus, after he had repeated the call until the child was satisfied. "Many's and many's de time is I gone out in de woods with ole marster 'fo' de crack er day, en call de wil' turkeys right spang up to whar we could kill um wid a stick. When we fus' move yer from Virginny, dey used to come right up to whar de barn sets, en mo'n dat I done seed ole marster kill um right out dar by de front gate. But folks from town been comin' 'roun' yer wid de pointer dogs till hit done got so dat ef you want to see turkey track, you gotta go down dar to de Oconee, en dat's 2 mile off."
"Did the Wildcat catch the turkeys?" the little boy inquired, when it seemed that Uncle Remus was about to give his entire attention to his own reminiscences.
"De gracious en de goodness!" exclaimed the old man. "Yer I is runnin' on, en dar lays Mr. Wildcat waitin' fer Brer Rabbit fer to help dem turkeys up. En it ain't take 'im long needer, 'kaze bless yo' soul, ole Brer Rabbit wuz a yelper, mon. Sho' nuff, atter w'ile, yer dey come, ole Brer Gibbly Gobbler wukkin' in de lead. Brer Rabbit, he run to meet um en gun um de wink 'bout ole Mr. Wildcat, en by de time dey git up to whar he layin', Brer Gibbly Gobbler en all his folks was jined in a big 'spute. One 'low he dead, n'er 'low he ain't, n'er one 'low he stiff, udder one 'low he ain't, en de yuther 'low he is. So dar dey had it. Dey stretch out dey neck en step high wid de foot, en yet dey ain't git too close to Mr. Wildcat. He lay dar, he did, en he ain't move. Win' ruffle up his hair, yet he ain't move. Sun shine down 'pun 'im, yet he ain't move. De turkeys, dey gobble en dey yelp, but dey ain't go no nigher. Dey holler en dey 'spute, but dey ain't go no nigher. Dey stretch dey neck en dey lif dey foot high, yet dey ain't go no nigher. He keep on dis way, twel bimeby Mr. Wildcat git tired er waitin', en he jump up, he did, en make a dash at de nighest turkey. But dat turkey done fix, en w'en Mr. Wildcat come at 'im, he des riz in de air, en Mr. Wildcat run under him. Den he tuck'n run at anudder one, en dat un fly up, en dey keep on dat a way twel 'twa'n't long 'fo' Mr. Wildcat wuz so stiff in de j'ints, en so short in de win', dat he des hatter lay down on de groun' en res'. En w'en he do dis, ole Brer Gibbly Gobbler en all er his folks went on 'bout dey own business. But sence dat day dey're constant 'sputin' long wid deyse'f en everybody w'at come by. Ef you don't b'leeve me, with an air of disposing of the whole matter judicially, "you can just holler at the first gobbler what you meets, and if he refuse to holler back after you, you can just use my head for a hole in the wall, and what more can you ask than dat?"
What became of Brother Rabbit, Uncle Remus?
"Well, sir, Brer Rabbit took and left dem low grounds. Whilst dey disputin' was going on, he took and bowed his goodbyes, and den he des put out from dar. Next day ole Brer Gibbly Gobbler took and sent him a turkey wing fer to make a foun outer, en Brer Rabbit he took and sent it to Miss Meadows en de gals. En I let you know," continued the old man, chuckling heartily to himself, "dey make a great admiration about it."
End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 49. Mr. Benjamin Ram Defends Himself.
"I speck we done gone en forgot ole Mr. Benjamin Ram off'n our mind,"
said Uncle Remus one night, as the little boy went into the cabin with a large ram's horn hanging on his arm. "About his playing the fiddle and getting lost in the woods!" exclaimed the child. "Oh, no, I haven't forgotten him, Uncle Remus. I remember just how he tuned his fiddle in Brother Wolf's house."
"Dat's me," said Uncle Remus with enthusiasm. "Dat's me up and down. Mr. Ram just as fresh in my mind now as he was de day I year dat tale. Dat ole creetur was a sight, man. He most sho'ly was. His wrinkly old hawn en his shaggy hair on his neck make 'im look mighty servigous, en w'ence he shake his head en snort, it seem like he gwine ter fair paw de yeth fum under him. Ole Brer Fox bin pookin' up ole Mr. Benjamin Ram chilluns w'en dey git too fur from home, but look like he ain't never bin git close ter de ole creetur. So one time w'en he 'uz comin' on down de road, talkin' 'long wid Brer Wolf, he up en 'low, ole Brer Fox did, dat he mighty hongry in de neighborhoods er de stomach. Dis make Brer Wolf look like he 'stonished, en he ax Brer Fox how de name er goodness come he hongry w'en ole Mr. Benjamin Ram layin' up dar in de house des a rollin' in fat. Den Brer Fox tuck'n 'low he did, dat he done bin in de habits er eatin' Mr. Benjamin Ram chillun, but he sorter fear'd er de ole creetur 'kaze he look so bad on de 'count of his red eye en his wrinkly hawn. Brer Wolf des holler en laugh. Den he 'low, 'Lordy, Brer Fox, I dunno w'at kinder man you is nohow. Why, dat der ole creetur ain't never hurted a flea in all his born days, dat he ain't,' sezee. Brer Fox, he look at Brer Wolf right hard, he did, en den he up en 'low, 'Heyo, Brer Wolf, many's de time dat you bin hongry 'roun' in dese diggin's, en I ain't year talk er you makin' a meal off'n Mr. Benjamin Ram,' sezee. Brer Fox talk so close to de fatal trufe dat Brer Wolf got tooken wid de dry grins, yet he up en 'spon, sezee, 'I des like ter know who in de name er goodness want to eat tough creetur like dat ole Mr. Benjamin Ram. Dat w'at I like ter know,' sezee. Brer Fox, he holler en laugh, he did, en den he up en say, 'Ah yi, Brer Wolf, you ax me w'at I goes hongry fer w'en ole Mr. Benjamin Ram up dar in de house, yet you done bin hongry many en many's de time, en still ole Mr. Benjamin Ram up dar in his house. Now den, how you gwine do in a case like dat?' sez Brer Fox, sezee. Brer Wolf, he strike de end of his cane down 'pun de groun', en he say, sezee, 'I done say all I got to say, en w'at I say, dat I'll stick ter. Dat ole creetur lots too tough.' Hungry as he is, Brer Fox laugh way down in his stomach. After a while, he 'low, "Well, den, Brer Wolf, stidder sputin' longer wid you, I gwine do w'at you say. I gwine to go up dar en git a bait of ole Mr. Benjamin Ram, en I wish you be so good as to go along wid me fer comp'ny," sezee. Brer Wolf jaw sorter fall w'en he year dis, en he 'low, "Hey, Brer Fox, I'd druther go my own lone self," sezee. "Well, den," says Brer Fox, sezee, "you better make haste," sezee, "'kaze it ain't gwine ter take me so mighty long fer to go up dar en make hash out of ole Mr. Benjamin Ram," sezee. "Brer Wolf know mighty well," said Uncle Remus, snapping his huge tongs in order to silence a persistent cricket in the chimney, "dat if he dast turn back from a banter like dat, he is never to hear de las' of it from Miss Meadows en Miss Motts en de gals," and he march off towards Mr. Benjamin Ram's house. Little puff of wind come en blow up some leafs. Brer Wolf jump like somebody shootin' at him, en he fly mighty mad w'en he year Brer Fox laugh. He mend his gait, he did, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' he 'uz knockin' at Mr. Benjamin Ram's door. He knock at de door, he did, en co'se he 'speck somebody fer ter come open de door. But stidder dat, lo and beholes, yer come Mr. Benjamin Ram 'roun' de house. Dar he was, red eye, wrinkly hawn en shaggy head. Now den, in case like dat, w'at a slim leg man like Brer Wolf gwine do? Dey ain't no two ways. He gwine ter git 'way fum dar, en he went back to whar Brer Fox is mo' samer dan if de patrollers was atter him. Brer Fox, he laugh en he laugh, en ole Brer Wolf, he look mighty glum. Brer Fox ax him is he done kilt en et Mr. Benjamin Ram, en if so be, is he lef' any fer him? Brer Wolf say he ain't feelin' well, en he don't like mutton nohow. Brer Wolf 'low, "You may be puny in de min', Brer Wolf, but you ain't feelin' bad in de leg, 'kaze I done seed you wuck um." Brer Wolf 'low he des a runnin' fer ter see ef it won't make 'im feel better. Brer Fox, he say, sezee, dat w'en he feelin' puny, he ain't ax no mo' dan fer somebody fer ter git out'n de way en let 'im lay down. Dey went on dis a way, dey did, twel bimeby Brer Fox ax Brer Wolf ef he'll go wid 'im fer ter catch Mr. Benjamin Ram. Brer Wolf, he 'low, he did, Hey, Brer Fox, I fear'd you'll run en leave me dar fer ter do all de fightin'." Brer Fox, he 'low dat he'll fix dat. He stuck en got 'im a plow line, en tied one end to Brer Wolf en de udder end ter his own self. Wid dat dey put out fer Mr. Benjamin Ram's house. Brer Wolf, he sorter hang back, but he 'shame' fer ter say he skeer'd, en dey went on plum twel dey git right spang up to Mr. Benjamin Ram house. W'en dey git dar, de ole creetur wuz settin' out in de front porch sorter sunnin' hisse'f. He see um comin', en w'en dey git up in hailin' distance, he sorter cle'r up his throat, he did, en holler out: "I'm much 'bliged to you, Brer Fox, fer catchin' dat owdacious vilyun en fetchin' 'im back. My smoke house runnin' short, en I'll des chop 'im up en pickle 'im. Fetch 'im in, Brer Fox, fetch 'im in." Des 'bout dat time, ole Miss Ram see dem creeturs a comin', en gentermens, you might a yeard 'er bleat plum ter town. Mr. Benjamin Ram, he sorter skeer'd hisse'f, but he keep on talkin'. "Fetch 'im in, Brer Fox, fetch 'im in. Don't you year my ole 'oman cryin' fer 'im? She ain't had no wolf meat now en gwine on mighty nigh a month. Fetch 'im in, Brer Fox, fetch 'im in." Fus' Brer Wolf try to ontie hisse'f, den he tuck'n broke en runned, en he drag ole Brer Fox atter 'im des like he ain't weigh no mo'n a poun'. En I let you know hit 'uz many a long day 'fo' Brer Fox git well er de thumpin' he got.
"Uncle Remus,"
said the little boy, after a while.
I thought wolves always caught sheep when they had the chance.
Dey catches lambs, honey, but bless your soul, dey ain't catch dese yer old-time rams with red eye and wrinkly hawn.
Where was Brother Rabbit all this time?
Now den, honey, don't let's pester with old Brer Rabbit right now. Des let's give him one night rest, mo' especially when I year de 7 stairs say your bedtime done come. Des take your foot in your hand and put right out 'fo' Miss Sally come a callin' you, 'kaze den she'll say I'm a sittin' yer a noddin' and not takin' keer of you."
The child laughed and ran up the path to the big house, stopping a moment on the way to mimic a bullfrog that was bellowing at a tremendous rate near the spring. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 50. Brer Rabbit Pretends to be Poisoned. Not many nights after the story of how Mr. Benjamin Ram frightened Brother Wolf and Brother Fox, the little boy found himself in Uncle Remus's cabin. It had occurred to him that Mr. Ram should have played on his fiddle somewhere in the tale, and Uncle Remus was called on to explain. He looked at the little boy with an air of grieved astonishment, and exclaimed, "Well, I be bless if I ever year de beat of dat. Yer you bin a pursuin' on atter dese yer creeturs en makin' der 'quaintance, en yit look lak ef you wuz to meet right up wid um dar in de path, you'd fergit all 'bout who dey is." "Oh, no, I wouldn't, Uncle Remus," protested the child, glancing at the door and getting a little closer to the old man.
Yasser, you des nat'ally whirl in en fergit 'bout who dey is. 'Tain't so mighty long sence I done tole you 'bout ole Mr. Benjermun Ram playin' his fiddle at Brer Wolf house, en yer you come en ax me how come he don't take en play it at 'im ag'in. W'at kinder lookin' sight 'ud dat ole creetur 'a' bin ef he'd jump up en grab his fiddle en go to playin' on it every time he year a fuss down de big road?"
The little boy said nothing, but he thought the story would have been a great deal nicer if Mr. Benjamin Ram could have played one of the old-time tunes on his fiddle, and while he was thinking about it, the door opened and Aunt Tempy made her appearance. Her good humor was infectious.
"Name of goodness!" she exclaimed. "I lef' you all settin' yer way las' week. I goes off en I does my wuk, en I comes back, en I finds you settin' right whar I lef' you. Goodness knows, I dunno whar you git yo' vittles. I dunno whar I ain't bin sence I lef' you all settin' yer. I let you know I bin usin' my feet, en I bin a usin' my hands. Dat's me. No use to ax how you all is, 'kaze you looks lots better'n me."
"Yas, Sis Tempy, we is settin' yer whar you lef' us, en de Lord, he bin a pervidin'. W'en de vittles don't come in at de door, hit come down de chimbly, en so w'at de odds? We er sorter po'ly, Sis Tempy, I'm 'blige to you. You know w'at de jaybird say to de squinch owl? I'm sickly, but sassy."
Aunt Tempy laughed as she replied,
"I 'speck you all bin a havin' lots of fun. Goodness knows I wish many a time sence I bin gone dat I 'uz settin' down yer runnin' on wid you all. I ain't bin gone fur, dat's so, yet mistis put me to cuttin' out, en I tell you now, dem w'at cuts out de duds fer all de niggers in dis place is got to wuk fum soon in de mawnin' plum to bedtime. Dey ain't no two ways. 'Tain't no wuk you kin kyar 'bout wid you, needer, 'kaze you got to spread it right out on de flo' en git down on yo' knees. I'm mighty glad I done wid it, 'kaze my back feel like it done broke in 1,000 pieces. Honey, is Brer Remus bin a tellin' you some mo' er dem ole time tales?"
Aunt Tempy's question gave the little boy an excuse for giving her brief outlines of some of the stories. One that he seemed to remember particularly well was the story of how Brother Rabbit and Brother Fox killed a cow, and how Brother Rabbit got the most and the best of the beef.
I done yeard talk of de tale like dat," exclaimed Aunt Tempy, laughing heartily, "but it ain't de same tale. I'm mos' 'shamed to tell it."
"You gettin' too old to be blushin', Sis Tempy," said Uncle Remus with dignity.
"Well, den," said Aunt Tempy, wiping her fat face with her apron, "one time Brer Rabbit en Brer Wolf tuck'n gone off somewheres en killed a cow, en w'en dey come fer ter divide out de carcass, Brer Wolf 'low dat bein's he's de biggest he oughter have de mos', en he light in, he did, en do like he gwine ter take it all. Brer Rabbit do like he don't keer much, but he keer so bad it make 'im right sick. He tuck'n walk all 'roun' de kyarkiss, he did, en snuff de air, en terreckly he say: "'Brer Wolf! Oh, Brer Wolf! Is dis meat smell 'zuckly right to you?' Brer Wolf, he cuttin' en he carvin', en he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit, he walk all 'roun' en 'roun' de kyarkiss. He feel it en he kick it. Terreckly he say: "'Brer Wolf! Oh, Brer Wolf! Dis meat feel mighty flabby ter me. How it feel to you?' Brer Wolf, he year all dat said, but he keep on a cuttin' on de carvin'. Brer Rabbit say: "'You kin talk or not talk, Brer Wolf, des ez youer mind ter, yit ef I ain't mistooken in de sign, you'll do some tall talkin' 'fo' you're done wid dis beef. Now you mark w'at I tell you.' Brer Rabbit put out fum dar, en 't wa'n't long 'fo' yer he come back wid a chunk er fier en a dish er salt. W'en Brer Wolf see dis, he say: "'W'at you gwine do wid all dat, Brer Rabbit?' Brer Rabbit laugh like he know mo' dan he gwine tell, en he say: "'Bless yo' soul, Brer Wolf, I ain't gwine ter kyar a poun' er dis meat home tel I find out w'at de matter wid it. No, I ain't, so dar now.' Den Brer Rabbit built 'im a fier en cut 'im off a slash er steak en broil it good en done, en den he e't a little uv it. Fus' he'd tas'e en den he'd nibble, en den he'd nibble en den he'd tas'e. He keep on tel he e't right smart piece. Den he went en sot off little ways like he waitin' fer sump'n'. Brer Wolf, he kyarve en he cut, but he keep one eye on Brer Rabbit. Brer Rabbit sot up dar same ez judge on de bench. Brer Wolf, he watch his motions. Terreckly Brer Rabbit fling bofe han's up to his head en fetch a groan. Brer Wolf cut en carve en watch Brer Rabbit motions. Brer Rabbit sorter sway backwards en forwards en fetch 'n'er groan. Den he sway from side to side en holler, "Oh, Lordy!" Brer Wolf, he sorter 'gun to git skeer'd, en he ax Brer Rabbit w'at de matter. Brer Rabbit, he roll on de groun' en holler, "Oh, Lordy, Lordy! I'm poisoned! I'm poisoned! Oh, Lordy, I'm poisoned! Run yer, somebody, run yer! De meat done got poison in it! Oh, do run yer!" Brer Wolf get so skeer'd dat he put out fum dar, en he wa'n't out er sight skacely 'fo' Brer Rabbit jump up fum dar en cut de pigeon wing, en it wa'n't so mighty long atter dat 'fo' Brer Rabbit done put all er dat beef in his smoke house. "What became of Brother Wolf?" the little boy inquired. "Brer Wolf went atter de doctor," continued Aunt Tempy, making little tucks in her apron. "En w'en he come back, Brer Rabbit en de beef done gone. En bless goodness, ef it hadn't bin fer de sign whar Brer Wolf built de fier, Brer Wolf would have been mighty pestered fer ter find de place whar de cow bin kilt." At this juncture, 'Tildy, the house girl, came in to tell Aunt Tempy that one of the little negroes had been taken suddenly sick. "I bin huntin' fer you all over de blessed place," said 'Tildy. No, you ain't. No, you ain't. You ain't been hunting nowhere. You'd know mighty well where I was." "Law, Ma'am Tempy, I can't keep up with you. How I know you down yer courtin' with Uncle Remus?" "Yo' head mighty full of courtin', you nasty stinkin' hussy!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy.
Uncle Remus, strange to say, was unmoved. He simply said: "When you see dat there 'Tildy girl perootin' 'roun', I boun' yo' ole Brer Affikin Jack ain't fur off. 'T won't be so mighty long 'fo' de ole creetur'll show up."
"How you know dat, Uncle Remus?" exclaimed 'Tildy, showing her white teeth and stretching her eyes. "Hit's de Lord's trufe. Master Jeems done writ a letter to Miss Sally, en he say in dat letter dat Daddy Jack ax 'im fer to tell Miss Sally fer to tell me dat he'll be up yer dis week. Dat ole African ape got de impidence er de ole boy. He don't know who he foolin' longer."
End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 51. More Trouble for Brer Wolf. The next night the little boy hardly waited to eat his supper before going to Uncle Remus's house, and when Aunt Tempy failed to put in an appearance as early as he thought necessary, he did not hesitate to go after her. He had an idea that there was a sequel to the story she had told the night before, and he was right. After protesting against being dragged around from post to pillar by children, Aunt Tempy said:
"After Brer Rabbit took and make out he is poisoned en git all de beef, it wa'n't long 'fo' he chanced to meet ole Brer Wolf right spang in de middle of de road. Brer Rabbit, he sorter shied off to one side, but Brer Wolf hail 'im. 'Whoa dar, my colty! Don't be so gaily. You better be 'shamed of yo'se'f 'bout de way you do me w'en we go into cahoots wid dat beef.' Brer Rabbit, he up en ax Brer Wolf how all his folks. Brer Wolf say: 'You'll find out all how dey is 'fo' dis day gone by. You took de beef, en now I'm a gwine ter take you.' Wid dis, Brer Wolf make a dash at Brer Rabbit, but he des lack a little bit of being quick enough, en Brer Rabbit, he des went a sailin' through de woods. Brer Wolf, he took atter 'im, en yer dey had it. Fust Brer Rabbit, en den Brer Wolf. Brer Rabbit more soopler dan Brer Wolf, but Brer Wolf got de advantage of de wind, en terreckly he push Brer Rabbit so close dat he run in a holler log. Brer Rabbit bin in dat log befo', en he know dere's a hole at de udder een', en he des keep on a gwine. He dart in one een' en he slip out de udder. He ain't stop to say good bye, bless you, he des keep on gwine. Brer Wolf, he see Brer Rabbit run in de holler log, en he say to hisse'f: 'Heyo, dey bin callin' you so mighty cunnin' all dis time, en yer you done gone en shot yo'se'f up in my trap.' Den Brer Wolf laugh en lay down by de een' whar Brer Rabbit went in, en pant en res' himse'f. He see whar Brer B'ar burnin' off a new groun', en he holler en ax him fer to fetch 'im a chunk er fire, en Brer B'ar he fotch it, en dey sot fire to de holler log, en dey sot dar en watch it till it burn plum up. Den dey tuck en shuck han's, en Brer Wolf say he hope dat atter dat dey'll have some peace in de neighborhoods."
Uncle Remus smiled a knowing smile as he filled his pipe, but Aunt Tempy continued with great seriousness:
"One time atter dat, Brer Wolf, he tuck en pay a call down to Miss Meadows, en w'en he git dar en see Brer Rabbit settin' up side of one er de gals, he like to a fainted, dat he did. He 'uz dat 'stonished dat he look right downhearted all endurin' of de party. Brer Rabbit, he bows en howdies to Brer Wolf, en shuck han's 'long wid him, des like nothin' never happen 'twixt um,
and he up and say, "Ah, law, Brer Wolf, you are more my friend than you ever expected to be, and you can just count on me right straight along." Brer Wolf say he sort of feel dat away himself, and he ax Brer Rabbit what make him change his mind so quick. "Bless you, Brer Wolf, I had needs to change it," says Brer Rabbit, says he. Brer Wolf, he ax him how come. "All about being burned up in a holler log, Brer Wolf, and when you gets time, I wish you be so good as to burn me up some more," says Brer Rabbit, says he. Brer Wolf, he ax him how so. Brer Rabbit say, "I'm feared to tell you, Brer Wolf, 'cause I don't want the news to get out." Brer Wolf vow he won't tell nobody on de top side of de world. Brer Rabbit say, "I done find out, Brer Wolf, dat when you get in a holler tree and somebody sets it afire, dat de nat'ral honey just oozles out of it, and more'n dat, atter you get the honey all over you, 'tain't no use to try to burn you up, 'kaze the honey will preserve you. Don't deny me dis favor, Brer Wolf, 'kaze I done pick me out another holler tree," says Brer Rabbit, says he. Brer Wolf, he wanter put right out den and dar, and Brer Rabbit say dat just de kinder man w'at he bin huntin' fer. Dey took deyse'f off, and it wa'n't long before dey come to de tree w'at Brer Rabbit say he done pick out. When dey git dar, Brer Wolf, he so greedy fer to get a taste of de honey dat he beg and beg Brer Rabbit fer to let him git in de holler. Brer Rabbit, he hold back, but Brer Wolf beg so hard dat Brer Rabbit 'greed ter let him git in de holler. Brer Wolf, he got in, he did, and Brer Rabbit stuffed the hole full of dry leaves and trash, and den he got 'im a chunk of fire and totch her off. She smoked and smoked, and den she bust out in a blaze. Brer Rabbit, he pile up rocks and brush and sticks so Brer Wolf can't get out. Directly Brer Wolf holler, "Git mighty hot, Brer Rabbit. I ain't sees no honey yit." Brer Rabbit, he pile on mo' trash and holler back, "Don't be in no hurry, Brer Wolf. You'll see it and taste it too." Fire burn and burn, wood pop like pistol. Brer Wolf, he holler, "Gittin' hotter and hotter, Brer Rabbit. No honey come yit." "Hold still, Brer Wolf, hit'll come." "Gimme air, Brer Rabbit, I'm a chokin'." "Fresh air make honey sour. Just hold still, Brer Wolf." "Ow! She gettin' hotter and hotter, Brer Rabbit." "Just hold right still, Brer Wolf. Most time for the honey." "Ow! Ow! I'm a burnin', Brer Rabbit." "Wait for the honey, Brer Wolf." "I can't stand it, Brer Rabbit." "Stand it like I did, Brer Wolf." Brer Rabbit, he pile on de trash and de leaves. He say, "I gin you honey, Brer Wolf, de same kind of honey you wanted to give me." "And it seemed like to me," said Aunt Tempy, pleased at the interest the little boy had shown, "dat it done Brer Wolf des right." End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 52. Brer Rabbit Outdoes Mr. Man. The little boy had heard Uncle Remus lamenting that his candle was getting rather short, and he made it his business to go around the house and gather all the pieces he could find. He carried these to the old man, who received them with the liveliest satisfaction. "Now dish yer sorter look like sump'n', honey. W'en ole Brer Jack come back, en Sis Tempy git into habits er hangin' 'roun', we'll des light some er dese yer, en folks'll come by en see de shine, en dey'll go off en 'low dat hit's de night des 'fo' camp meetin' at ole Remus house. I got little piece dar in my chist w'at you brung me long time ago,
en I 'low to myse'f dat ef shove ever git to be push, I'd des draw her out en light her up."
Mamma says Daddy Jack is coming back Sunday," said the little boy.
"Dat w'at I hear talk," replied the old man.
"What did he go off for, Uncle Remus?"
"Bless yo' soul, honey, Brer Jack bleedz ter go en see yo' Unk Jeems. He b'leeve de worl' go wrong ef he ain't do dat. Dat ole nigger b'leeve he white man. He come up yer fum down de country whar de Lord done forsook 'im too long 'go ter talk 'bout. He come up yer en he put on mo' airs dan w'at I dast ter do. Not dat I'm keerin', 'kaze goodness knows I ain't. Yit I notices dat w'en I has ter go somewheres, dere's allus a great to do 'bout w'at is I'm a gwine for, en how long is I'm a gwine ter stay. En ef I ain't back at de ve'y minute, dere's Mars John a growlin', en Miss Sally a vowin' dat she gwine ter put me on de block."
Perhaps Uncle Remus's jealousy was more substantial than he was willing to admit, but he was talking merely to see what the little boy would say. The child, however, failed to appreciate the situation, seeing which, the old man quickly changed the subject.
"Times is mighty diff'ent fum w'at dey used ter was, 'kaze de time has bin dat ef ole Brer Rabbit er runned up wid Brer Jack w'iles he's comin' fum yo' Unk Jeems place, he'd outdone 'im des as sho' as de worl' stan's. Deze days de rabbits has ter keep out de way er folks. But in dem days, folks had ter keep out de way er ole Brer Rabbit. Ain't I never tell you 'bout how Brer Rabbit whirl in en outdo Mr. Man?"
"About the meat tied to the string, Uncle Remus?"
"Shoo! Dat ain't a drap in de bucket, honey. Dish yer wuz de time w'en ole Brer Rabbit wuz gwine 'long de big road, en he meet Mr. Man drivin' 'long wid a waggin chock full er money."
"Where did he get so much money, Uncle Remus?"
"Bruisin' 'roun' en peddlin' about. Mr. Man got w'at lots er folks ain't got: good luck, long head, quick eye, en slick fingers. But no matter 'bout dat, he got de money, en w'en you sorter grow up so you kin knock 'roun', 'twon't be long 'fo' some un'll take you off 'roun' de cornder en tell you dat 't ain't make no diffunce whar de money come from, so de man got it. Dey won't tell you dat in de meetin' house, but dey'll come mighty nigh it. But dat ain't needer yer ner dar. Mr. Man, he come a drivin' 'long de big road, en he got a waggin full er money. Brer Rabbit, he come a lippity clippiting 'long de big road, en he ain't got no waggin full er money. Ole Brer Rabbit, he up en tuck a notion dat dey's sump'n' wrong somewheres, 'kaze ef dey wa'n't, he'd a have des as much waggin en money as Mr. Man. He study en study, en he can't make out how dat is. Bimeby he up en holler out: "'Mr. Man, please, sir, let me ride.' Mr. Man, he tuck'n stop de waggin, en 'low: "'Heyo, Brer Rabbit, how come dis? You comin' one way en I gwine anudder. How come you wanter ride?' Brer Rabbit, he up en scratch hisse'f on de back er de neck wid de behin' foot, en holler out: "'Mr. Man, you sho'ly can't be acquainted 'long wid me. I'm one er dem ole time kinder folks w'at ain't a carin' which way dey're gwine long as dey're ridin'."
The little boy laughed a sympathetic laugh, showing that he heartily endorsed this feature of Brother Rabbit's program.
"Atter so long a time," Uncle Remus went on, "Mr. Man 'gree ter let Brer Rabbit ride a little piece. He try ter git Brer Rabbit fer ter ride upon de seat wid 'im so dey kin git ter 'sputin' 'n'er. But Brer Rabbit say he fear'd he fall off, en he des tuck'n sot right flat down in de bottom er de waggin, en make lak he fear'd to move. Bimeby, w'iles dey's gwine downhill, en Mr. Man hat ter keep his eye on de hosses, Brer Rabbit he tuck'n fling out a great big hunk er de money. Des as the money hit de groun', Brer Rabbit holler out: "'Ow!' Mr. Man look 'roun' en ax w'at de matter. Brer Rabbit 'low: "Nothin' 'tall, Mr. Man, 'cep'n you 'bout ter jolt my jawbone aloose."
Dey go on little furder, en Brer Rabbit fling out n'er hunk er de money. W'en she hit de groun', Brer Rabbit holler, "Blam!" Mr. Man look 'roun' en ax w'at de matter. Brer Rabbit 'low,
"Nothin' 'tall, Mr. Man, 'cep'n I seed a jaybird flyin' 'long, en I make lak I had a gun."
Hit keep on dis a way twel fus' news you know, Mr. Man ain't got a sign er money in dat waggin. Seem like Mr. Man ain't notice dis twel he get a mighty fur ways fum de place whar Brer Rabbit drap out de las' hunk. But gentermens, w'en he do fine it out, you better b'leeve he sot up a howl. "Whar my money? Whar my nice money? Whar my waggin full er purty money? Oh, you long-year'd rascal, whar my money? Oh, gimme my money!" Brer Rabbit sot dar en lissen at him like he 'stonished. Den he up en 'low,
"Look out, Mr. Man, folks'll come 'long en year you gwine on dat a way, en dey'll go off en say you done gone ravin' distracted."
Yit Mr. Man keep on hollerin' en beggin' Brer Rabbit fer ter give 'im de money, en bimeby Brer Rabbit, he git sorter skeer'd en he up en 'low,
"Sun gittin' low, Mr. Man, en I better be gittin' 'way fum yer. De sooner I goes, de better, 'kaze ef you keep on like you gwine, 't won't be long 'fo' you'll be accusin' me er takin' dat there money. I'm 'bliged fer de ride, Mr. Man, en I wish you mighty well."
Brer Rabbit got de money," continued Uncle Remus, gazing placidly into the fire, "en it's mighty kuse ter me dat he ain't git de waggin en hosses. Dat it is." End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 53, Brer Rabbit Takes a Walk. Every time I run over in my mind 'bout de pranks of Brer Rabbit, Uncle Remus continued, without giving the little boy time to ask any more embarrassing questions about Mr. Man and his wagon full of money, "hit make me laugh mo' en mo'. He mos' allers comes out on top, yit dey wuz times w'en he had ter be mighty spry."
When was that, Uncle Remus? Inquired the little boy.
"I min' me er one time w'en de yuther creeturs all git de laugh on 'im," responded the old man, "en dey make 'im feel sorter 'shame'. It seem like dey 'uz some kinder bodderment 'mongs' de creeturs, en word went out dat dey all got ter meet tergedder somewheres en ontangle de tanglements. W'en de time come, dey wuz all un um dar, en dey hilt de confab right along. All un um got sump'n' ter say, en dey talk dar, dey did, des like dey 'uz paid fer talkin'. Dey all had der plans, en dey jabbered des like folks does w'en dey call deyse'f tergedder. Hit come 'bout dat Mr. Dog git a seat right close by Brer Rabbit, en w'en he open he mouf fer ter say sump'n', his toofs look so long en so strong en dey shine so white dat it feel mighty kuse. Mr. Dog, he say sump'n', Brer Rabbit, he'd jump en dodge. Mr. Dog, he'd laugh, Brer Rabbit, he'd dodge en jump. He keep on dis a way, twel every time Brer Rabbit 'ud dodge en jump, de yuther creeturs dey'd slap der hands tergedder en break out in a laugh. Mr. Dog, he tuck a notion dat dey's laughin' at him, en dis make him so mad dat he 'gun ter growl en snap right smartually, en it come to dat pass dat w'en Brer Rabbit seed Mr. Dog make a motion fer ter say a speech, he des drap down en git under a cheer. Co'se, dis make um laugh wuss en wuss, en de mo' dey laugh de madder it make Mr. Dog, twel bimeby he git so mad he fairly howl, en Brer Rabbit he sot dar, he did, en shuck like he got de ague.
Atter w'ile Brer Rabbit git sorter on de other side, en he make a speech en say dey oughter be a law fer ter make all de creeturs w'at got tushes ketch en eat de vittles wid der claws. All un 'em 'gree ter dis 'cep it's Mr. Dog, Brer Wolf, en Brer Fox. In dem days," continued Uncle Remus, "ef all de creeturs ain't agree, dey put it off twel de nex' meetin' en talk it over some mo', en dat's de way dey done wid Brer Rabbit projick. Dey put it off twel de nex' time. Brer Rabbit got a kinder sneakin' notion dat de creeturs ain't gwine do lak he want um ter do, en he 'low ter Brer Wolf dat he 'speck de bes' way fer ter do is ter git all de creeturs to agree fer ter have Mr. Dog mouf sewed up, 'kaze his toofs look so venomous, en Brer Wolf say dey all go in fer dat. Sho' nuff, w'en de day done come, Brer Rabbit he git up en say dat de bes' way ter do is have Mr. Dog mouf sewed up so his toofs won't look so venomous. Dey all 'gree, en den Mr. Lion, settin' up in de armcheer, he ax who gwine do de sewin'. Den dey all up en 'low dat de man w'at want de sewin' done, he de man fer ter do it, 'kaze den he'll know it done bin done right. Brer Rabbit, he sorter study, en den he 'low, 'I ain't got no needle.' Brer B'ar, he sorter feel in de flap of his coat collar, en he 'low, 'Yer, Brer Rabbit, yer a great big one.' Brer Rabbit, he sorter study ag'in, en den he 'low, 'I ain't got no thread.' Brer B'ar, he tuck'n pull a ravelin fum de bottom of his waistcoat, en he 'low, 'Yer, Brer Rabbit, yer a great long one.' Ef it had a been anybody in de roun' worl', he'd 'a' 'gun ter feel sorter ticklish." Uncle Remus went on, but ole Brer Rabbit, he des tuck'n laid a finger 'cross his nose en 'low, "Des hol' 'im dar fer me, Brer B'ar, en I'll be much 'blige ter you. It's des 'bout my time er day fer ter take a walk." Uncle Remus laughed as heartily as the child, and added, "Some folks say de creeturs had de grins on Brer Rabbit 'bout dat time, but I tell you right pine blank, dey ain't grin much w'en dey year Brer Rabbit say dat." End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 54, Old Grinny-Granny Wolf. At last Daddy Jack returned, and the fact that the little boy had missed him and inquired about him seemed to give the old African particular pleasure. It was probably a new experience to Daddy Jack, and it vaguely stirred some dim instinct in his bosom that impelled him to greet the child with more genuine heartiness than he had ever displayed in all his life. He drew the little boy up to him, patted him gently on the cheek, and exclaimed, "He! I bin want ter see you berry bad. I bin a tell you, Nunk Jeem, how fine young man you is. He ax why you no come for shum. Fine boy, fine boy." "Well, ef dat's de way youer gwine on, Brer Jack, you'll spoil dat chap sho'. A whole sack er salt won't save 'im."
"I don't know 'bout dat, Brer Remus," said Aunt Tempy, who had come in. "Don't seem like he bad like some yuther children w'at I seen. Bless you, I know children w'at 'ud keep dish yer whole place tarryfied. Dat dey would."
"Well, sir," said Uncle Remus, shaking his head and groaning, "you all ain't wid dat young un dar much as I is. Some days w'en dey ain't nobody lookin', en dey ain't nobody nowhar fer ter take keer er me, dat there little chap dar'll come down yer en chunk me wid rocks, en 'buse me en holler at me scan'lous."
The little boy looked so shocked that Uncle Remus broke into a laugh that shook the cobwebs in the corners. Then, suddenly relapsing into seriousness, he drew himself up with dignity and remarked,
Good or bad, you can't git 'long wid um unless you sets in ter tellin' tales, en Brer Jack, I hope you got some 'long wid you."
Daddy Jack rubbed his hands together and said,
Me been yeddy one tale, and making me laugh till I is come tire.
"For the Lord's sake, let's have it then!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy with unction. Whereupon the small but appreciative audience disposed itself comfortably, and Daddy Jack, peering at each one in turn, his eyes shining between his half-closed lids as brightly as those of some wild animal, began.
One time Brer Rabbit is been traffle 'roun' fer to see his neighbor folks. He been mad wid Brer Wolf for so long time, en make no difference. He come past the house, en he no see nothin', en he no year nothin'. He holler: "Hey, Brer Wolf! When you no make fer answer when you ax me howdy? Wharfo' you is do dis for me wery face? What make you do dis?" He wait, he listen, nothin' no make answer. Brer Rabbit, he holler: "Come a show yourself, Brer Wolf! Come a show yourself! Be shame for not show yourself when your acquaintance come visitin' where you live." Nothin' 't all no make answer, en Brer Rabbit come berry mad. He come so mad he stomp his foot en bump his head 'pon de fence side. By he take heart, he open de door, en he's look inside de house. Fire burn in de chimbly, pot set 'pon de fire, ole woman set by de pot. Fire burn, pot boil, ole woman, she take de nap. De ole woman, she is ole Granny Wolf. She cripple in de leg, she blind in de eye, she's mos' deaf in one ear. She deaf, but she bin yeddy Brer Rabbit make fuss at de door, en she is cry out: "Come a see ole Granny, me grandson! Come a see yo' Granny! De fire is bin burn, de pot is bin boil. Come a fix yo' Granny some bittle, me grandson."
Daddy Jack's representation of the speech and action of an old woman was worth seeing and hearing. The little boy laughed, and Uncle Remus smiled good-humoredly, but Aunt Tempy looked at the old African with open-mouthed astonishment. Daddy Jack, however, cared nothing for any effect he might produce. He told the story for the story's sake, and he made no pause for the purpose of gauging the appreciation of his audience.
Brer Rabbit, he is been make hisse'f comforts by de fire. By he holler: "Hi, Granny! I been cripple meself. Me eye been come blind. You mus' boil me in de water, Granny, so me leggers can come well, en so me eye can see." Brer Rabbit, he mighty hard fer fool. He bin take one chunk root, he trap de wood in de pot. He bin say: "I is been feelin' well, me Granny. Me leg, he comin' strong. Me eye, he's fix fer see." Granny Wolf, she shake 'er head, she cry: "Me one leg cripple, me t'other leg cripple. Me one eye blind, me t'other eye blind. Why you no fer pit me in de pot fer make me well?" Brer Rabbit laugh in he belly. He say: "Hol' yo'se'f still, me Granny. I fix you one place in de pot where you is kin fetch you back de strenk in yo' leg en de sight in yo' eye. Hol' still, me Granny." Brer Rabbit, he is been takee de chunk out de pot. He takee de chunk, en he is been put Granny Wolf in de place. She touch de water, she holler: "Ow! Takee me 'way fum dis." Brer Rabbit say 'tis not de soon enough time. Granny Wolf, she holler: "Ow! Takee me 'way fum dis. E bin too hot." Brer Rabbit, he no takee de Mammy Wolf fum de pot, en by she die in dey. Brer Rabbit, he take 'e bone en th'ow um away, en leaf de meat. He take Granny Wolf frock, en turn um 'roun' en put um on, en take Granny Wolf cap, en turn 'roun' en put um on. He set dar by de fire, en hol' hisse'f in his chair same like Granny Wolf. By Brer Wolf is bin a come back. He walk in his house, he say:
Me hungry, Grinny-Granny, me hungry for true."
"Your dinner ready, grandson?"
Brer Wolf, he look in de pot, he smell in de pot, he stir in de pot. He eat his dinner, he smack a his mouth." The little boy shuddered, and Aunt Tempy exclaimed, "In the name of the Lord!" The old African paid no attention to either. "Brer Wolf eat his dinner. He call his chilluns, and ax um is dey no want nothin' 't all fer to eat. Dey holler back, 'We kin no eat my Grinny-Granny.' Brer Rabbit, he run 'way fum dey. He holler back, 'Brer Wolf, you is bin eat your Grinny-Granny.' Brer Wolf bin a git so mad, he yent mos' kin see. He yeddy Brer Rabbit holler, en he try fer ketch 'im. He fair tear up de grass way he run 'long. Bimeby he come 'pon Brer Rabbit. He is bin push 'im hard. Brer Rabbit run en run till he yent kin run no mo'. He hide 'neath leanin' tree. Brer Wolf, he fine 'im. Brer Rabbit, he holler, 'Hi, Brer Wolf! Make haste come hole up de tree, 'fo' he is fall day. Come a hole 'im, Brer Wolf, so I kin prop 'im up.' Brer Wolf, he hole up de tree fer Brer Rabbit, en he hole 'im till he do come tire. Brer Rabbit gone." Daddy Jack paused. His story was ended. The little boy drew a long breath and said, "I didn't think Brother Rabbit would burn anybody to death in a pot of boiling water."
"Dat," said Uncle Remus reassuringly, "was endurin' de dog days. Dey er mighty warm times, mon. Dey er dog days is."
This was intended to satisfy such scruples as the child might have, and it was no doubt successful, for the youngster said no more, but watched Uncle Remus as the latter leisurely proceeded to fill his pipe. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 55, How Wattle-Weasel Was Caught. Uncle Remus chipped the tobacco from the end of a plug, rubbed it between the palms of his hands, placed it in his pipe, dipped the pipe in the glowing embers, and leaned back in his chair, and seemed to be completely happy.
"Hit might not 'a' been a durin' er de dog days," said the old man, recurring to Daddy Jack's story, "'kaze dey wuz times dat w'en dey push ole Brer Rabbit so close he 'uz des bleedz ter git his revengeance out un 'im. Dat might 'a' been de marter 'twix' him en ole Grinny-Granny Wolf, 'kaze w'en ole Brer Rabbit git his dander up, he 'uz a monst'us bad man fer ter fool wid. Dey took atter 'im," continued Uncle Remus, "en dey 'bused 'im, en dey tried ter 'stroy 'im. But dey wuz times w'en de yuther creeturs bleedz ter call on 'im fer ter help 'im out er trouble. I ain't never tell you 'bout little Wattle-Weasel, is I?" asked the old man, suddenly turning to the little boy. The child laughed. The dogs on the plantation had killed a weasel a few nights before, a very cunning-looking little animal, and some of the negroes had sent it to the big house as a curiosity. He connected this fact with Uncle Remus's allusions to the weasel. Before he could make any reply, however, the old man went on. "No, boun' I ain't, en it come 'cross me right fresh en hot time I year talk er Brer Wolf eatin' he granny. Dey wuz one time w'en all de creeturs wuz livin' in de same settlement, en usin' out er de same spring, en it got so dat dey all put dey butter in de same piggin'. Dey put it in dar, dey did, en dey put it in de spring house, en dey'd go off en 'ten' ter dey bizness. W'en dey come back, dey'd find whar some un bin nibblin' at de butter. Dey tuck'n hide dat butter all 'roun' in de spring house. Dey sot it on de rafters en dey bury it in de sand, yet all de same de butter 'ud come up missin'.
Bimeby it got so dey dunno what to do. Dey 'zamine de tracks, en dey find out dat de man w'at nibble de butter is little Wattle-Weasel. He come in de night, he come in de day. Dey can't catch 'im. Las' de creeturs tuck'n helter confab, en dey 'gree dat dey hatter set some un fer to watch en ketch Wattle-Weasel. Brer Mink wuz de fust man 'p'inted, 'kaze he wa'n't no mo' than half a han' no way you kin fix it. De yuther creeturs, dey tuck'n went to dey wuk, en Brer Mink, he tuck'n sot up wid de butter. He watch en he lissen en he watch. He ain't see nothin', he ain't year nothin'. Yit he watch, 'kaze de yuther creeturs done fix up a law dat ef Wattle-Weasel come w'iles somebody watchin' en git off bidout gittin' kotch, de man w'at watchin' ain't kin eat no mo' butter endurin' dat year. Brer Mink, he watch en he wait. He set so still dat bimeby he git de cramps in his legs. En des 'bout dat time little Wattle-Weasel pop his head under de do'. He see Brer Mink en he hail 'im.
"Heyo, Brer Mink, you look sorter lonesome in there. Come out yer and let's take a game er hidin' switch."
Brer Mink, he want to have some fun, he did, en he tuck'n jine Wattle-Weasel in de game. Dey play en dey play, twel bimeby Brer Mink git so wo' out dat he can't kin run skacely, en des ez soon ez dey sets down to res', Brer Mink, he draps off to sleep. Little Wattle-Weasel, so mighty big en fine, he goes en nibbles up de butter, en pops out de way he come in. De creeturs, dey come back, dey did, en dey find de butter nibbled, en Wattle-Weasel gone. Wid dat, dey marks Brer Mink down, en he ain't kin eat no mo' butter dat year. Den dey fix up n'er choosement, en 'p'int Brer Possum fer to watch de butter. Brer Possum, he grin en watch, en bimeby, sho' nuff, in pop little Wattle-Weasel. He come in, he did, en he sorter hunch Brer Possum in de short ribs, en ax 'im how he come on. Brer Possum mighty ticklish, en time Wattle-Weasel totch 'im in de short ribs, he 'gun to laugh. Wattle-Weasel totch 'im ag'in en laugh wusser, en he keep on hunchin' 'im dat a way twel bimeby Brer Possum laugh hisse'f plum outer win', en Wattle-Weasel lef 'im in dar en nibble up de butter. De creeturs, dey tuck'n mark Brer Possum down, en 'p'int Brer Coon. Brer Coon, he tuck'n startin' all so mighty fine, but w'iles he settin' dar, little Wattle-Weasel banter 'im fer a race up de branch. No sooner say dan yer dey went. Brer Coon, he foller'd de turns er de branch, en little Wattle-Weasel, he take'n take nigh cuts, en 'twa'n't no time 'fo' he done run Brer Coon plum down. Den dey run down de branch, en 'fo' Brer Coon kin ketch up wid 'im, dat little Wattle-Weasel done got back ter de noggin er butter en nibble it up. Den de creeturs tuck'n mark Brer Coon down, dey did, en 'p'int Brer Fox fer to watch de butter. Wattle-Weasel sorter fear'd er Brer Fox. He study long time, en den he wait twel night. Den he tuck'n went 'roun' in de ole fiel' en woke up de killdeers en druv um todes de spring house. Brer Fox year 'im holler, en it make his mouf water. Bimeby, he 'low to hisse'f dat ain't no harm ef he go out en slip up on one. "Dar now," said Aunt Tempy. Brer Fox tuck'n slip out, en Wattle-Weasel he slicked in, en bless yo' soul, dar goes de butter.
"NT!"
exclaimed Daddy Jack. Brer Fox, he git marked down, continued Uncle Remus, en den de creeturs tuck'n 'p'int Brer Wolf fer to be dey watcher. Brer Wolf, he sot up dar, he did, en sorter nod, en bimeby he year some un talkin' outside de spring house. He h'ist up his years en lissen. Look like some er de creeturs wuz gwine by en talkin' 'mungs deyse'f. But all Brer Wolf kin year is dish yer: "I wonder who put dat there young sheep down dar by de chinkapin tree.
and I like to know whereabouts Brer Wolf is." Den it seem like dey pass on, en ole Brer Wolf, he fergotted w'at he in dar for, en he dash down ter de chinkapin tree fer ter git de young sheep. But no sheep dar, en w'en he git back, he see signs where Wattle-Weasel done been in dar en nibble de butter. Den de creeturs tuck en mark Brer Wolf down, en appoint Brer B'ar fer ter keep his eye upon de noggin of butter. Brer B'ar, he tuck'n sot up dar, he did, en lick his paw en feel good. Bimeby Wattle-Weasel come dancin' in. He 'low,
"Heyo, Brer B'ar, how you come on? I 'lowed I yeard you snortin' in yer, en I des dropped in fer to see."
Brer B'ar tell him howdy, en he sorter keep one eye on him. Little Wattle-Weasel 'low,
"En you got ticks on your back, Brer B'ar?"
Wid dat, Wattle-Weasel gun to rub Brer B'ar on de back en scratch 'im on de sides, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' he 'uz stretch out fast asleep en snowin' like a sawmill. Co'se Wattle-Weasel git de butter. Brer B'ar, he git marked down, en den de creeturs ain't know w'at dey gwine do skacely. Some say send fer Brer Rabbit, some say send fer Brer Terrapin, but last dey sent fer Brer Rabbit. Brer Rabbit, he tuck a notion dat dey 'uz fixin' up some kinder trick on him, en dey have to beg mightily, mon, 'fo' he come on set up alongside of de butter. But bimeby he 'greed, en he went down to de spring house en look 'roun'. Den he tuck'n got 'im a twine string en hide hisse'f whar he kin keep his eye on de noggin of butter. He ain't wait long 'fo' yer come Wattle-Weasel. Des ez he 'bout to nibble at de butter, Brer Rabbit holler out, "Let dat butter 'lone!" Wattle-Weasel jump back like de butter burnt him. He jump back, he did, en say,
"Sho'ly dat mus' be Brer Rabbit."
"De same. I 'lowed you know me. Des let dat butter 'lone."
"Des lemme git one little bit of taste, Brer Rabbit."
"Des let dat butter 'lone." Den Wattle-Weasel say he want to run a race. Brer Rabbit 'low he tired. Wattle-Weasel 'low he want to play hidin'. Brer Rabbit 'low dat all his hidin' days is past en gone. Wattle-Weasel bantered en bimeby Brer Rabbit come up wid a banter of his own. "I take'n tie yo' tail," sezee, "en you'll take'n tie mine, en den we'll see which tail de strongest." Little Wattle-Weasel know how weakly Brer Rabbit tail is, but he ain't know how strong Brer Rabbit bin wid his tricks. So dey tuck'n tie de tails wid Brer Rabbit twine string. Wattle-Weasel was to stand inside en Brer Rabbit was to stand outside, en dey was to pull 'gin one another wid de tails. Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n slip out de string, en tie his end 'roun' a tree root. Den he went en peep at Wattle-Weasel tuggin' en pullin'. Bimeby Wattle-Weasel 'low,
"Come on and untie me, Brer Rabbit, 'kaze you done outpull me."
Brer Rabbit sot dar, he did, en chaw his cud, en look like he feel sorry 'bout sump'n'. Bimeby all de creeturs come fer to see 'bout de butter, 'kaze dey fear'd Brer Rabbit done make way wid it. Yit w'en dey see little Wattle-Weasel tied by de tail, dey make great admiration 'bout Brer Rabbit, en dey 'low he de smartest one er de whole gang. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 56, Brer Rabbit Ties Mr. Lion. There was some comment and some questions were asked by the little boy in regard to Wattle-Weasel and the other animals, to all of which Uncle Remus made characteristic response. Aunt Tempy sat with one elbow on her knee, her head resting in the palm of her fat hand. She gazed intently into the fire and seemed to be lost in thought.
Presently she exclaimed,
"Well, the Lord help my soul!"
"That's de promise, Sis Tempy," said Uncle Remus solemnly. Aunt Tempy laughed as she straightened herself in her chair and said,
"I just knowed there was something another gwine 'cross my mind when I hear talk about dat there sheep by de chinkapin tree."
"Out wid it, Sis Tempy," said Uncle Remus by way of encouragement. "Out wid it, free yo' mind, and des make yo'se'f welcome."
No longer'n Sunday 'fo' las', I 'uz crossed dar at de Spivey place, en I tuck'n year de nigger man tellin' de same tale. En I 'lowed to myse'f dat I'd take it en kyar it home en gin it out w'en I come to pass de time wid Brer Remus en all un um. I 'lowed to myse'f I'll take it en kyar it dar, en I'll des tell it in my own way.
"Well, den," said Uncle Remus approvingly, "me en dish yer chap, we er willin' en a waitin', en as fer Brer Jack over dar, we kin say de same fer him. 'Kaze I up en year 'im draw mighty long breff des like now he fixin' fer to snort. But you needn't mind dat ole creetur, Sis Tempy. Des push right ahead."
"Aye!"
exclaimed Daddy Jack, snapping his bright little eyes at Uncle Remus with some display of irritation.
"You takin' me before sleep ebry time I shet me eye. You is make a fool of yourself. Wada yada gara tada!" "Brer Remus," said Aunt Tempy in an awed whisper, "maybe he's a conjurin' on you."
"No, no!" exclaimed Daddy Jack snappishly. "Me no conjure notin' at all. When me conjure you all, you yeddy bone crack, henty."
"Well, in the name of the Lord, don't come a conjurin' wid me, 'kaze I'm des as peaceable as de day's long," said Aunt Tempy.
Uncle Remus smiled and closed his eyes with an air of disdain, caught from his old mistress, the little boy's grandmother, long since dead. "Tell yo' tale, Sis Tempy," he said pleasantly, "en leave de talk er conjurin' ter de little nigger childun. We er done got too ole fer dat kinder foolishness." This was for the ear of the little boy. In his heart, Uncle Remus was convinced that Daddy Jack was capable of changing himself into the blackest of black cats, with swollen tail, arched back, fiery eyes, and protruding fangs. But the old man's attitude reassured Aunt Tempy, as well as the child, and forthwith she proceeded with her story.
"Hit seem like dat one time w'en Brer Rabbit find hisse'f way off in de middle er de woods, de win' strike up en begun to blow. Hit blow down on de groun' en it blow up in de top er de timber, en it blow so hard twel terreckly Brer Rabbit tuck a notion dat he better get out fum dar 'fo' de timber begun to fall. Brer Rabbit, he broke en run, en, man sir, w'en dat creetur runned, he runned. Now you year w'at I tell you. He broke en run, he did, en he fairly flew 'way from dar. W'iles he's gwine 'long full tilt, he run ag'in ole Mr. Lion. Mr. Lion, he hail 'im. "'Heyo, Brer Rabbit, what yo' hurry?' "'Run, Mr. Lion, run! Dere's a harricane comin' back dar in de timbers. You better run!' Dis make Mr. Lion sorter skeer'd. He 'low, 'I'm mos' too heavy fer ter run fur, Brer Rabbit. W'at I gwine do?' "'Lay down, Mr. Lion, lay down. Git close to de groun'.' Mr. Lion shake his head. He 'low, 'Ef win' liable fer ter pick up little man like you is, Brer Rabbit, w'at it gwine do wid big man like me?' "'Hug a tree, Mr. Lion, hug a tree.' Mr. Lion lash hisse'f wid his tail. He 'low, 'W'at I gwine do ef de win' blow all day en a good part er de night, Brer Rabbit?' "'Lemme tie you to de tree, Mr. Lion. Lemme tie you to de tree.' Mr. Lion, he tuck'n 'gree to dis, en Brer Rabbit, he got 'im a hickory split en tie 'im hard en fast to de tree. Den he tuck'n sot down, ole Brer Rabbit did, en wash his face en han's just same as you see de cats doing. Directly Mr. Lion get tired of standing there hugging de tree, and he ask Brer Rabbit what de reason he ain't keep on running. And Brer Rabbit, he up and allow that he gonna stay there and take care of Mr. Lion. Directly Mr. Lion say he ain't year no hurricane. Brer Rabbit say he ain't neither. Mr. Lion say he ain't year no wind a blowin'. Brer Rabbit say he ain't neither. Mr. Lion say he ain't so much as year a leaf a stirrin'. Brer Rabbit say he ain't neither. Mr. Lion sorter study, and Brer Rabbit sot dar, he did, and wash his face and lick his paws. Directly, Mr. Lion ax Brer Rabbit fer to onloose him. Brer Rabbit say he feared. Den Mr. Lion get mighty mad, and he begun to beller wuss'n one of dese yer bull yearlings. He beller so long and he beller so loud, twel presently de other creeturs, dey begun to come up fer to see what de matter. Just soon as dey come up, Brer Rabbit, he tuck and begun to talk biggity and strut 'round, and man, sir, when dem yuthers see dat Brer Rabbit done got Mr. Lion tied up, I let you know dey tuck and walked away 'round him, and it was many a long day 'fo' dey tuck and pestered ole Brer Rabbit."
Here Aunt Tempy paused. The little boy asked what Brother Rabbit tied Mr. Lion for, but she didn't know. Uncle Remus, however, came to the rescue. "One time long 'fo' dat, honey, Brer Rabbit went to de branch fer to git a drink of water, en ole Mr. Lion tuck'n druv 'im off, en fum dat time out, Brer Rabbit bin huntin' a chance fer to catch up wid 'im."
"Dat's so," said Aunt Tempy, and then she added, "I 'clare I ain't gwine tell you all not ne'er anudder tale, dat I ain't, 'kaze you des set dar en you ain't crack a smile fum de time I begin. Ef dat 'ud 'a bin Brer Remus now, dey'd 'a bin mo' gigglin' gwine on dan you kin shake a stick at. I'm right down mad, dat I is."
"Well, I tell you dis, Sis Tempy," said Uncle Remus, with unusual emphasis, "ef deze yer tales wuz de fun, 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 en giggle, 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 I let you know I'd 'a done drapped um long ago. Yasser, w'en it come down to gigglin', you can des count ole Remus out."
End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 57. Mr. Lion's Sad Predicament. The discussion over Aunt Tempy's fragmentary story having exhausted itself, Daddy Jack turned up his coat collar until it was as high as the top of his head, and then tried to button it under his chin. If this attempt had been successful, the old African would have presented a diabolical appearance, but the coat refused to be buttoned in that style. After several attempts, which created no end of amusement for the little boy, Daddy Jack said,
"De Lion, he no hab been smart like Brer Rabbit. He strong wid his foot, he strong wid his tush, but he no strong wid his head. He berry foolish, 'cep he bin hab chance to jump upon dem creature. One time he bin come by Brer Rabbit in de road, and ax him howdy. He ax him where he gwine. Brer Rabbit say he gwine git from front de buckra man what bin comin' long de road. Brer Rabbit say, 'Hide yourself, Brer Lion. De buckra catch you for true. He has been catching you time you put your eye upon you. He make you sick with sorry. Hide from de buckra, Brer Lion.' De Lion, he shaky his head. He say, 'Ki, me no scare de buckra man. I glad for shoom. I catch him and I carry him where I live. Me have de buckra man for me bittle. How come you been scared de buckra man, Brer Rabbit?' Brer Rabbit look all round fer see if de buckra been comin'. He say, 'Me hab plenty reason, Brer Lion. "Da buckra man shoot wit one gun. He rise to the eye, he pint straight towards you. He say, 'Bang!' one time. He say, 'Bang!' two time. Then you has been get hurt through the head and cripple in the leg." Lion, he shake his head. He say, "Me no scare the buckra man. I grab the gun. I catch him for me breakfast." Brer Rabbit, he laugh. He say, "Him queer for true. Me scare the buckra. Me no scare you, but you no scare the buckra. How come dis?" The Lion lash his tail. He say, "Me no scare the buckra, but me scare the partridge. Me berry scare the partridge." Brer Rabbit, he laugh till he can laugh no more. He say, "How come you scare the partridge? He fly when you winkle your eye. He run and he fly. Whew! Me no scare 'bout dem partridge. Me scare the buckra." The Lion, he look all 'bout fer to see if the partridge been a comin'. He say, "I skeer the partridge. When me bin walkin' the bush side, dat partridge he hold right still 'pon the ground till me come day, and then he fly up. When he has been do dat, me is git a skeer berry bad."
No typographical device could adequately describe Daddy Jack's imitation of the flushing of a covey of partridges or quail, but it is needless to say that it made its impression upon the little boy. The old African went on.
Brer Rabbit, he holler en laugh. He say, "Me no skeer the partridge. I bin run dem up ebry day. Dey no hurt to you, Brer Lion. You hol' yo' eye upon de buckra man. De partridge, he no hab no gun for shoot you wit. De buckra, he is bin hab one gun two time. Let de partridge fly, Brer Lion, but when de buckra man come, you best keep in de shady side. I tell you dis, Brer Lion." De Lion, he stand him down, he no scare de buckra man. En by he say good bye. He say he gwine look for de buckra man for true. So long time, Brer Rabbit is bin yeddy one big fuss in de timber. He yeddy de Lion voice. Brer Rabbit foller de fuss till he is bin come upon de Lion where he layin' pon de ground. De Lion, he is moan, he is groan, he is cry. He hab hole in his head, 1, 2, 3 hole in his side. He holler, he groan. Brer Rabbit, he ax him howdy. He say, "Ki, Brer Lion, where you hab find so much trouble?" De Lion, he moan, he groan, he cry. He say, "Ow, my Lord! I hab one hole in me head, 1, 2, 3 hole in me side. Me leg bin broke." Brer Rabbit bin hold his head upon one side. He look skeered. He say, "Ki, Brer Lion, I no know de partridge is so bad like dat. I think he fly away and no hurt to you. Shoo, shoo! When I see dem partridge, I must get upon de other side for to keep me hide whole." De Lion, he groan, he moan, he cry. Brer Rabbit, he say, "De partridge, he berry bad. He must bin borry de buckra man gun." De Lion, he groan, he cry. "He know de partridge no 'tall. De buckra man is bin stand way off and shoot me wid a gun. Ow, my Lord!" Brer Rabbit, he heist his hand, he say, "What I bin a tell you, Brer Lion? What I bin tell you 'bout de buckra man? De partridge no hurt you like dis. He make a big fuss, but he no hurt you like dis. De buckra man, he no make no fuss 'cep he point his gun at you. Bang!"
"And what then?" the little boy asked as Daddy Jack collapsed in his seat, seemingly forgetful of all his surroundings.
"Not at all,"
replied the old African somewhat curtly. "De p'ints of dat tale, honey," said Uncle Remus, covering the brusqueness of Daddy Jack with his own amiability, is just about like dis: dat dey ain't no use of dodging while dere's a big fuss going on, but you better take and hide out when dey ain't no racket, mo' speshly when you see Miss Sally lookin' behind dat lookin' glass for dat there peach limb w'at she took'n made me carry up dar day befo' yistiddy. Yet when she find it, don't you git too skeered, 'kaze I took'n make some weak places in dat there switch, and Miss Sally won't more'n strike you with it 'fo' it'll all come unjointed." Parts of this moral the little boy understood thoroughly, for he laughed and ran to the big house, and not long afterwards the light went out in Uncle Remus's cabin. But the two old negroes sat and nodded by the glowing embers for hours afterwards, dreaming dreams they never told of. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 58, The Origin of the Ocean.
"Uncle Remus," said the little boy one night shortly after Daddy Jack's story of the lion's sad predicament, "Mama says there are no lions in Georgia nor anywhere in the whole country."
"To be sho'ly not, honey, to be sho'ly not!" exclaimed Uncle Remus. "I dunno who de name of goodness bin a puttin' dat kinder idea in yo' head, en dey better not let me find out needer, 'kaze I'll take en put Mars John after 'em right raw en rank, dat I will."
"Well, you know Daddy Jack said that Brother Rabbit met the lion coming down the road."
"Bless yo' soul, honey, dat's way 'cross de water where ole man Jack tuck'n come fum. Mighty long time ergo at dat. Hit's away off yon, lots furder dan Virginny yit. We all are on one side of de water, en de lions en mos' all de other servigeous creeturs, dey er on de other side. Ain't I never tell you how come dat?"
The little boy shook his head.
"Well, sir, I dunno what I been doin' all dis time dat I ain't tell you dat, 'kaze dat's where de wussest kinder doin's tuck'n happen. Yasser, de wussest kinder doin's, en I'll des whirl in en gin it out right now 'fore ole man Jack come wobblin' in. One time, way back yonder, 'fore there was any folks a foolin' around, Mr. Lion, he tuck a notion dat he'd go huntin', en nothin' 'ud do 'im but Brer Rabbit must go wid 'im. Brer Rabbit, he 'low dat he up fer any kinder fun on top side er de ground. Wid dat, dey put out, dey did, en dey hunt en hunt, clean 'cross de country. Mr. Lion, he'd lam a loose en miss de game, en den Brer Rabbit, he'd lam a loose en fetch it down. No sooner is he do dis dan Mr. Lion, he'd squall out, "It's mine, I kilt it." Mr. Lion such a big man dat Brer Rabbit skeered to dispute 'long wid 'im, but he lay it up in his mind fer to get even wid 'im. Dey went on en dey went on. Mr. Lion, he'd lam a loose en miss de game, en ole Brer Rabbit, he'd lam a loose en hit it, en Mr. Lion, he'd take en whirl in en claim it. Dey hunt all day long, en when night come, dey 'uz such a fur ways from home dat dey had to camp out. Dey went on, dey did, twel dey come to a creek, en when dey come ter dat, dey tuck'n scrape away de trash en build 'em a fire on de bank, en cook der supper. Atter supper, dey sot up dar en told tales, dey did, en Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n brag 'bout w'at a good hunter Mr. Lion is. En Mr. Lion, he leant back on his yelbow en felt mighty biggity. Bimeby, w'en de eyelids git sorter heavy, Brer Rabbit, he up en 'low, "I'm a monst'us heavy sleeper, Mr. Lion, w'en I gits to nappin', en I hope en trus' I ain't gwine ter 'sturb you dis night, yet I got my doubts." Mr. Lion, he roach his hair back out'n his eyes en 'low, "I'm a monst'us heavy sleeper myse'f, Brer Rabbit, and I'll feel mighty glad if I don't roust you up in the course of the night." Brer Rabbit, he took and changed his terbacker from one side of his mouth to the other, he did, and he up and allow,
"Mr. Lion, I wish you be so good as to show me how you snore just 'fore you get sound asleep."
Mr. Lion, he took and draw in his breath sorter hard, and show Brer Rabbit. Den Brer Rabbit 'low,
"Mr. Lion, I wish you be so good as to show me how you snore after you done get sound asleep."
Mr. Lion, he took and suck in his breath, and every time he suck in his breath it sound just like a whole passel of mules when they whinny after fodder. Brer Rabbit look astonished. He rolled his eye and 'low,
"I year you're a mighty big man, Mr. Lion, and you sho'ly is."
Mr. Lion, he hold his head one side and try to look ashamed, but all the same he ain't feel ashamed. By, he shot his eye and 'gun to nod, and then he lay down and stretch hisself out. And 'twa'n't long 'fo' he begun to snore like he snore when he ain't sleeping sound. Brer Rabbit, he lay there. He ain't sayin' nothin'. He lay there with one ear hiced up and one eye open. He lay there, he did, and by Mr. Lion begun to snore like he snore when he done gone faster asleep. When ole Brer Rabbit year dis, he get up from dar and sprinkle hisself wid de coal ashes roun' de fire, and den he tuck and fling a whole passel of hot embers on Mr. Lion. Mr. Lion, he jump up, he did, and ax who done dat, and Brer Rabbit, he lay there and kick at his year wid his behind foot, and holler, "Ow!" Mr. Lion see de ashes on Brer Rabbit, and he don't know what to think. He look all roun', but he ain't see nothin'. He drap his head and listen, but he ain't year nothin'. Den he lay down and begin to drap off to sleep. Atter a while, when he begun to snore like he done befo', Brer Rabbit, he jump up and sprinkle some more coal ashes on hisself and fling de hot embers on Mr. Lion. Mr. Lion jump up, he did, and holler, "Dar you is agin!" Brer Rabbit, he kick and squall and 'low,
"You oughter be ashamed of yo'self, Mr. Lion, fer to be tryin' to bun me up."
Mr. Lion hold up his hands and des vow 'tain't him. Brer Rabbit, he look sorter jubious, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. By, he holler out,
"Phew-wee, I smell rags a burnin'."
Mr. Lion, he sorter flinch, he did, and allow, "'Tain't no rags, Brer Rabbit, it's my hair a singein'." Dey look all roun', dey did, but dey ain't see nothin' ner nobody. Brer Rabbit, he say he gwine do some tall watchin' nex' time, 'kaze he boun' to catch to somebody w'at been playin' dem kinder pranks on 'im. Wid dat, Mr. Lion lay down agin, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' he drapped asleep. "Well, den," continued Uncle Remus, taking a long breath, "de very nex' kinder doin's tuck'n happen. De coal ashes fall on Brer Rabbit, en de hot embers fall on Mr. Lion. But by de time Mr. Lion jump up, Brer Rabbit, he holler out,
"I seed 'em, Mr. Lion, I seed 'em. I seed de way dey come fum 'cross de creek. Dey mos' sho'ly did."
Wid dat, Mr. Lion, he fetched a beller and he jumped 'cross de creek. No sooner is he do dis, Uncle Remus went on in a tone at once impressive and confidential, no sooner is he do dis, den Brer Rabbit cut de string w'at hold de banks tergedder, en lo and beholds, dar dey was.
"What was, Uncle Remus?" the little boy asked, more amazed than he had been in many a day.
"Bless yo' soul, honey, de banks. Co'se, w'en Brer Rabbit tuck en cut de string, de banks er de creek, de banks dey fall out, dey did, en Mr. Lion can't jump back. De banks dey keep on fallin' back, en de creek keep on gittin' wider en wider, twel bimeby Brer Rabbit en Mr. Lion ain't inside of one another, en fum dat day to dis de big water's been rollin' 'twixt um." But Uncle Remus, how could the banks of a creek be tied with a string?
I ain't asked 'em dat, honey, and therefore you'll have to take 'em as you git 'em. Next time de tale teller come round, I'll up and ax him, and if you ain't too fur off, I'll whirl in and send you word, and den you can go and see for yourself. But 'tain't scarcely wuth your while for to blame me, honey, about de creek banks being tied wid a string. Who put 'em there? I'll be blessed if I knows, but I knows who unloose 'em, dat's what I knows."
It is very doubtful if this copious explanation was satisfactory to the child, but just as Uncle Remus concluded, Daddy Jack came shuffling in, and shortly afterwards both Aunt Tempy and 'Tildy put in an appearance, and the mind of the youngster was diverted to other matters. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 59, Brer Rabbit Gets Brer Fox's Dinner. After the newcomers had settled themselves in their accustomed places, and 'Tildy had cast an unusual number of scornful glances at Daddy Jack, who made quite a pantomime of his courtship, Uncle Remus startled them all somewhat by breaking into a loud laugh.
"I boun' you!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy, grinning with enthusiastic sympathy. "I boun' you Brer Remus done find out some mo' of Brer Rabbit funny doin's. Now I boun' you dat."
You hit it de fust clip, Sis Tempy. I declare to gracious if you ain't. You nailed it, you nailed it," Uncle Remus went on, laughing as boisterously as before. "Just like old Brer Rabbit done."
The little boy was very prompt with what Uncle Remus called his inquirements, and the old man, after the usual hems and haws, began.
"Hit runned across my mind des like a rat along a rafter, de way old Brer Rabbit tuck'n done Brer Fox. Periodly, atter Brer Rabbit done went en put a steeple on top of his house, all de yuther creeturs wanter fix up dey house. Some put new cellars under um, some slapped on new wunder blinds, some one thing, some another. But old Brer Fox, he tuck a notion dat he'd put some new shingles on de roof. Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n year tell of dis, en nothin' to do but he mus' rack 'roun' en see how old Brer Fox gittin' on. W'en he git where Brer Fox his house is, he year a mighty lammin' en a blammin', en lo en beholes, dar's Brer Fox settin' straddle of de comb of de roof, nailin' on shingles des as hard as he kin. Brer Rabbit cut his eye 'roun' en he see Brer Fox's dinner settin' in de fence cornder. Hit is covered up wid a bran new tin pail, en it look so nice dat Brer Rabbit mouf begin to water time he see it, en he 'low to hisse'f dat he bleedz to eat dat dinner 'fo' he go 'way fum dar. Den Brer Rabbit tuck'n hail Brer Fox en ax 'im how he come on. Brer Fox 'low he too busy to hold any confab. Brer Rabbit up en ax 'im w'at is he doin' up dar. Brer Fox 'low dat he puttin' roof on his house gin de rainy season sot in. Den Brer Rabbit up en ax Brer Fox w'at time is it, en Brer Fox, he 'low dat it's wukkin' time wid him. Brer Rabbit, he up en ax Brer Fox ef he ain't stan' in needs of some help. Brer Fox, he 'low he did, dat ef he does stan' in needs of any help, he dunno whar in de name er goodness he gwine ter git it at. Wid dat, Brer Rabbit sorter pull his mustarsh, en 'low dat de time wuz w'en he is a mighty handy man with a hammer, en he ain't too proud fer to whirl in en help Brer Fox out'n de ruts. Brer Fox 'low he mighty much erblige, en no sooner is he say dat dan Brer Rabbit snatched off his coat en lipt up de ladder,
en sot in dar en put on mo' shingles in 1 hour dan Brer Fox can put on in 2. Oh, he is a rattler, old Brer Rabbit was, Uncle Remus exclaimed, noticing a questioning look in the child's face. He is a rattler, man, and just as sure as you're sitting there. There wa'n't no kind of work that Brer Rabbit can't put his hand at, and do it better dan de next man. He nailed on shingles plumb twel he get tired, Brer Rabbit did, and all de time he a nailin', he study how he gwine git dat dinner. He nailed and he nailed. He'd nail 1 row, and Brer Fox 'ud nail another row. He nailed and he nailed. He kotch Brer Fox and pass him. Kotch him and pass him. Twel bimeby, whiles he's a nailin' long Brer Fox's tail get in de way. Brer Rabbit 'low to hisse'f, he did, that he dunno what de name of goodness make folks have such long tails fer, and he push it out of de way. He ain't no more'n push it out of de way, for yer it come back in de way. Co'se, continued Uncle Remus, beginning to look serious, when dat's de case dat a soon man like Brer Rabbit git pestered in his mind, he bleedz to make some kinder accidents somewheres. Dey nailed, and bless yo' soul, 'twa'n't long 'fo' Brer Fox drap everything and squall out, "Laws a massy, Brer Rabbit, you done nail my tail. Help me, Brer Rabbit, help me. You done nail my tail." Uncle Remus waved his arms, clasped and unclasped his hands, stamped first one foot and then the other, and made various other demonstrations of grief and suffering. Brer Rabbit, he shut fust one eye and den de other, and rub hisse'f on de forehead, and allow, "Sho'ly I ain't nail yo' tail, Brer Fox, sho'ly not. Look right close, Brer Fox, be keerful. For goodness sake, don't fool me, Brer Fox." Brer Fox, he holler, he squall, he kick, he squeal. "Laws a massy, Brer Rabbit, you done nail my tail. Unnail me, Brer Rabbit, unnail me." Brer Rabbit, he make fer de ladder, and when he start down, he look at Brer Fox like he right down sorry, and he up and allow, he did, "Well, well, well. Just to tink dat I should 'a' lammed loose and nail Brer Fox's tail. I dunno when I year tell of anything dat make me feel so mighty bad, and if I hadn't er seed it wid my own eyes, I wouldn't 'a' believed it, skacely. Dat I wouldn't." Brer Fox holler, Brer Fox howl, yit it ain't do no good. Dar he was wid his tail nail hard and fast. Brer Rabbit, he keep on talkin' w'iles he's gwine down de ladder. "Hit make me feel so mighty bad," says he, "dat I dunno what to do. Time I year tell of it, hit make a empty place come in my stomach," says Brer Rabbit, says he. By dis time Brer Rabbit done git down on de ground, en w'iles Brer Fox is hollerin', he des keep on a talkin'. "Dere's a mighty empty place in my stomach," says he, "en if I ain't runned inter no mistakes, dere's a tin pail full of vittles in dish yer fence corner dat'll des about fit it," says ole Brer Rabbit, says he. He open de pail, he did, en he eat de greens, en sop up de molasses, en drink de pot liquor, en w'en he wipe his mouf pun his coat tail, he up en allow, "I dunno when I bin so sorry 'bout anything as I is 'bout Brer Fox's nice long tail. Sho'ly my head must have been wool getherin' when I tuck and nail Brer Fox's fine long tail," says ole Brer Rabbit, says he. Wid dat, he tuck and skip out, Brer Rabbit did, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' he 'uz playin' his pranks in some yuther parts of de settlement. "How did Brother Fox get loose?" the little boy asked. "Oh, you let Brer Fox alone fer dat," responded Uncle Remus. "Next to Brer Rabbit, ole Brer Fox wuz mos' de shiftiest creetur goin'. I boun' you he took keer of hisse'f soon as Brer Rabbit git out of sight en yearin'." End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 60, How the Bear Nursed the Little Alligators. While the negroes were talking of matters which the little boy took little or no interest in, he climbed into Uncle Remus's lap, as he had done 1,000 times before. Presently the old man groaned and said, "I be blessed if I know what the matter, honey. I don't know whether I'm getting fibble in the limbs, or whether you're outgrowing me. I lay I'll have to send out and get you a nurse what got more strength in the limbs than what I is." The child protested that he wasn't very heavy, and that he wouldn't have any nurse. And the old man was about to forget that he had said anything about nurses, when Daddy Jack, who seemed to be desirous of appearing good-humored in the presence of 'Tildy, suddenly exclaimed,
"Me bin yeddy one tale 'bout de time when de little bear is been nuss de 'gator chillens. He been make fine nuss for true. He stand by dem lily 'gator till dey no more fer to stand by."
Seeing that Daddy Jack manifested symptoms of going to sleep, the little boy asked if he wouldn't tell the story, and thus appealed to, the old African began.
"One time dey is been one ole bear. He big en he strong. He lif way in de swamp. He hab nes' in de holler tree. He hab 1, 2 little bear in de nes'. He bin lub dem children berry hard. One day, he get hongry. He tell his chillun he gwine way off fer to git some bittle fer eat. He tell um dat dey mus' be good chillun en stay where dey live. He say he gwine to fetch dem 1 fish for de breakfast. Den he gone off. De little bear chillun hab bin sleep till dey kin sleep no more. De sun, he da shine warm. He make a little bear feel warm. De little boy bear, he rub his eye. He say he going off for to have some fun. De little gal bear, she say, "What will me mammy say?" Little boy bear, he dare laugh. He say, "Me going down by the creek side for to catch some fish 'fore we mammy come." Little gal bear, she look skeer. She say, "We mammy say something gwine git a you. Mind what she tell you." Little boy bear, he keep on laugh. He say, "Sure, sure, he ain't nebber no less you tell him. You no tell him, me fetch you 1 big fish." Little boy bear, he gone. He gone by the creek side. He take his hook, he take his line, he is go by the creek side for catch 1 fish. When he come day, he see something lay there in the mud. He think it been 1 big log. He laugh by himself. He say, "He one fine log for true. Me stand pon de log for catch a de fish for me little titty." Little boy bear, he da jump down. He get upon de log. He fix for fish. He fix his hook. He fix his line. By and by, de log move. De little boy bear holler, "Oh, my lordy!" He look down. He skeered most dead. De log bin 1 big 'gator. De 'gator, he swim way with de little boy bear upon his back. He flut de tail. He knock de little boy bear spang in de 2 hand. He grin wide. He feel de little boy bear wid his nose. He say, "I take you where me lif. Me chillun is heb you for dey breakfast." De 'gator, he bin swim towards de hole in de bank where he live. He come by de hole. He carry de little boy bear in dey. He is call up his children. He say, "Come see how fine breakfast me brung you." De old 'gator, he hab 7 children in his bed. De little boy bear get skeered. He holler, he cry, he beg. He say, "Please, Missy 'Gator, give me chance for show you how fine nurse me is. Please, Missy 'Gator, When you gone way, me mind dem chillun, me mind 'em well.' De 'gator flute his tail, she say, 'I try you dis one day, you mind dem little one well, me lef you be.' De ole 'gator gone way. He lef de little boy Bear fer mine 'e children. He gone git somet'ing for dey breakfus'. De little boy Bear, he set down dey. He mind dem chillun. He wait en he wait. By he is git hongry. He wait en he wait. He mind dem chillun. He wait en he wait. He come so hongry, he yet mos' kin hol' up his head. He suck his paw. He wait en he wait. De 'gator no come. He wait en he wait. De 'gator no come some mo'. He say, 'Ow, me no gwine starve myself when da plenty bittle by cider me.' De little boy Bear grab one of de little 'gator by his neck. He tek him off in de bush side. He dare eat him up. He no leaf de head, he no leaf a tail. He yent leaf nothing at all. He go back where de t'other little 'gator bin huddle up in de bed. He rub hisse'f 'pon de stomach. He say, 'Whew, me feel it too good fer talk about. I no know what me gwine fer tell de ole 'gator when she is come back. Ki, me no care. Me feel too good fer think about dem ting. Me think about dem when de 'gator is bin come. Me think 'bout dem by, when de time come fer tink.' De little boy Bear lay down en coil up in de 'gator bed. He shet his eye. He sleep hard like Bear do when it full up. By, mos' twuz night, de 'gator come. She holler, 'Hey, little boy Bear, how is you kin mind me chillun when you is gone fer sleep by 'em?' De little boy Bear, he set up upon his haunch, he say, 'Me eye gone fer sleep, but me ear wide awake.' De 'gator flute his tail. She say, 'Where me chillun what me leaf you with?' De little boy Bear come skeerd. He say, 'Dey all dey, Missy 'Gator. Wait, lemme count 'em, Missy 'Gator. Yer a one, yer a nudder, yer a two 'pon top of de udder, yer a three pile up together.' De 'gator open she mouf en grin wide he say, 'Oda nuss dem well, little boy Bear. Come fetch me one fer wash en git 'e supper.' De little boy Bear, he carry one, he carry anudder, he carry t'other, he carry um all till he carry 6. Den he come skeerd. He think de 'gator gwine fin' um out fer true. He stop. He yet know what fer do. De 'gator holler, 'Fetch me t'other.' De little boy Bear, he grab de fus' one, he wallop him in de mud, he carry him back. De 'gator bin wash en feed him fresh, en yet know de diffunce. By, nex' day mornin' de 'gator gone way. De little boy Bear stay fer nurse dem little 'gator. He come hongry. He wait, but he come mo' hongry. He grab 'n'er little 'gator. He eat 'im for his dinner. Mos' twuz night de 'gator come. It same ting. 'Where me chillun what me leaf you for nurse?' 'Dey all dey, Missy 'Gator. Me count um out.' 'Yer a one, yer a n'er, yer a two 'pon top of de udder, yer a three pile up together.' He carry um one by one fer wash en git dey supper. He carry two back, two time. Ebry day dey do dis way tel he come at de las'. He eat dis one, en he gone lift de place where de 'gator live. He gone down de creek side till he is come by de foot log, en he is run cross queek. He git in de bush, he fair fly till he is come by de place where his little titty bin live. He come day, he yent go way no more."
End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 61. Why Mr. Dog Runs Brer Rabbit. The little boy was not particularly pleased at the summary manner in which the young alligators were disposed of, but he was very much amused at the somewhat novel method employed by the bear to deceive the old alligator. The negroes, however, enjoyed Daddy Jack's story immensely, and even 'Tildy condescended to give it her approval, but she qualified this by saying, as soon as she had ceased laughing,
I 'clar to goodness you all got mighty little fer to do to be settin' down yer night after night listenin' to dat nigger man."
Daddy Jack nodded, smiled, and rubbed his withered hands together, apparently in a perfect ecstasy of good humor, and finally said,
"Oona come set by me, lil gal. E berry nice tale what me tell a you. Come sit by me, lil gal. E berry nice tale. If you no want me for tell you one tale, den you is kin tell me one tale."
"Huh!"
exclaimed 'Tildy contemptuously.
"You'll set over there in dat corner and dribble many's de long day 'fore I tell you any tale."
"Look yer, gal," said Uncle Remus, pretending to ignore the queer courtship that seemed to be progressing between Daddy Jack and 'Tildy. "You gettin' too ole fer to be sawin' de air wid yo' head en squealin' like a filly. Ef you gwine ter set wid folks, you better do like folks does. Sis Tempy der ain't gwine on dat a way, en she ain't think 'erse'f too big fer ter sit up dar en join in wid us en tell a tale, needer." This was the first time that Uncle Remus had ever condescended to accord 'Tildy a place at his hearth on an equality with the rest of his company, and she seemed to be immensely tickled. A broad grin spread over her comely face as she exclaimed,
"Oh, I 'clar to goodness, Unc' Remus. I thought that old nigger man was just a projectin' along wid me. If it come down to settin' up yer 'long wid you all en tellin' a tale, I ain't denyin' but what I got one dat you ain't all never year tell of, 'kaze dat ar Slim Jim w'at Mars Ellick Atkin got out'n de speculator wagon, he up en tell it dar at Ria's des 'fo' de patrollers tuck'n slipped up on 'im." "Dar now!" remarked Aunt Tempy. 'Tildy laughed boisterously. "What de patrollers do wid dat there Slim Jim?" Uncle Remus inquired. "Done nothin'!" exclaimed 'Tildy, with an air of humorous scorn. "Time dey got in dar, Slim Jim 'uz up de chimbly, en Riah's noddin' in de corner, en me in de udder. Nobody never is to know how dat there long leg nigger slicked up dat chimbly, dat dey ain't. He put one foot on de pot rack, en where he put de udder foot, I can't tell you."
"What was the story?" asked the little boy.
"I bound fer you, honey!" exclaimed Uncle Remus.
"Well, den,"
said 'Tildy, settling herself comfortably, and bridling a little as Daddy Jack manifested a desire to give her his undivided attention.
"Well, den, dey wuz one time w'en ole Brer Rabbit 'ud bleedz ter go ter town atter sump'n' 'n'er fer his fammerly, en he mos' 'shame' ter go 'kaze his shoes done wo' teetotally out. Yet he bleedz ter go, en he put des as good face on it ez he kin, en he take down his walkin' cane en sot out des as big ez de next un. Well, den, ole Brer Rabbit go on down de big road twel he come ter de place whar some folks bin camp out de night befo', en he sot down by de fire, he did, fer ter warm his foots, 'kaze dem mawnin's 'uz sorter cole, like deze yer mawnin's. He sot dar en look at his toes, en he feel mighty sorry fer hisse'f. Well, den, he sot dar, he did, en 't wa'n't long 'fo' he year sump'n' 'n'er trottin' down de road, en he tuck'n look up, en yer come Mr. Dog a smellin' en a snuffin' 'roun' fer ter see ef de folks lef any scraps by de camp fire. Mr. Dog is all dress up in his Sunday go-to-meeting clothes, and more'n dat, he had on a pair of brand new shoes. Well, den, when Brer Rabbit see dem der shoes, he feel mighty bad, but he ain't let on. He bow to Mr. Dog mighty perlite, and Mr. Dog bow back, he did, and he pass de time of day, 'kaze dey is ole acquaintance. Brer Rabbit, he say, "Mr. Dog, where you gwine all fix up like dis?" "I gwine to town, Brer Rabbit. Where you gwine?" "I thought I'd go to town myself fer to git me new pair of shoes, 'kaze my ole ones done wore out, en dey hurts my foot so bad I can't wear um." "Dem mighty nice shoes w'at you got on, Mr. Dog. Where you git um?" "Down in town, Brer Rabbit, down in town." "Dey fits you mighty slick, Mr. Dog, en I wish you be so good as to lemme try one un um on." Brer Rabbit talk so mighty sweet dat Mr. Dog sot right flat on de groun' en tuck off one er de behime shoes, en loant it to Brer Rabbit. Brer Rabbit, he lope off down de road, en den he come back. He tell Mr. Dog dat de shoe fit mighty nice, but wid des one un um on, hit make him trot crank-sided. Well, den, Mr. Dog, he pull off de yuther behime shoe, en Brer Rabbit trot off en try it. He come back, he did, en he say, "Dey mighty nice, Mr. Dog, but dey sorter rares me up behime, en I dunno exactly how dey feels." Dis make Mr. Dog feel like he wanter be perlite, en he take off de befo' shoes, en Brer Rabbit put um on en stomp his foots en 'low, "Now dat sorter feel like shoes," en he rack off down de road, en w'en he git whar he oughter turn 'roun', he des lay back his years en keep on gwine, en 't wa'n't long 'fo' he git outer sight. Mr. Dog, he holler en tell 'im fer to come back, but Brer Rabbit keep on gwine. Mr. Dog, he holler, Mr. Rabbit, he keep on gwine. En down to dis day," continued 'Tildy, smacking her lips and showing her white teeth, "Mr. Dog bin a runnin' Brer Rabbit, en ef you'll des go out in de woods wid any dog on dis place, des the time he smell de rabbit track, he'll holler en tell 'im fer to come back." "Dat's de Lord's trufe," said Aunt Tempy. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 62, Brer Wolf and the Horned Cattle. Daddy Jack appeared to enjoy 'Tildy's story as thoroughly as the little boy.
"E one fine tale. E making me laugh till tears come in me eye,"
the old African said, and somehow or other 'Tildy seemed to forget her pretended animosity to Daddy Jack, and smiled on him as pleasantly as she did on the others. Uncle Remus himself beamed upon each and every one, especially upon Aunt Tempy, and the little boy thought he had never seen everybody in such good humor. "Sis Tempy," said Uncle Remus, "I 'speck it's yo' time fer to put in."
"I des bin racking my min'," said Aunt Tempy, thoughtfully. "I see you fixin' dat there hawn, en terreckly it make me think 'bout a tale w'at I ain't hear none er you tell yit."
Uncle Remus was polishing a long cow's horn for the purpose of making a hunting horn for his master.
"Hit come about one time dat all de creeturs w'at got hawns tuck a notion dat dey got ter meet tergedder, en have a confab fer to see how dey gwine take keer deyse'f. 'Kaze dem der creeturs w'at got tush en claw, dey is a snatchin' um fum 'roun' every corner."
"To be sure," said Uncle Remus approvingly.
"Dey sot out word, de hawn creeturs did, en dey tuck en meet tergedder way off in de woods. Man, sir! They was a big gang of 'em, en de muster dey had out dar, it wouldn't bear tellin' skacely. Mr. Bull, he 'uz dar, en Mr. Steer, en Miss Cow." "And Mr. Benjamin Ram with his fiddle," suggested the little boy. "Yes, and Mr. Billy Goat, and Mr. Unicorn."
"An old man Rhinoceros," said Uncle Remus.
"Yes, and lots more what I ain't know de names of. Man, sir, dey had a mighty muster out dar. Ole Brer Wolf, he tuck'n year 'bout de muster, en he such a smarty dat nothin' ain't gwine do but he mus' go en see w'at dey doin'. He study 'bout it long time, en den he went out in de timber en cut 'im 2 crooked sticks, en tie 'em on his head, en start off to whar de hawn creeturs meet at. W'en he get dar, Mr. Bull ax 'im who he is, w'at he want, whar he come fum, whar he goin'. Brer Wolf, he 'low, 'Bah, I'm name Little Sook Calf.'" "Hey, look out now!" exclaimed 'Tildy, enthusiastically. Mr. Bull look at Brer Wolf mighty hard over his specks, but atter a while he go off somewheres else, en Brer Wolf take his place in de muster. Well, den, bimeby, terreckly, dey got to talkin' en tellin' der spearience des like de w'ite folks does at class meetin'. W'ile dey is gwine on dis way, a great big hoss fly come sailin' 'roun', en Brer Wolf tuck'n fergit hisse'f en snap at 'im. All dis time Brer Rabbit bin hidin' out in de bushes watchin' Brer Wolf, en w'en he see dis, he tuck'n break out in a laugh. Brer Bull, he tuck'n holler out, he did, "Who dat laughin' en showin' der manners?" Nobody ain't make no answer, en terreckly Brer Rabbit holler out, "Oh, kittle cattle, whar yo' eyes? Who ever see a sook calf snappin' at flies?" De hawn creeturs dey all look 'roun' en wonder w'at dat mean, but bimeby dey go on wid dey confab. 'Twa'n't long 'fo' a flea tuck'n bite Brer Wolf way up on de back er de neck, en 'fo' he know w'at he doin', he tuck'n squat right down en scratch hisse'f wid his behime foot. "Auntie!" exclaimed Daddy Jack. "Dar you is!" said 'Tildy. Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n broke out in 'n'er big laugh en 'sturb um all, en den he holler out, "Scritch 'em, scratch 'em, lawsy my laws! Look at dat sook calf scratchin' wid claws!" Brer Wolf get mighty skeer'd, but none er de hawn creeturs ain't take no notice un 'im, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' Brer Rabbit holler out ag'in, "Rinkum tinkum, ride 'im on a rail! Dat sook calf got a long bushy tail." De hawn creeturs dey go on wid der confab, but Brer Wolf get skeerder en skeerder, 'kaze he notice dat Mr. Bull got his eye on 'im. Brer Rabbit, he ain't gin 'im no rest. He holler out, "1 en 1 never kin make 6. Sticks ain't hawns, en hawns ain't sticks." Wid dat, Brer Wolf make ez ef he gwine way fum dar, en he wa'n't none too soon needer, 'kaze ole Mr. Bull splunge at 'im, en little mo' en he'd er nat'ally to' 'im in two. "Did Brother Wolf get away?" the little boy asked. "Yas, Lord!" said Aunt Tempy, with unction. "He des scooted way fum dar, en he got so mad wid Brer Rabbit dat he tuck'n play dead, en word went 'roun' dat dey want all de creeturs fer to go set up wid 'im. Brer Rabbit, he went down dar fer ter look at 'im, en time he see 'im, he ax, 'Is he grin yet?' All de creeturs dey up en say he ain't grin, not as dey knows of. Den Brer Rabbit he 'low, he did, 'Well, den, gentermens all, ef he ain't grin, den he ain't dead good. In all my 'spearience, folks ain't git dead good till dey grins.' W'en Brer Wolf year Brer Rabbit talk dat a way, he tuck'n grin fum year to year, en Brer Rabbit, he picked up his hat en walkin' cane en put out fer home, en w'en he got way off in de woods, he sot down en laugh fit to kill hisse'f.
Uncle Remus had paid Aunt Tempy the extraordinary tribute of pausing in his work to listen to her story, and when she had concluded it, he looked at her in undisguised admiration and exclaimed: "I be blessed, Sis Tempy, if you ain't wuss'n what I is, and I'm bad enough, the Lord knows I is."
End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 63, Brer Fox and the White Muscadines. Aunt Tempy did not attempt to conceal the pleasure which Uncle Remus's praise gave her. She laughed somewhat shyly and said: "Bless you, Brer Remus, I des been a settin' here l'arnin'. 'Sides dat, Christmas ain't fur off, en I 'speck we are all feelin' a sight more humorsome dan common."
"Dat's so, Sis Tempy. I is comin' thoo de lot des 'fo' supper, en I seed de pigs runnin' en playin' in de win', en I 'low to myse'f, sez I, sho'ly dey's a gwine ter be a harrycane, en den all at once hit come in my min' dat Christmas mighty close at han', en den on ter dat, yer come de chickens a crowin' des now ez it ain't 9 o'clock. I dunno how de creeturs know Christmas comin', but dat des de way it stands."
The little boy thought it was time enough to think about Christmas when the night came for hanging up his stockings, and he asked Uncle Remus if it wasn't his turn to tell a story. The old man laid down the piece of glass with which he had been scraping the cow's horn, and hunted around among his tools for a piece of sandpaper before he replied. But his reply was sufficient. He said:
"One time w'iles Brer Rabbit was gwine thoo de woods, he tuck'n strike up wid ole Brer Fox, en Brer Fox 'low, he did, dat he mighty hongry. Brer Fox 'low dat he ain't feelin' dat a way hisse'f, 'kaze he des bin en had a bait er white muscadines, en den he tuck'n smack his mouf en lick his chops right front er Brer Fox. Brer Fox, he ax, sezee: "'Brer Rabbit, w'at de name er goodness is deze yer white muscadines, en how come I ain't never run 'crost um?' sezee. "'I dunno w'at de reason you ain't never come up wid um,' said Brer Rabbit, sezee. 'Some folks sees straight, some sees crooked, some sees one thing, some sees another. I done seed dem there white muscadines, en let 'lone dat, I done wipe um up. I done et all dey wuz on one tree, but I lay dere's lots mo' of um 'roun' in dem neighborhoods,' sezee. Ole Brer Fox mouf 'gun to water, en he git mighty restless. 'Come on, Brer Rabbit, come on. Come show me whar dem ar white muscadines grows at,' sezee. Brer Rabbit, he sorter hang back. Brer Fox, he 'low: 'Come on, Brer Rabbit, come on.' Brer Rabbit, he hang back, en bye, he 'low: 'Brer Fox, you wanter git me out dar in de timber by myse'f en do sump'n' ter me. You wanter git me out dar en skeer me.' Ole Brer Fox, he hol' up his han's, he do, en he 'low: 'I des 'clar' 'fo' gracious, Brer Rabbit, I ain't gwine do no sech uv a thing. I dunno w'at kinder 'pinion you got 'bout me fer ter have sech an idee in yo' head. Come on, Brer Rabbit, en less we go git dem ar white muscadines. Come on, Brer Rabbit.' Brer Fox, I done year talk er you playin' so many prank wid folks dat I fear'd fer ter go way off dar wid you." "Dey went on dat a way," continued Uncle Remus, endeavoring to look at the little boy through the crooked cow's horn, "twel bimeby Brer Fox promise he ain't gwine ter bodder 'long er Brer Rabbit, en den dey tuck'n put out. En whar you 'speck dat there mischeevous Brer Rabbit tuck'n kyar Brer Fox?" Uncle Remus paused and gazed around upon his audience with uplifted eyebrows, as if to warn them to be properly astonished. Nobody made any reply, but all looked expectant, and Uncle Remus went on. He ain't carry 'em nowheres in the round world but to one of dese yer great big scaly bark trees. De tree was des loaded down wid scaly barks, but dey wa'n't ripe, en de green hulls shined in de sun des like dey been whitewash. Brer Fox look 'stonish'. Atter w'ile he up en 'low, "Is dem ar de white muscadines? Mighty funny I ain't find it out 'fo' dis." Ole Brer Rabbit, he scratch hisse'f en 'low, "Dem's un. Dey might not be ripe as dem w'at I had fer my breakfus, but dem's de white muscadines sho' as youer bawn. Dey er red bulluses en dey er black bulluses, but dese yer, dey er de white bulluses." Brer Fox, sezee, "How I gwine git um?" Brer Rabbit, sezee, "You'll des hatter do like I done." Brer Fox, sezee, "How wuz dat?" Brer Rabbit, sezee, "You hatter climb fer um." Brer Fox, sezee, "How I gwine climb?" Brer Rabbit, sezee, "Grab wid yo' hands, climb wid yo' legs, en I'll push behime." "Man, sir, he's a talkin' now!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy, enthusiastically. Brer Fox, he clum, en Brer Rabbit, he push, twel, sho' nuff, Brer Fox got whar he kin grab de lowmos' limbs, en dar he wuz. He crope on up, he did, twel he come ter whar he kin retch de green scaly bark, en den he tuck'n pull one en bite it, en, gentermens, it 'uz dat rough en dat bitter twel little mo' en he'd a drapped spang out'n de tree. He holler "Ow!" en spit it out of his mouf des same as it wuz rank p'ison, en he make sech a face dat you wouldn't believe it skacely lest you'd seed it. Brer Rabbit, he hatter cough fer ter keep fum laughin', but he make out to holler, sezee, "Come down, Brer Fox, dey ain't ripe. Come down en let's go some'rs else." Brer Fox start down, en he git 'long mighty well twel he come ter de lowmos' limbs, en den w'en he git dar he can't come down no furder, 'kaze he ain't got no claw fer ter cling by, en not much leg fer clamp. Brer Rabbit keep on hollerin', "Come down!" en Brer Fox keep on studyin' how he gwine ter come down. Brer Rabbit, he 'low, sezee, "Come on, Brer Fox, I tuck'n push you up, en if I 'uz dar whar you is, I'd tuck'n push you down." Brer Fox sat dar on de lowmos' limbs en look like he skeer'd. Bimeby Brer Rabbit tuck'n stan' way off fum de tree, en he holler, sezee, "Ef you'll take en jump out dis way, Brer Fox, I'll ketch you." Brer Fox look up, he look down, he look all 'roun'. Brer Fox come little closer en 'low, sezee, "Hop right down here, Brer Fox, en I'll ketch you." He keep on dis a way twel bimeby Brer Fox tuck a notion to jump, en des as he jump, Brer Rabbit hop out de way en holler, sezee, "Ow! 'Scuse me, Brer Fox, I stuck a brier in my foot. 'Scuse me, Brer Fox, I tuck a brier in my foot." "En dat ole Brer Fox," continued Uncle Remus, dropping his voice a little, "dat ole Brer Fox, gentermens, you oughter been dar. He hit de ground like a sack of taters, en it des nat'ally knock de breff out of him. W'en he git up en count hisse'f fer ter see ef he is all dar, he ain't kin walk skacely, en he sat dar en lick de sore places a mighty long time 'fo' he feel like he kin make his way todes home." When the little boy wanted to know what became of Brother Rabbit, Uncle Remus said, "Shoo! Don't you pester 'bout Brer Rabbit. He kick up his heels en put out fum dar." Then he added, "Dem ar chickens crowin' ag'in, honey. Done gone by 9 o'clock. Scoot out fum dis. Miss Sally be a wreckin' me over de coals." End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 64, Mr. Hawk and Brer Buzzard. One night the little boy ran into Uncle Remus's cabin singing, "T-U turkey, T-U tie, T-U turkey buzzard's eye." Uncle Remus, Daddy Jack, and Tempy and 'Tildy were all sitting around the fire, for the Christmas weather was beginning to make itself rather severely felt. As they made room for the child, Daddy Jack flung his head back and took up the song, beating time with his foot.
T-U turkey, T-U tie, T-U turkey buzzard yai, T-U turkey, T-U ting, T-U turkey buzzard wing. "They're mighty curious creatures," said 'Tildy, who was sitting rather nearer to Daddy Jack than had been her custom, a fact to which Aunt Tempy had already called the attention of Uncle Remus by a motion of her head, causing the old man to smile a smile as broad as it was wise. "Dey're mighty curious, and I'm feared of 'em," 'Tildy went on. "Dey look so lonesome it makes me have de creeps fer to look at 'em." "Dey no hurt you," said Daddy Jack soothingly. "You flut your hand towards them, and they fly away from Day-Day." "I don't know about dat," said 'Tildy. "Dey're bald-headed, and dat would make me despise 'em." Daddy Jack rubbed the bald place on his head with such a comical air that even 'Tildy laughed. The old African retained his good humor. "You watch dem Buzzard," he said after a while, addressing himself particularly to the little boy. "He fly high, he fly low, he fly way roun'. Rain come, he flup his wings, he light upon dead pine. Rain fall, he hug hisself with his wing, he scrooge his neck up. Rain come, wind blow, dat Buzzard bin a look ragged. Da Buzzard bin a wink his eye, he say, 'When de wind fer stop blow en de rain fer stop drip, me go make me one house. Me make um tight fer keep de rain out. Me put top on strong fer to keep de wind out.' Dun de rain dry up en de wind stop. De Buzzard, he stand upon de top of de dead pine. When de sun bin a shine, he no make um no house none at all. He stay pon de dead pine. He stretch his wing wide open. He bin dry hisself in de sun. He had make no house since he bin born. He one full bird."
"And yet," said Uncle Remus with a grave, judicial air, "I year tell of one time when ole Brer Buzzard wa'n't so mighty fur out de way wid his notions."
"Me and Yeddy talk about dis,"
Daddy Jack explained. "I 'speck not," responded Uncle Remus. "It seem like dey was one time when Mr. Hawk came sailin' 'roun' huntin' fer somethin' or n'er to eat, en he see Brer Buzzard settin' on a dead limb, lookin' mighty lazy en lonesome. Mr. Hawk, sezee, 'How you come on, Brer Buzzard?' Brer Buzzard, sezee, 'I'm mighty po'ly, Brer Hawk, po'ly en hongry.' Mr. Hawk, sezee, 'What you waitin' yer fer ef you hongry, Brer Buzzard?' Brer Buzzard, sezee, 'I'm a waitin' on de Lord.' Mr. Hawk, sezee, 'Better run en git yo' breakfus, Brer Buzzard, en den come back en wait.' Brer Buzzard, sezee, 'No, Brer Hawk, I'll go bidout my breakfus druther den be biggity 'bout it.' Mr. Hawk, he 'low, sezee, 'Well den, Brer Buzzard, you got yo' way en I got mine. You see dem der chickens down dar in Mr. Man hoss lot? I'm gwine down dar en git one un um, en den I'll come back yer en wait 'long wid you.' Wid dat, Mr. Hawk tuck en sail off, en Brer Buzzard drap his wings down on de limb en look mighty lonesome. He sot dar en look mighty lonesome, he did, but he keep one eye on Mr. Hawk. Mr. Hawk, he sail roun' en roun', en he look mighty purty. He sail roun' en roun' 'bove de hoss lot, roun' en roun', en bimeby he dart down at de chickens. He shot up his wings en dart down, he did, des the same as he is fired out of a gun. "Watch out, pullets!" exclaimed 'Tildy in a tone of warning. "He dart down, he did," continued Uncle Remus, rubbing his hand thoughtfully across the top of his head. "But stidder he hittin' de chickens, he tuck'n hit upon de sharp end of a fence rail. He hit dar, he did, en dar he stuck."
"Ah yi!"
exclaimed Daddy Jack. "Dar he stuck. Brer Buzzard sot en watch 'im. Mr. Hawk ain't move. Brer Buzzard sot en watch 'im some mo'. Mr. Hawk ain't move. He done stone dead. De mo' Brer Buzzard watch 'im, de mo' hongrier he git, en bimeby he gedder up his wings en sorter clean out his year wid his claw, en 'low, sezee, 'I know'd de Lord 'uz gwine ter provide.'"
"Trufe, too!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy. "'Tain't been in my mind dat Buzzard got sense like dat."
"Dat's whar you missed it, Sis Tempy," said Uncle Remus gravely. "Brer Buzzard, he tuck'n drap down fum de dead limb, en he lit on Mr. Hawk, en had 'im fer breakfus. It's a mighty roundabout way fer ter git chicken pie, yit it's lots better dan no way."
"I 'speck Hawk do taste like chicken,"
remarked 'Tildy. "Dey mos' sho'ly does," said Uncle Remus with emphasis. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 65, Mr. Hawk and Brer Rabbit.
"I year tell of one time," said 'Tildy, "when ole Mr. Hawk tuck'n kotch Brer Rabbit, but 'tain't no tale like dem you all bin tellin'." "Tell it anyhow, 'Tildy," said the little boy. "Well, 'tain't no tale, I tell you dat now. One time Brer Rabbit was gwine 'long thoo de bushes singin' to hisse'f, en he sees a shadder pass befo' him. He look up en dar is Mr. Hawk sailin' 'roun' en 'roun'. Time he see 'im, Brer Rabbit 'gun to kick up en sassy 'im. Mr. Hawk ain't pay no 'tention to dis. He des sail all 'roun' en 'roun'. Eve'y time he sail 'roun', he git little closer, but Brer Rabbit ain't notice dis. He too busy wid his devilment. He shook his fists at Mr. Hawk en chunked at 'im wid sticks, en atter w'ile he tuck'n make out he got a gun, en he tuck aim at Mr. Hawk en 'lowed, 'Pow!' en den he holler en laugh. All dis time Mr. Hawk keep on sailin' 'roun' en 'roun', en gittin' nigher en nigher, en bimeby down he drapped right slam bang on Brer Rabbit, en dar he had 'im. Brer Rabbit fix fer to say his prayers, but 'fo' he do dat, he talk to Mr. Hawk, en he talk mighty fergivin'. He 'low, he did, 'I is des playin', Mr. Hawk, I is des a playin'. You oughtn't to fly up en get mad wid a little bit man like me.' Mr. Hawk ruffle up de feathers on his neck en say, 'I ain't flyin' up, I'm a flyin' down, en w'en I fly up, I'm gwine to fly away wid you. You bin a playin' de imp 'roun' in dis settlement long 'nuff, en now if you got any will to make, you better make it quick, 'kaze you ain't got much time.' Brer Rabbit cry. He say, 'I'm mighty sorry, Mr. Hawk, dat I is. I got some gold buried right over dar in de fence cornder, en I wish in my soul my po' little childrens know where 'twas, 'kaze den dey could git 'long widout me for a month or two.' Mr. Hawk 'low, 'Whereabouts is all dis gold?' Brer Rabbit 'low, 'Right over dar in de fence cornder.' Mr. Hawk say, 'Show it to him.' Brer Rabbit say he don't care if he do, en he say, 'I'd 'a done showed it to you long 'fo' dis, but you hol' me so tight, I can't wink my eye skacely, much less walk to whar de gold is.' Mr. Hawk say he fear'd he gwine to try to git away. Brer Rabbit say dey ain't no danger er dat, 'kaze he's one er deze yer kinder mens w'en dey er kotch once, dey er kotch fer good.
Mr. Hawk sorter let Brer Rabbit loose, and dey went towards de fence corner. Brer Rabbit, he went 'long so good dat dis sorter ease Mr. Hawk mind about his gittin' away. Dey got ter de place en Brer Rabbit look all 'roun', en den he frown up like he got some mighty bad disappointment, en he say: "You may believe me or not, Mr. Hawk, but we are on de wrong side of de fence. I hid dat gold somewheres right in dat corner dar. You fly over en I'll go through." To be sure, dis looked fair, en Brer Rabbit he crope through de fence, en Mr. Hawk flew across. Time he lit on de other side, Mr. Hawk year Brer Rabbit laugh.
The little boy asked what Brother Rabbit laughed for, as 'Tildy paused to adjust a flaming red ribbon bow pinned in her hair.
"'Cause there was a briar patch on de other side of de fence," said 'Tildy, "en Brer Rabbit was in dar."
"I boun' you!" Aunt Tempy exclaimed. "He is in dar, en dar he stayed till Mr. Hawk got tired of hanging 'round dar." "Ah, Lord, chile!" said Uncle Remus with the candor of an expert. "Some of dat tale you got right, en some you got wrong."
"Oh, I know 'twa'n't no tale like you all bin tellin'," replied 'Tildy modestly.
"To be sure it is," continued Uncle Remus by way of encouragement. "But w'iles we's gwine 'long, we better straighten out all de kinks dat'll bear straightening."
"Goodness knows I ain't fittin' ter tell no tale," persisted 'Tildy.
"Don't run yourself down, gal," said Uncle Remus encouragingly. "If dey's to be any running down, let yuther folks do it, en bless your soul, dey'll do it 'nuff widout waitin' fer you lettin'. Now den, ole man Hawk, w'ich dey call 'im Billy Bluetail in my day en time, ole man Hawk, he tuck'n kotch Brer Rabbit des like you done said. He kotch 'im en he hilt 'im in a mighty tight grip, let 'lone dat he hilt 'im so tight dat it make Brer Rabbit breff come short, like he des come off'n a long journey. He holler en he beg, but dat ain't do no good. He squall en he cry, but dat don't do no good. He kick en he groan, but dat don't do no good. Den Brer Rabbit lay still en study 'bout w'at de name er goodness he gwine do. Bimeby he up en 'low:
"I dunno w'at you want wid me, Mr. Hawk, w'en I ain't a mouthful for you, skacely."
Mr. Hawk, sezee, "I'll make way wid you, en den I'll go ketch me a couple of jaybirds." Dis make Brer Rabbit shake wid de all overs, 'kaze ef dey's any kinder creetur w'at he nat'ally 'spize on de top side er de yeth, hit's a jaybird. Brer Rabbit, sezee,
"Do, pray, Mr. Hawk, go ketch dem jaybirds fus, 'kaze I can't stan' um bein' on top of me. I'll stay right yer, plum twel you come back,"
sezee. Mr. Hawk, sezee, "Uh, Brer Rabbit, you done bin fool too many folks. You ain't fool me," sezee. Brer Rabbit, sezee,
"If you can't do dat, Mr. Hawk, den de bes' way fer you ter do is ter wait en lemme get tame, 'kaze I'm dat wil' now dat I don't tas'e good."
Mr. Hawk, sezee, "Uh." Brer Rabbit, sezee,
"Well, den, if dat won't do, you better wait en lemme grow big so I'll be a full meal of vittles."
Mr. Hawk, sezee, "Now you're talkin' sense." Brer Rabbit, sezee,
"En I'll rush 'roun' 'mungs de bushes en drive out pa'tridges fer you, en we'll have mo' fun dan w'at you kin shake a stick at."
Mr. Hawk sorter study 'bout dis, en Brer Rabbit he beg en he explain, en de long en de short of it was, said Uncle Remus, embracing his knee with his hands, dat Brer Rabbit tuck'n git loose, en he ain't git no bigger, en needer is he druv no pa'tridges fer Mr. Hawk.
"De Lord help my soul!"
exclaimed 'Tildy, and this was the only comment made upon this extraordinary story. End of chapter 65.
Chapter 66 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 66, The Wise Bird and the Foolish Bird. All this talk about hawks and buzzards evidently reminded Daddy Jack of another story. He began to shake his head and mumble to himself, and finally, when he looked around and found that he had attracted the attention of the little company, he rubbed his chin and grinned until his yellow teeth shone in the firelight like those of some wild animal, while his small eyes glistened under their heavy lids with a suggestion of cunning not unmixed with ferocity.
"Talk it out, Brer Jack," said Uncle Remus. "Talk it out. All next week we'll be a fixin' up 'bout Christmas. Mars Jeems, he's a comin' up, and Miss Sally'll have lots of yuther company. 'Tildy yer, she'll be busy, and dish yer little chap, he won't have no time fer to be settin' up wid de ole niggers, and Sis Tempy, she'll have her hands full, and ole Remus, he'll be a perootin' 'roun' huntin' fer dat w'at he kin pick up. Time's a passin', Brer Jack, and we er all a passin' wid it. Just whirl in and give us the upshot of what you got in yo' min'."
"Auntie!" exclaimed Daddy Jack, by way of approval. "One time dey bin two bird. One bin smart bird, t'other, he bin fool bird. Dey bin live in de same country. Dey bin use in de same swamp. De smart bird, he has been come pon de fool bird. He bin talk. He bin say, 'Ki, you long in de leg, you deep in de craw. You bin ta'en well, you bin las' long tame.' Fool bird, he look proud, he toss his head, he say, 'Me no mek you no brag.' Smart bird, he say, 'Less we try see fer how long time we can go widout bittle and drink.' Fool bird, he stretch his neck, he toss his head, he say, 'All a right, me beat you all day ebry day. Me beat you all de time.' Smart bird, he say, 'If you bin agree wid dis, less we take we place. You get upon de crick side en take you one horn. I get pon de tree up a day en take anudder horn. Less we tan day till we see how long time we is can do widout bittle or drink. When I blow pon me horn, den you blow pon your horn, for answer me. Me blow, you blow, den we both blow.' Fool bird walk about big, he say, 'Me will do 'em.' Next day morning come. De smart bird bin takey one horn en fly pon de tree. De fool bird bin takey anudder horn en set by de crick side. Dey bin start in fer starf deyself. De fool bird, he stay by de crick side, where dey bin noant at all fer eat. He no kin find de bittle day. Smart bird get in de tree, de ant en de bug swam in de bark a plenty. He pick dem ant, en he eat dem ant. He pick dem bug, he eat dem bug. He pick till he craw come full, he feel berry good. Fool bird, he down by de crick side. He set down, he come tire. He time up, he come tire. He walk about, he come tired. He stand upon one leg, he stand pon de udder. He put his head underneath his wing, still he come tire. Smart bird shut his eye, he feel very good. When he bin come hungry, he pick ant, he pick bug, till he had plenty. 'Twas dinner time, he pick up his horn, he toot 'em strong. Te, tenando wanzanto wanianzo. Fool bird craw bin empty, but he had win. He takey de horn, he blowy berry well. He make 'em say, 'Te tenando wanzando olando.' Smart bird pick ant a plenty, he git full up. He wait till mos' towards sundown en he blow upon de horn. Te tenando wanzando wanianzo. Fool bird make answer, but he come weak. He yent have eat nuttin' at all. Soon next day mornin' smart bird take de horn en toot 'em. He done bin eat, he done bin drink dew on de leaf. Fool bird he toot 'em horn, he toot 'em slow.
Dinner time, Smart Bird been take his horn and blow, and yet been honkry not at all. He have good feeling. Fool Bird toot horn, he toot slow. Night time come, he no toot no more. Smart Bird come down, he find done gone dead. Watch dem deceitful folks, he been do you bad.
End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 67. Old Brer Terrapin Gets Some Fish. "Dat tale," said Uncle Remus, "puts me in mind of the time when old Brer Terrapin had a tussle with Brer Mink. It seem like," he went on, in response to inquiries from the little boy, "dat dey both live 'roun' de water so much en so long dat dey git kinder stuck up 'long wid it. Leastways, dat 'uz de trouble wid Brer Mink. He jump in de water en swim en dive twel he 'gun to believe dey wa'n't nobody kin hold de han' 'long wid him. One day Brer Mink was going along down de creek wid a nice string of fish swinging on his walking cane, when who should he meet up with but old Brer Terrapin. De creeturs 'uz all hail feller wid old Brer Terrapin, and no sooner is he seed Brer Mink dan he bow him howdy. Old Brer Terrapin talk way down in his throat like he got bad cold. He 'low, 'Hey, old Brer Mink, where you get all dem nice string of fish?' Brer Mink is mighty up and spoken in dem days. He 'low, he did,
'Down there in the creek, Brer Terrapin.'
Brer Terrapin look 'stonish'. He say, sezee, 'Well, well, well, in de creek, who'd a believed it?' Brer Mink, sezee,
'Where I gwine to catch 'em, Brer Terrapin, if I ain't catch 'em in the creek?'
Old Brer Terrapin, sezee, 'Dat's so, Brer Mink, but a Highland man like you gwine in de creek atter fish. It looks terrible, Brer Mink, dat w'at it do. It des looks terrible.' Brer Mink, sezee, 'Looks or no looks, dar where I got um.' Brer Terrapin sorter sway his head from side to side, en 'low, 'If dat de case, Brer Mink, den sho'ly you mus' be one er dem ar kinder creeturs w'at usen to de water.'
'Dat's me,'
said Brer Mink, sezee. 'Well, den,' says Brer Terrapin, sezee, 'I'm a Highland man myself, en it's been a mighty long time since I got my foots wet, but I don't mind going in washin' 'long wid you. If you're de man you says you is, you can outdo me,' sezee. Brer Mink, sezee,
'How we gwine do, Brer Terrapin?'
Old Brer Terrapin, sezee, 'We'll go down dar to de creek, en de man w'at can stay under de water de longest, let dat man walk off wid dat string of fish.' Brer Mink, sezee,
'I'm the very man you been looking for.'
Brer Mink says he don't want to put it off a minute. Go he would, and go he did. Dey went down to de creek and make der arrangements. Brer Mink lay his fish down on de bank, and him and old Brer Terrapin wade in. Brer Terrapin he make great admiration 'bout how cold de water is. He flinch, he did, en 'low, 'Ow, Brer Mink, dish yer water feel mighty cole, en 'tain't no mo'n up to my waist. Goodness knows how she gwine feel w'en she git up under my chin.' Dey wade in, dey did, en Brer Terrapin say, sezee, 'Now den, Brer Mink, we'll make a dive, en de man w'at stay under de water de longest, dat man gits de fish.' Brer Mink 'low dat that's the way he look at it, en den Brer Terrapin gun de wood, and under dey went. "Co'se," said Uncle Remus after a little pause,
Brer Terrapin can stay down in de water longer'n Brer Mink, en Brer Mink mought a knowed it. Dey stay en dey stay twel bimeby Brer Mink bleedz to come up, en he tuck'n kotch his breff, he did, like he mighty glad fer to git back agin. Den atter a w'ile Brer Terrapin stuck his nose out de water, en den Brer Mink say Brer Terrapin kin beat 'im. Brer Terrapin 'low, "No, Brer Mink, it's de best 2 outer 3. Ef I beats you dis time, den de fish, dey're mine. Ef I gits beated, den we kin take another trial." Wid dat, down dey went. But Brer Terrapin ain't no more'n dove 'fo' up he come, en w'iles Brer Mink 'uz down dar honin' fer fresh air, he tuck'n gobble up de las' one er de fish, ole Brer Terrapin did. He gobble up de fish en he 'uz fixin' fer to pick his toof, but by dis time Brer Mink bleedz to come up, en ole Brer Terrapin, he tuck'n slid down in de water. He slid so slick, said Uncle Remus with a chuckle, dat he ain't lef a bubble. He ain't stay down long neither, 'fo' he come up en he make like he teetotally out er win'. Ole Brer Terrapin come up, he did, en look 'roun', en 'fo' Brer Mink kin say a word, he holler out, "You're a nice man, Brer Mink. You're a mighty nice man."
What I done now, Brer Terrapin?
Don't ax me. Look up dar whar you been eatin' dem fish en den ax yourself. You're a mighty nice man.
Brer Mink look 'roun', en sho' nuff, de fish done gone. Ole Brer Terrapin keep on talkin'.
You tuck'n come up fust, en w'iles I been down dar in de water, nat'ally achin' fer lack er win', yer you settin' up chawin' on de fish which dey oughter been mine. Brer Mink stand 'im down dat he ain't eat dem fish. He deny it ter de las', but ole Brer Terrapin make out he don't believe 'im. He say, sezee, "You'll keep goin' on dis a way twel atter w'ile you'll be wuss'n Brer Rabbit. Don't tell me you ain't git dem fish, Brer Mink, 'kaze you know you is." Hit sorter make Brer Mink feel proud, 'kaze ole Brer Terrapin mix 'im up wid Brer Rabbit, 'kaze Brer Rabbit was a mighty man in dem days, en he sorter laugh, Brer Mink did, like he know mo' dan he gwine tell. Ole Brer Terrapin keep on grumblin'. "I ain't gwine ter git mad 'long wid you, Brer Mink, 'kaze it's a mighty keen trick, but you oughter be ashamed er yo'se'f fer to be playin' tricks on a ole man like me, dat you ought." Wid dat, ole Brer Terrapin went shufflin' off, en atter he git out er sight he draw back in his house en shut de do' en laugh twel dey wa'n't no fun in laughin'. End of chapter 67. Chapter 68 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 68, Brer Fox Makes a Narrow Escape. The next time the little boy had an opportunity to visit Uncle Remus, the old man was alone, but he appeared to be in good spirits. He was cobbling away upon what the youngster recognized as 'Tildy's Sunday shoes, and singing snatches of a song something like this: "Oh, Mr. Rabbit, your eye mighty big. Yes, my Lord, they're made fer to see. Oh, Mr. Rabbit, your tail mighty short. Yes, my Lord, it just fits me." The child wanted to hear more, but the song was the same thing over and over again, always about Brother Rabbit's big eyes and his short tail. After a while Uncle Remus acknowledged the presence of his little partner by remarking, "Well, sir, we er all yer. Brer Jack en Sis Tempy en dat there 'Tildy nigger may be a pacin' aroun' lookin' in de fence cornders fer Christmas, but me en you en ole Brer Rabbit, We are all year, and if we ain't right on de spot, we are mighty close around. Yes, sir, we is dat, mo' especially ole Brer Rabbit, wid de big eyes en de short tail. Don't tell me 'bout Brer Rabbit," exclaimed Uncle Remus with a great apparent enthusiasm, "'cause dey ain't no use of talkin' 'bout dat creature." The little boy was very anxious to know why. "Well, I tell you," said the old man. "One time dey wuz a monstrous dry season in de settlement w'at all de creeturs live at, en drinkin' water got mighty skace. De creeks got low, en de branches went dry, en all de springs make der disappearance 'ceptin' one great big un whar all de creeturs drunk at. Dey'd all meet dar, dey would, en de biggest 'ud drink fus', en by de time de big uns all done assuage der thirst, der wasn't a drap lef' fer de little ones, skacely. Course Brer Rabbit is on de happy side. Ef anybody gwine git water, Brer Rabbit de man. De creeturs 'ud see he track 'roun' de spring, but dey ain't never ketch 'im. Hit got so atter a while de big creeturs 'ud crowd Brer Fox out, but den 't wa'n't long 'fo' he hunt up Brer Rabbit en ax him w'at he gwine do. Brer Rabbit, he sorter study, en den he up en tell Brer Fox fer ter go home en rub some molasses all on himse'f, en den go out en waller in de leafs. Brer Fox ax w'at he mus' do den, en Brer Rabbit say he mus' go down by de spring, en w'en de creeturs come to de spring fer ter git de water, he mus' jump out at um, en den atter dat he mus' waller lak he one er dem der kinder varmint w'at got bugs on um. Brer Fox he put out fer home, he did, en w'en he git dar, he run ter de cupboard en des gawm hisse'f wid molasses, en den he went out in de bushes, he did, en waller in de leafs en trash twel he look mos' bad ez Brer Rabbit look w'en he play Wuller de Wust on de creeturs. W'en Brer Fox git hisse'f all fix up, he went down to de spring en hide hisse'f. Bimeby all de creeturs come atter de water, en w'iles dey wuz a scufflin' en a hunchin', en a pushin' en a scrougin', Brer Fox, he jump out de bushes en sorter switch hisse'f 'roun', en bless yo' soul, he look lak de ole boy. Brer Wolf tuck'n see 'im fus', en he jump spang over Brer B'ar's head. Brer B'ar, he lit back, en ax, "Who dat?" En des time he do dis, de udder creeturs dey tuck'n make a break, dey did, lak punkins rollin' down hill, en mos' 'fo' you kin wink yo' eyeball, Brer Fox had de range er de spring all by hisse'f. Yit it 't wa'n't fer long, 'kaze 'fo' de creetur moved fur, dey tuck'n tu'n 'roun', dey did, en crope back fer ter see w'at dat there skeery lookin' varmint doin'. W'en dey git back en see in distance, dar 'uz Brer Fox walkin' up en down switchin' hisse'f. De creeturs dunner know w'at ter make un 'im. Dey watch, en Brer Fox march. Dey watch, en he march. Hit keep on dis a way twel bimeby Brer Fox 'gun to waller in de water, en right dar," continued Uncle Remus, leaning back to laugh, "right dar is whar Brer Rabbit had 'im. Time he 'gun to waller in de water, de molasses 'gun to melt, en 't wa'n't no time skacely 'fo' de molasses en de leafs done all wash off, en dar is ole Brer Fox des as natchul ez life. De fus Brer Fox know 'bout de leafs comin' off, he year Brer B'ar holler on top er de hill, "You head 'im off down dar, Brer Wolf. I head 'im off 'roun' yer." Brer Fox look 'roun' en see all de leafs done come off, en wid dat he make a break, en he wa'n't none too soon neither, 'kaze little mo' en de creeturs 'ud kotch 'im. Without giving the little boy time to ask any questions, Uncle Remus added another verse to his rabbit song and harped on it for several minutes. "Oh, Mr. Rabbit, yo' year mighty long. Yes, my Lord, dey made fer ter las'. Oh, Mr. Rabbit, yo' toof mighty sharp. Yes, my Lord, dey cuts down grass." End of chapter 68. Chapter 69 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 69, Brer Fox's Fish Trap. The little boy wanted Uncle Remus to sing some more, but before the old man could either consent or refuse, the notes of a horn were heard in the distance. Uncle Remus lifted his hand to command silence and bent his head in an attitude of attention.
"Just listen at dat!" he exclaimed with some show of indignation. "Dat ain't nothin' in de roun' world but ole man Plato wid dat tin horn of his'n, en I boun' you he's a drivin' de 6-mule wagon, en de wagon full of niggers from de river place, en let alone dat, I boun' you dere niggers strung out behind de wagon for more'n a mile, en dey all er comin' yer fer to eat us out of house and home, des 'cause dey year folks say Christmas mos' year. Hit's mighty kuse unter me dat ole man Plato ain't done toot dat horn full of holes long 'fo' dis. Yit, I ain't blamin' um," Uncle Remus went on, with a sigh, after a little pause. "Dem ar niggers been livin' way off dar in de river place, whar dey ain't no white folks twel dey er done in about run wild. I ain't a blamin' um, dat I ain't."
Plato's horn, a long tin bugle, was by no means unmusical. Its range was limited, but in Plato's hands its few notes were both powerful and sweet. Presently the wagon arrived, and for a few minutes all was confusion, the negroes on the home place running to greet the newcomers, who were mostly their relatives. A stranger hearing the shouts and outcries of these people would have been at a loss to account for the commotion. Even Uncle Remus went to his cabin door, and, with the little boy by his side, looked out upon the scene, a tumult lit up by torches of resinous pine. The old man and the child were recognized, and for a few moments the air was filled with cries of "Howdy, Uncle Remus! Howdy, little marster!" After a while Uncle Remus closed his door, laid away his tools, and drew his chair in front of the wide hearth. The child went and stood beside him, leaning his head against the old negro's shoulder, and the two, old age and youth, one living in the past and the other looking forward only to the future, gazed into the bed of glowing embers illuminated by a thin, flickering flame. Probably they saw nothing there, each being busy with his own simple thoughts. But their shadows, enlarged out of all proportion, and looking over their shoulders from the wall behind them, must have been something, for, clinging together, they kept up a most incessant pantomime, and Plato's horn, which sounded again to call the negroes to supper after their journey, though it aroused Uncle Remus and the child from the contemplation of the fire, had no perceptible effect upon the shadows. "Dere go de vittles," said Uncle Remus, straightening himself. "Dey tells me dat dem ar niggers on de river place got appetite same as a mule. Let alone de vittles w'at dey gits from Mars John, dey eat oodles and oodles of fish. Ole man Plato say dat de nigger on de river place w'at ain't got a fish basket in de river, or some intruss in a fish trap, ain't no 'count w'atsomever." Here Uncle Remus suddenly slapped himself upon the leg and laughed uproariously, and when the little boy asked him what the matter was, he cried out: "Well, sir, if I ain't a fergittin' this ole nigger 'twixt dis en Philamerdelphy. Yer it is mos' Christmas, en I ain't tell you 'bout how Brer Rabbit do Brer Fox w'ence dey bofe un um live on de river. I dunno w'at in de name er sense gittin' de matter 'long wid me." Of course the little boy wanted to know all about it, and Uncle Remus proceeded. "One time, Brer Fox en Brer Rabbit live on de river. Atter dey been livin' dar so long a time, Brer Fox 'low dat he got a mighty hankerin' atter somethin's besides fresh meat, en he say he b'leeve he make um a fish trap. Brer Rabbit say he wish Brer Fox mighty well,
but he ain't honin' after fish hisself, and if he is, he ain't got no time fer to make no fish trap. No matter fer dat, Brer Fox, he took and got out some timber, he did, and he worked nights fer to make dat trap. Den when he get it done, he took and hunt him a good place fer to set it. And de way he sweat over dat there trap was a sin, dat it was. Yet after so long a time, he got her sot, and then he took and washed his face and hands and go home. All the time he is fixin' and up, Brer Rabbit is sittin' on de bank watchin' him. He sot there, he did, and play in de water, and cut switches fer to whip at de snake doctors, and all dat time, Brer Fox, he pull and haul and tote rocks fer to hold dat trap endurin' de freshet. Brer Fox went home and rest hisself, and bimeby he go down fer to see if there any fish in his trap. He sorter feared of snakes, but he feel roun' and he feel roun', yet he ain't feel no fish. Den he go off. Bimeby, long towards de last of de week, he go down and feel roun' agin, yet he ain't feel no fish. He keep on dis-a-way twel Brer Fox git sorter fag out. He go and he feel, but there ain't no fish dar. Atter while, one day, he sees de signs where somebody bin robbin' his trap, and he 'low to hisse'f dat he'll des in 'bout watch en fin' out who de somebody is. Den he tuck en got in his boat, en paddle under de bushes on de bank en watch his fish trap. He watch all de mornin', nobody ain't come. He watch all endurin' after dinner, nobody ain't come. Long towards night, when he des about makin' ready fer to paddle off home, he year fuss on de other side of de river, en lo and beholds, yer come Brer Rabbit polin' a boat right towards Brer Fox's fish trap. Look like he done know how to use a paddle, en he des had 'im a long pole, en he'd stand up in de behind part of his boat en put de end of de pole agin de bottom en shove it right ahead. Brer Fox get mighty mad when he see dis, but he watch en wait. He 'lowed to hisse'f, he did, dat he kin paddle a boat pearter dan anybody kin pole 'im, en he say he sho'ly gwine catch Brer Rabbit dis time. Brer Rabbit pole up to de fish trap en feel roun' en pull out a great big mud cat. Den he retch in en pull out another big mud cat. Den he pull out a big blue cat, en it keep on dis-a-way twel he get de finest mess of fish you mos' ever laid your eyes on. Just 'bout dat time, Brer Fox paddle out from under de bushes en make towards Brer Rabbit, en he holler out, "Ah ye, you're de man what bin robbin' my fish trap dis long time. I got you this time, and you needn't try to run. I got you dis time sure." No sooner said than no sooner done. Brer Rabbit flung his fish in de boat en grab up de pole en push off, en he had mo' fun gettin' away from dar dan he ever had before in all de born days put together.
Why didn't Brother Fox catch him, Uncle Remus? Asked the little boy.
Shoo! Honey, you sho'ly done lose yo' min' 'bout Brer Rabbit.
Well, I don't see how he could get away.
If you'd 'a' been dar, you'd 'a' seed it, dat you would. Brer Fox, he is dar, en he seed it, en Brer Rabbit, he seed it, en even down to ole Brer Bullfrog a settin' on de bank, he seed it. Now den, continued Uncle Remus, spreading out the palm of his left hand like a map and pointing at it with the forefinger of his right. When Brer Rabbit poled his boat, he bleedz to set in de behind end, and when Brer Fox paddled his boat, he bleedz to set in de behind end. Dat being the state of de condition, how Brer Fox gwine to catch him? I ain't disputin' but what he can paddle pearter than Brer Rabbit, but de long and de shorts of it is, de pearter Brer Fox paddle, de pearter Brer Rabbit go.
The little boy looked puzzled. Well, I don't see how, he exclaimed.
Well, sir, continued Uncle Remus, When de nose of Brer Fox boat get close to Brer Rabbit boat, all Brer Rabbit got to do in de round world is to take his pole en put it agin Brer Fox's boat en push hisse'f out of de way. De harder he push Brer Fox's boat back, de purter he push his own boat forward. It look mighty easy to ole Brer Bullfrog sittin' on de bank, en all Brer Fox can do is shake his fist en grit his toof, whilst Brer Rabbit sail off wid de fish.
End of chapter 69. Chapter 70 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 70. Brer Rabbit Rescues Brer Terrapin. The arrival of the negroes from the river place added greatly to the enthusiasm with which the Christmas holidays were anticipated on the home place, and the air was filled with laughter day and night. Uncle Remus appeared to be very busy, though there was really nothing to be done except to walk around and scold at everybody and everything, in a good-humored way, and this the old man could do to perfection. The night before Christmas Eve, however, the little boy saw a light in Uncle Remus's cabin, and he interpreted it as in some sort a signal of invitation. He found the old man sitting by the fire and talking to himself.
If Mars John and Miss Sally 'spects me fer to keep all dese yer niggers straight, dey're gwine to be disappointed, dat dey is. If dey was 11 'em Remuses, 'twouldn't make no diffunce, let 'long one po' ole cripple creetur like me. Dey ain't done no damage yit, but I boun' you by termorrer night they'll turn loose en turn the whole place upside down, en tear it up by de roots, en den atter it's all done gone en done, yer'll come Miss Sally a layin' it all at ole Remus's do'. Nigger ain't got much chance in dese yer low grounds, mo' speshly w'en dey gits ole en cripple like I is."
"What are they going to do tomorrow night, Uncle Remus?" the little boy inquired.
"Now w'at make you ax dat, honey?" exclaimed the old man, in a grieved tone. "You knows mighty well how dey done las' year en de year 'fo' dat. Dey tuck'n cut up 'roun' here wuss'n if dey wuz wil' creeturs, en termorrer night dey'll be a hollerin' en a whoopin' en singin' en dancin' 'fo' it git dark good. I wish w'en you go up to de big house you'd be so good as to tell Miss Sally dat if she want any peace er min' she better git off'n de place en stay off twel atter dese yer niggers get dey fill er Christmas. Goodness knows she can't 'speck an ole cripple nigger like me fer to ketch holt en keep all dese yer niggers straight."
Uncle Remus would have kept up his vague complaints, but right in the midst of them Daddy Jack stuck his head in at the door and said:
"Hoona bin fix dat 'Tildy gal shoe. Me come fer to get dem shoe. Me come fer to pay you for dem shoe."
Uncle Remus looked at the grinning old African in astonishment. Then suddenly the truth dawned upon him, and he broke into a loud laugh. Finally he said:
"Come in, Brer Jack. Come right 'long in. I'm sorter po'ly myself, yet I'll make out to make you welcome. Dey was a $quarter gwine into my britches pocket on de 'count of dem ar shoes, but if you're gwine to pay fer um it won't be but a 7 pence."
Somehow or other Daddy Jack failed to relish Uncle Remus's tone and manner, and he replied, with some display of irritation:
"Shuh! Me no come in no 'tall. Me no pay you 7 pence. Me come fer pay you for dem shoe. Me come fer to take 'em away fum dey."
"I dunno 'bout dat, Brer Jack. I dunno 'bout dat. De las' time I year you en 'Tildy gwine on, she was upon de p'ints er knockin' yo' brains out. Now den, supposin' I whirls in en gives you de shoes, en den 'Tildy come 'long en ax me 'bout um, w'at I gwine say to 'Tildy?"
"Me pay you for dem shoe," said Daddy Jack, seeing the necessity of argument. "En me take 'em way da little 'Tildy gal bin stay. She tell me fer come git dem shoe."
Well, den, yer dey is, said Uncle Remus, sighing deeply as he handed Daddy Jack the shoes. Yer dey is, en you're mo' dan welcome, dat you is. But spite er dat, dish yer quarter you fliggin' way on um would have done you a sight more good dan what dem shoes is. This philosophy was altogether lost upon Daddy Jack, who took the shoes and shuffled out with a grunt of satisfaction. He had scarcely got out of hearing before 'Tildy pushed the door open and came in. She hesitated a moment, and then, seeing that Uncle Remus paid no attention to her, she sat down and picked at her fingers with an air quite in contrast to her usual uppishness, as Uncle Remus called it.
Uncle Remus,
She said, after a while, in a subdued tone,
is dat ole African nigger bin yer atter dem ar shoes?
Yes, chile, replied Uncle Remus with a long-drawn sigh. He done been yer en got 'em en gone. Yes, honey, he done got 'em en gone. Done come en pay for 'em, en got 'em en gone. I says I, dat I wish you all mighty well, en he tuck the shoes en put. Yes, chile, he done got 'em en gone. Something in Uncle Remus's sympathetic and soothing tone seemed to exasperate 'Tildy. She dropped her hands in her lap, straightened herself up, and exclaimed,
Yas, I is gwine to marry dat ole nigger, en I don't care who knows it. Miss Sally say she don't keer, en de other folks may keer if they want her. In much good their keerin' will do 'em.
'Tildy evidently expected Uncle Remus to make some characteristic comment, for she sat and watched him with her lips firmly pressed together and her eyelids half closed, an attitude of defiance significant enough when seen, but difficult to describe. But the old man made no response to the challenge. He seemed to be very busy. Presently 'Tildy went on.
Somebody bleedz to take keer of dat ole nigger, en I don't know who gwine do it if I don't. Somebody bleedz to look atter him. Good win' come 'long, hit'd 'bout blow him away ef dey want somebody close 'roun' fer ter take keer of 'im. Let 'lone dat, I ain't gwine ter have dat ole nigger man forever internally trottin' atter me. I tell you de Lord's trufe, Uncle Remus," continued 'Tildy, growing confidential, "I ain't had no peace er min' sence dat ole nigger man come on dis place. He des bin a pacin' at my heels de whole blessed time, en I bleedz to marry 'im fer ter git rid un 'im."
Well, said Uncle Remus, it don't surprise me. You marry and den you're just like Brer Fox wid his bag. You know what you put in it, but you don't know what you got in it. 'Tildy flounced out without waiting for an explanation, but the mention of Brother Fox attracted the attention of the little boy, and he wanted to know what was in the bag, how it came to be there, and all about it. Now, den, said Uncle Remus, it's a tale, and a mighty long tale at dat, but I'll just have to cut it short, 'kaze tomorrow night you'll want to be a settin' up and lis'nin' at the carryin's on of dem ar niggers, which I believe in my soul dey done lose all de sense dey ever bin borned with. One time, Brer Fox was gwine on down de big road, en he look ahead en he see ole Brer Terrapin makin' his way on towards home. Brer Fox 'low dis a mighty good time fer ter nab ole Brer Terrapin, en no sooner is he thunk it dan he put out back home, w'ich wa'n't but a little ways, en he git 'im a bag. He come back, he did, en he run up behime ole Brer Terrapin en flip 'im in de bag en sling de bag 'cross his back en go gallopin' back home. Brer Terrapin, he holler, but it ain't do no good. He rip en he roar, but it ain't do no good. Brer Fox des keep on a gwine, en 't wa'n't long 'fo' he had ole Brer Terrapin slung up in de cornder in de bag, en de bag tied 'im hard en fas'. But w'iles all dis gwine on, exclaimed Uncle Remus, employing the tone and manner of some country preacher he had heard.
Where was old Brer Rabbit? Yes, sir, that's it. Where was he? And more'n dat, what you speck he is doing, and where you reckon he were gwine? That's the way to talk it. Whereabouts was he?
The old man brought his right hand down upon his knee with a thump that jarred the tin plate and cups on the mantel shelf, and then looked around with a severe frown to see what the chairs and the workbench and the walls and the rafters had to say in response to his remarkable argument. He sat thus in a waiting attitude a moment, and then, finding that no response came from anything or anybody, his brow gradually cleared, and a smile of mingled pride and satisfaction spread over his face, as he continued in a more natural tone.
You can believe me or not believe just as your mind to, but dat there long-ear creature, dat there hoppity-skippity, dat there up and down and sailin' round Brer Rabbit, which you bin year me call his name 'fo' dis, he'd want so mighty fur off w'iles Brer Fox goin' 'long wid dat there bag slung across his back. Let alone dat, Brer Rabbit 'uz settin' right dar in de bushes by de side er de road, en w'ence he see Brer Fox go trottin' by, he ax himself what is dat creature got in dat there bag. He ax hisse'f, he did, but he dunno. He wonder en he wonder, yet de mo' he wonder de mo' he dunno. Brer Fox, he go trottin' by, en Brer Rabbit, he sot in de bushes en wonder. Bimeby he 'lowed to hisse'f, he did, dat Brer Fox ain't got no business fer to be trottin' 'long down de road, totin' doin's w'at udder folks dunno w'at dey is, en he 'lowed dat dey won't be no great harm done ef he kin take atter Brer Fox en fine out w'at he got in dat there bag. Wid dat, Brer Rabbit, he put out. He ain't got no bag fer to tote, en he picks up his foots mighty peart. Mo'n dat, he tuck'n tuck a nigh cut, en by de time Brer Fox git home, Brer Rabbit done had time fer to go 'roun' by de watermillion patch en do some er his devilment, en den atter dat he tuck'n sot down in de bushes whar he kin see Brer Fox w'en he come home. Bimeby, yer come Brer Fox wid de bag slung 'cross his back. He unlatch de do', he did, en he go in en sling Brer Terrapin down in de cornder, en set down front er de h'ath fer to rest himse'f.
Here Uncle Remus paused to laugh in anticipation of what was to follow.
Brer Fox ain't mo'n lit his pipe, the old man continued after a tantalizing pause, 'fo' Brer Rabbit stick his head in de do' en holler,
Brer Fox! Oh, Brer Fox! You better take your walking cane and run down yonder. Comin' 'long jest now I hear a mighty fuss, en I look 'roun' en dar is a whole passel of folks in your watermillion patch, jest a tromplin' 'roun' en tearin' down. I hollered at um, but dey ain't paid no attention to little man like I is. Make haste, Brer Fox, make haste. Git yo' cane en run down dar. I'd go wid you myself, but my ole woman ailin', en I bleedz to be makin' my way todes home. You better make haste, Brer Fox, if you want to get de good er yo' watermillions. Run, Brer Fox, run!'
Wid dat, Brer Rabbit dart back in de bushes, en Brer Fox drap his pipe en grab his walkin' cane en put out fer his watermillion patch, which were down on de branch. En no sooner is he gone dan ole Brer Rabbit come out er de bushes en make his way in de house. He go so easy dat he ain't make no fuss. He look 'roun' en dar wuz de bag in de cornder. He kotch hold er de bag en sorter feel of it, en time he do dis, he year sump'n holler,
Ow! Go 'way! Let me 'lone! Tu'n me loose! Ow!
Brer Rabbit jump back 'stonish'. Den 'fo' you kin wink yo' eyeball, Brer Rabbit slap hisse'f on de leg en break out in a laugh. Den he up en 'low,
If I ain't make no mistakes, dat there kinder fuss kin come from nobody in de roun' world but ole Brer Terrapin.
Brer Terrapin, he holler, says he,
Ain't that Brer Rabbit?
"De same," says he.
Den whirl in en turn me out. Meal dust in my throat, grit in my eye, en I ain't kin git my breff scarcely. Turn me out, Brer Rabbit."
Brer Terrapin talk like somebody down in a well. Brer Rabbit, he holler back,
You're a lot smarter dan what I is, Brer Terrapin. Lot smarter. You're smarter en pearter. Peart as I come yer, you is ahead of me. I know how you git in de bag, but I don't know how de name of goodness you tie yo'self up in dar. Dat I don't.
Brer Terrapin tried to explain, but Brer Rabbit keep on laughing, and he laughed twel he get his fill of laughing, and den he took and untied de bag and take Brer Terrapin out and tote him away off in de woods. Den, when he done dis, Brer Rabbit took and run off and get a great big hornet nest what he see when he comin' along.
"A hornet's nest, Uncle Remus?" exclaimed the little boy in amazement.
To be sure, honey. 'Tain't been a month since I brung you a great big hornet nest, and here you is axin' that. Brer Rabbit took and slap his hand 'cross de little hole where de hornets goes in at, and dar he had 'em. Den he took and tuck it to Brer Fox house, and put it in de bag where Brer Terrapin been. He put de hornet nest in dar," continued Uncle Remus, lowering his voice and becoming very grave, "en den he tie up de bag des like he fine it. Yet 'fo' he put de bag back in de cornder, w'at do dat creetur do? I ain't settin' yer," said the old man, seizing his chair with both hands, as if by that means to emphasize the illustration. "I ain't settin' yer ef dat there creetur ain't grab dat bag en slam it down agin de floor, en hit it agin de side er de house twel he got dem there hornets all stirred up. En den he put de bag back in de cornder, en he go out in de bushes to whar Brer Terrapin waitin', en den bofe un um sot out dar en wait fer to see w'at de upshot gwine to be. Bimeby, yer come Brer Fox back from his watermillion patch, en he look like he mighty mad. He strike his cane down pon de groun', en do like he gwine take his revengeance out er po' ole Brer Terrapin. He went in de door, Brer Fox did, en shot it atter him. Brer Rabbit en Brer Terrapin lissen, but dey ain't year nothin'. But bimeby, fus news you know, dey year de mos' owdacious racket, to be sho'. Seem like, from whar Brer Rabbit en Brer Terrapin settin', that dey is a whole passel of cows runnin' 'roun' in Brer Fox house. Dey year de cheers a fallin', en de table turnin' over, en de crockery breakin', en den de door flewed open, out comes Brer Fox squallin' like de ole man was atter him. En sech a sight as dem der creeturs seed, en der ain't never bin seed befo' nor since. Dem ar hornets des swarmed on top of Brer Fox. 11 dozen un um 'ud hit 'im at one time, en look like dat der creetur bleedz to find out for hisse'f w'at pain en sufferin' is. Dey bit 'im en dey stung 'im, en fur as Brer Rabbit en Brer Terrapin kin year 'im, dem hornets des a nailin' him. Gentermens, dey gun him binger. Brer Rabbit en Brer Terrapin, dey sot dar, dey did, en dey laugh en laugh, twel bimeby, Brer Rabbit roll over en grab his stomach, en holler,
Don't, Brer Terrapin, don't. One giggle more and you'll have to tote me.
"Dat ain't all," said Uncle Remus, raising his voice. "I know a little chap which if he sit up here disputin' 'longer me en de t'er creeturs, he won't have much fun termorrer night." The hint was sufficient, and the little boy ran out, laughing. End of chapter 70. Chapter 71 of Nights with Uncle Remus. Dis here's de last chapter of de book. Dis LibriVox recording is in de public domain, and is read by Mark Smith,
of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 71, The Night Before Christmas.
The day and the night before Christmas were full of pleasure for the little boy. There was pleasure in the big house, and pleasure in the humble cabins in the quarters. The peculiar manner in which the negroes celebrated the beginning of the holidays was familiar to the child's experience, but strange to his appreciation, and he enjoyed everything he saw and heard with the ready delight of his years, a delight which, in this instance, had been trained and sharpened, if the expression may be used, in the small world over which Uncle Remus presided. The little boy had a special invitation to be present at the marriage of Daddy Jack and 'Tildy, and he went, accompanied by Uncle Remus and Aunt Tempy. It seemed to be a very curious affair, but its incongruities made small impression upon the mind of the child. 'Tildy wore a white dress and had a wreath of artificial flowers in her hair. Daddy Jack wore a high hat, which he persisted in keeping on his head during the ceremony, and a coat the tails of which nearly dragged the floor. His bright little eyes glistened triumphantly, and he grinned and bowed to everybody again and again. After it was all over, the guests partook of cake baked by Aunt Tempy, and persimmon beer brewed by Uncle Remus. It seemed, however, that 'Tildy was not perfectly happy, for, in response to a question asked by Aunt Tempy, she said,
Yas'm, I'm going down the country 'long with my old man, and I lay if everything don't go right, I'm going to pick up and come right back.
"No, no!" exclaimed Daddy Jack.
He no come back no tall. She been stay day with the nice old man. You put your penance in dat,
said 'Tildy, scornfully.
Dey ain't nobody can hold me when I takes a notion, 'ceppin' it's Miss Sally, and goodness knows Miss Sally ain't gwine to be down dar.
"Who Miss Sally gwine put in de house?" Aunt Tempy asked.
Huh!
exclaimed 'Tildy, scornfully.
Miss Sally say she gwine take dat there Darkest nigger en put in my place, en a mighty nice mess Darkest gwine to make of it. Much she know 'bout waitin' on white folks. Many's and many's a time Miss Sally 'll set down in her rockin' chair en wish for 'Tildy. Many's the time.
This was 'Tildy's grievance, the idea that someone could be found to fill her place, and it is a grievance with which people of greater importance than the humble negro house-girl are more or less familiar. But the preparations for the holidays went on in spite of 'Tildy's grievance. A large platform, used for sunning wheat and seed cotton, was arranged by the negroes for their dance, and several wagon loads of resinous pine, known as lightwood, were placed around about it in little heaps, so that the occasion might lack no element of brilliancy. At nightfall the heaps of lightwood were set on fire, and the little boy, who was waiting impatiently for Uncle Remus to come for him, could hear the negroes singing, dancing, and laughing. He was just ready to cry when he heard the voice of his venerable partner. "Is dey a passenger anywheres roun' yer for Thumptown? De stage done ready, and de hosses a prancin'. If dere's any passenger around here, I lay he des better be makin' ready fer to go." The old man walked up to the back piazza as he spoke, held out his strong arms, and the little boy jumped into them with an exclamation of delight. The child's mother gave Uncle Remus a shawl to wrap around the child, and this shawl was the cause of considerable trouble, for the youngster persisted in wrapping it around the old man's head, and so blinding him that there was danger of his falling. Finally, he put the little boy down, took off his hat, raised his right hand, and said, "Now den, I bin a beggin' un you fer to quit yo' behavishness des as long as I'm a gwine to, en I ain't gwine beg you no mo', 'kaze I'm des totally wo' out wid beggin', en de mo' I begs de wuss you gits. Now I'm done. You des go yo' ways en I'll go mine, en my way lays right spang back in de big house where Miss Sally is. Dat's where I'm gwine." Uncle Remus started to the house with an exaggerated vigor of movement comical to behold, but, however comical it may have been, it had its effect. The little boy ran after him, caught him by the hand, and made him stop.
Now, Uncle Remus, please don't go back. I was just playing.
Uncle Remus's anger was all pretense, but he managed to make it very impressive.
My playin' days done gone too long to talk about. When I plays with work. That's what I plays with.
Well, said the child, who had tactics of his own, if I can't play with you, I don't know who I am to play with.
This touched Uncle Remus in a very tender spot. He stopped in the path, took off his spectacles, wiped the glasses on his coat tail, and said very emphatically,
Now den, honey, just listen at me. How de name of goodness can you call dat playin', which a little mo' and I'd a fall down on top of my head and broke my neck and yourn too?
The child promised that he would be very good, and Uncle Remus picked him up, and the two made their way to where the negroes had congregated. They were greeted with cries of,
"Dar's Uncle Remus! Howdy, Uncle Remus!"
"Yer dey is! Old man Remus don't sing, but when he do sing, gentermens, just go away."
All this and much more, so that when Uncle Remus had placed the little boy upon a corner of the platform and made him comfortable, he straightened himself with a laugh and cried out,
"Howdy, boys! Howdy all! I just come up fer to join in wid you fer one round fer de sakes of old times, and no more."
"I bound for Uncle Remus," someone said. "Now just hush and let Uncle Remus alone," exclaimed another.
The figure of the old man, as he stood smiling upon the crowd of negroes, was picturesque in the extreme. He seemed to be taller than all the rest, and, notwithstanding his venerable appearance, he moved and spoke with all the vigor of youth. He had always exercised authority over his fellow servants. He had been the captain of the corn pile, the stoutest at the log rolling, the swiftest with the hoe, the neatest with the plow, and the plantation hands still looked upon him as their leader. Some negro from the river place had brought a fiddle, and though it was a very feeble one, its screeching seemed to annoy Uncle Remus.
"Put up dat there fiddle," he exclaimed, waving his hand. "Just put her up. She sets my tooth on edge. Put her up and let's go back to old times. Dey ain't no room fer de fiddle 'roun' yer, 'kaze when you gits me started dat there fiddle won't be nowheres."
"Dat's so,"
said the man with the fiddle, and the irritating instrument was laid aside.
"Now den," Uncle Remus went on, "dere's a little chap yer dat you'll all come to know mighty well one er deze odd come shorts, en dish yer little chap ain't got so mighty long fer to set up 'long wid us. Dat bein' de case, we oughter take en put de best foot fo'mus fer to commence wid. You lead, Uncle Remus, you just lead, en we'll foller."
Thereupon the old man called to the best singers among the negroes and made them stand near him. Then he raised his right hand to his ear and stood perfectly still. The little boy thought he was listening for something, but presently Uncle Remus began to slap himself gently with his left hand, first upon the leg and then upon the breast. The other negroes kept time to this by a gentle motion of their feet, and finally, when the thump, thump, thump of this movement had regulated itself to suit the old man's fancy, he broke out with what may be called a Christmas dance song. His voice was strong and powerful and sweet, and its range was as astonishing as its volume. More than this, the melody to which he tuned it, and which was caught up by 100 voices almost as sweet and as powerful as his own, was charged with a mysterious and pathetic tenderness. The fine company of men and women at the big house, men and women who had made the tour of all the capitals of Europe, listened with swelling hearts and with tears in their eyes as the song rose and fell upon the air. At one moment a tempest of melody, at another a heartbreaking strain breathed softly and sweetly to the gentle winds. The song that the little boy and the fine company heard was something like this, ridiculous enough when put in cold type, but powerful and thrilling when joined in the melody with which the negroes had invested it. My honey, my love. It's a mighty fur ways up the Farewell Lane, my honey, my love. You may ax Mr. Crow, you may ax Mr. Crane, my honey, my love. To make you a bow and to tell you the same, my honey, my love. It's a mighty fur ways for to go in tonight, my honey, my love. My honey, my love, my heart's delight, my honey, my love. Mr. Mink, he creep twelly, wake up to snipe, my honey, my love. Mr. Bullfrog holler, come a light up my pipe, my honey, my love. And the partridge ax, ain't your peas ripe, my honey, my love. Better not walk along that much after night, my honey, my love. My honey, my love, my heart's delight, my honey, my love. The bully bat fly mighty close to the ground, my honey, my love. Mr. Foxy Coaxer, do come down, my honey, my love. Mr. Coon, he rack all round and round, my honey, my love. In the darkest night, oh, the nigger, he's a sight, my honey, my love. My honey, my love, my heart's delight, my honey, my love. Oh, flee, Miss Nancy, flee to my knee, my honey, my love. 11 big fat coons lives in one tree, my honey, my love. Oh, ladies all, won't you marry me, my honey, my love. Turn left, turn right, we'll dance all night, my honey, my love. My honey, my love, my heart's delight, my honey, my love. The big owl holler and cry for his mate, my honey, my love. Oh, don't stay long, oh, don't stay late, my honey, my love. He ain't so mighty fur for the goodbye gate, my honey, my love. Where we all got to go when we sing out tonight, my honey, my love. My honey, my love, my heart's delight, my honey, my love. After a while the song was done, and other songs were sung, but it was not long before Uncle Remus discovered that the little boy was fast asleep. The old man took the child in his arms and carried him to the big house, singing softly in his ear all the way, and somehow or other the song seemed to melt and mingle in the youngster's dreams. He thought he was floating in the air, while somewhere near all the negroes were singing, Uncle Remus's voice above all the rest, and then, after he had found a resting place upon a soft, warm bank of clouds, he thought he heard the songs renewed. They grew fainter and fainter in his dreams, until at last, it seemed, Uncle Remus leaned over him and sang, "Good night." That's the end of chapter 71 and the end of Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Thank you for listening.